The Ridge Between Maps by Strikey Roy. Copyright notice, all rights reserved. No part of this publication may be reproduced, stored in a retrieval system, or transmitted in any form or by any means, electronic, mechanical, photocopying, recording, or otherwise, without the prior written permission of the author. This is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are either the product of the author's imagination or used fictitiously. Any resemblance to actual events, locales, or persons, whether living or dead, is purely coincidental. Preface. When I first stood at the edge of a map, tracing the contour lines with my finger, I thought I understood distance and direction. The paper felt authoritative, the ink decisive. Years later, standing at the tree line near Ishpatina Ridge, I felt something else entirely. The land did not obey the neat notations I had admired on a desk. It folded itself into questions, moved in ways that were subtle and profound, and invited me to listen rather than to mark. The Ridge Between Maps began as an attempt to hold both of those moments together, the neatness of the map and the stubborn living reality of place. The two main voices in this book came to me slowly, like trails that cross and then run parallel. Jonah arrived first, a young man with a restless, careful heart who thought a simple hike might answer the larger questions he was carrying. I wanted his chapters to be immediate and tactile, to let readers feel the ache of blisters, the taste of rain, and the slow unraveling of certainty. Maya came next, an urban mapmaker whose work is built on lines and logs and legacy records. Her scenes are quieter in a different way, full of the hum of computers, the scratch of pen on old survey notes, and an escalating obsession that both heals and warns. Writing their alternating perspectives taught me how two ways of knowing a place can be true at once. Inspiration for this story came from a mix of field trips, archival rabbit holes, and conversations with people who live between official boundaries. I spent summers walking in the Boreal, sometimes with guidebooks and sometimes without, and I spent winters in municipal archives. I read old surveyors' notes that felt like poetry, and contemporary legal documents that felt like restraint. I listened to older residents tell stories about features that no longer appear on modern maps. Those fragments accumulated into a question I could not let go of. What happens when the language we use to claim, name, or sell a place fails to capture the way it is lived? Writing the book was also a lesson in patience and revision. Early drafts leaned too heavily on description, as if long sentences could force the land to explain itself. Other drafts rushed the relationships, trying to fasten Jonah and Maya together before each had learned to stand on their own. The hardest revisions were the ones that asked me to remove things I loved. I learned to trust absence, to let certain mysteries remain intact. The campers who live outside mapped space, the murky motives of a developer, and the bureaucratic inertia Maya confronts all needed enough space to become complicated people, not mere symbols. There were practical obstacles too. Balancing research with storytelling meant resisting the temptation to turn every fact into a footnote. I wanted the book to feel lived in, not like a lecture on cartography or conservation law. When technical details were necessary, I tried to weave them into character moments. If Maya reads a 19th century survey, it is because she is chasing a memory as much as a coordinate. If Jonah cannot trust his compass, it is not a plot device, but a way to describe how disorientation can reveal what we are hiding from ourselves. One unexpected discovery while writing was how the story kept returning to the ethics of naming and ownership. Maps are tools of navigation, yes, but they are also instruments of power. They can make the invisible visible, and they can make the living into property. I found myself asking painful questions about who gets to draw lines, whose histories are preserved, and who is erased in the process. The book does not offer easy answers. Instead, it invites readers to consider what it would mean to be custodians rather than conquerors of land, to see maps as relationships rather than declarations. For readers who care about place, memory, or the slow mechanics of change, I hope this novel offers something useful. If you have ever felt the odd hush of a forest that seems to be watching you, or the strange comfort of a city map that fits your commute like a glove, you will find echoes here. The Ridge Between Maps is not only about stopping a development or rescuing a lost hiker, it is about the small acts of attention that make a place worth defending, and about the ways community can be formed in the most unlikely margins. Thank you for choosing to spend time in these pages, for letting Jonah and Maya walk with you for a while, and for honoring the places that ask to be known more gently. Your willingness to listen matters to me. With gratitude, Strikey Roy. Chapter 1. First Bearings. The sky was still a hard, pale thing when he left the roadhead. Jonah's breath came in small clouds. He kept his shoulders forward, as if staying compact might keep the cold from getting in. The canvas pack sagged on one strap, borrowed and smelling faintly of someone else's campfire. The compass had a strip of clear tape across its cracked rim. He checked it twice because checking felt like choosing. Gravel gave under his boots. Engines idled in the lot behind him. A distant cough that did not belong to the silence of the pines. The air smelled of oil and resin. Up close, the trees held a tight, clean scent that made his head clear. He liked the way the light stood on the trunks, a thin, revealed geometry that seemed to promise direction. He unfolded the printout from the park website, its surface glossy with flat ink. The dawn hit it, and the paper flashed once, like a small, fragile signal. He smoothed it with both palms until the paper lost its newness. Then he folded it into the triangle he had practiced in his head, the shape that made a map comprehensible. The fold was careful and reverent in the way of someone beginning a private liturgy. With a grease pencil he drew a single line across the paper. It was not much, a neat, determined stroke from roadside to ridge. He watched the graphite sit on the paper as if it could alter the land itself. The line meant he could go. The line meant he could answer the small questions that brought him north, those quiet pressures about where his feet might belong and whether solitude could be exact, like a fact pulled straight from the map. He took a bearing and set his face toward the trees. The woods received him without comment. The path narrowed and swallowed the light, and he walked with the tentative ritual of someone trying on solitude. Each step was an experiment. Each time the compass trembled in his palm, he paused and listened, as though the forest might speak back and confirm the route. Farther in, the sounds thinned. He felt smaller in the space between trunks, and also more conspicuous in the way a single human can be conspicuous in a quiet place. The grease pencil line lived in his pocket, folded like a small promise. He told himself that the map would hold, that the ridge would be a point on paper and in the world. He kept walking to find out which of those truths would prove true. He kept a slow rhythm, boot to pine duff, eyes catching the faint gloss of skid marks where some truck had slipped and turned before him. Deer paths braided the understory like tentative highways, narrower than the trail he had imagined but serviceable if you trusted them. The grease pencil line sat against his spine, its corners dark with damp, and his margin notes smudged into ghosts of words, a catalogue of small decisions. He checked the compass the way a man checks his pulse. Fingers cold around the taped plastic, and let the trees hush him into listening. For a long time the woods answered in the honest languages he knew. Lichen, spruce trunks, wind through needles that sounded like someone breathing far off. Then the cairn came into view, all careful piles of stone, a little too new against the moss. He expected it at a landmark he had circled on his makeshift map, a steady punctuation in the route, but it sat 10 paces to the left as if the ground had decided to correct itself after the surveyors left. He crouched and ran a palm over the stones. The lichen on the lower rocks was recent, bright and clean, not the gray of age, and there were faint boot impressions that suggested a second hand had placed them. Jonah told himself it meant nothing, that cairns moved when people moved them, that trails are social objects. A logging tag hung from a fallen birch like a small bureaucratic note. It faced the wrong way. He stepped closer, read the number, something meant to be proof, a square of human order pinned to the body of the forest, and then realized the tag was turned inward, buried toward the tree, its date unreadable. He turned it with the tip of his finger, felt the metal cold under the bark, and the tag swung back to reveal a clean strip where the ink had not weathered. Whoever had placed it had tried to hide the evidence of placing, or else the forest had turned it. He laughed, a short, dry sound, and said, "Okay, that's odd," as if oddness could be owned and filed. He kept walking because the act of walking declared faith. Each step was an argument with the map, a way of insisting that lines had consequences beyond ink. The woods resisted being simple. Paths ended in clearings that were not on the paper, and clearings smoothed themselves into stands of saplings where he had expected rock. His breath fogged and unspooled. His cheeks felt raw from cold and from the small, persistent strain of attention. He felt like a student in a classroom that kept rearranging itself while the teacher was out. He heard voices then, low and quick, and froze, the sound a small piercing that did not belong to the forest's slow patience. He called, and his voice came out too young, a thing he could measure and set down like the crease in his map. No answer, only the wind, and he felt suddenly watched by the landscape itself. The creek looked wrong before he crossed it, a bright thread of water that had slid sideways like someone had nudged the map. Where the printout showed a steady ribbon hugging the path, the actual channel lay a dozen paces east, a new incision through sand and small rounded rock that sang with a thin metallic note as it ran. Jonah set his boot on the bank and felt the cold pull at his ankle. The compass was warm against his chest beneath the pack strap. but it offered only the honest north and not the sense of belonging he had expected when he traced a line to Ishpatina on the paper. He stepped into the stream and the water filled the folded leather of his sock right away, flattening the hairs on his calf. The current was polite, not vicious, but it made his knees pliant with attention. He looked across to where the trail ought to be, imagining that familiar stripe of churned earth, and instead saw a strip of flattened moss 50 paces inland, a tidy green where someone had walked many times recently. Someone else had walked this route and reorganized it, while the official line watched from a distance. He thought of his margin notes, the grease pencil words smudged into ghostly shapes, and felt the small ridiculous urge to correct the world with ink. "This is not what I planned," he said, and his voice was small against the water's steady sound. He fished a pebble from the shallows, round and pale, rubbed it with the heel of his glove until the skin warmed a little, and set it on the moss. It landed with a dry sound, an almost ceremonial placement that felt like a light oath, a pact between him and the land. He unfolded the map, which hesitated like a paper animal, and pressed his pen into the margin. His handwriting was cramped from cold and nerves, and he wrote the date, then a single word, shift, underlined twice. The act made him feel both ridiculous and necessary, as if naming the misalignment could coax the place back into the lines drawn by men with instruments and office lights. He imagined a room in which people argued over coordinates, someone saying, "You must be mistaken, we have records." He imagined Maya at a desk, tracing discrepancies with a sterilized patience he had never possessed. The thought tugged at something tight in him, the need to be right, to finish what he started for reasons he could not fully name. He had come out here to answer questions about himself, but the forest kept handing him other questions, ones that made his hands tremble in small ways. He looked at the creek, and then at the pebble, and for a long moment he simply stood, listening to the metallic water and to the small steady sound of his own breathing. He climbed the low ridge on hands and toes at first, because the roots were slick and his boots still squelched from the creek. Then he straightened and went slow. From the crest the forest unfolded in an even lidded way, rows of trunks like the teeth of some great comb. Sun dropped through the pines in pale shafts, gilding the dust in the air, and making the lichened rocks look as if they had been painted by a careful, patient hand. Jonah set his pack down and reached without thinking to the taped compass where it rode against his chest, the tape creaking softly as he peeled it back. The needle hesitated, a small trembling shrug, then swung so slowly it felt deliberate, like someone turning a slow clock from behind the wall. He tapped the glass with his knuckle, because that was what you did. A quick, habitual test, and the tip of the needle jittered as if offended and then settled again, but not with the clean obedience he expected. His fingers left a faint smear on the face of the compass, a salty print of panic he had been carrying all day. He imagined the explanation, the neat ones he knew from books and forums, the damaged pivot, a local patch of magnetic rock noted once in a survey and then forgotten. Each possibility sounded plausible in the sterile way of things catalogued under fluorescent lights, but as the shadows lengthened and the ridge behind him blurred into a strip of darker green, the possibilities collapsed into a new stranger thought, that the landscape itself might be refusing to be measured. He held the compass out at arm's length and watched the needle as if it were an animal deciding whether to trust him. And the forest made a sound then, not wind, more a susurration of needles and small branches. The pebble he had set on the moss at the creek felt suddenly like part of a language. A mark translated into place, and he wondered if leaving a pebble could anchor a path in the same way a name anchors a thing in a book. He realized his hands were tremoring little by little, a slow pulse that matched the compass's stubborn swing. "This is not a breakdown," he told himself. "It is a fault, a simple fault." He folded the printout and pressed it flat against his thigh, tracing the grease pencil line with a fingertip as if that touch could persuade the paper to be more true. Around him the pines leaned closer, their trunks long shadows that pointed away from him rather than toward any single north, and for the first time he felt the map's neat certainty and the forest's quiet indifference at the same time, two truths that did not fit together but had to be carried both. He tightened the strap of his pack and started down the ridge in a direction the compass did not like, choosing instead the line his feet would remember. He scraped the duff until his palms ached and settled the sleeping bag into the hollow beneath a jack pine, the roots making a low, irregular ceiling. Needles sprang back under him like stiff hair, and the bag complained with small, constant rustles whenever he shifted. He stacked his pack against the trunk and arranged the printout where the moon could not reach it, as if paper needed to be kept from light to stay honest. When he crawled in, the forest did not go quiet. It turned its sounds into a steady, watchful presence. Tiny clicks, and the soft sough of needles rubbing together that made the camp feel alive in a way a road never could. He checked the perimeter twice before he lay down, torch in hand, the beam cutting through the close dark and landing on nothing but trunks in the pale shapes of rocks. Each time his light passed, a rustling answered from farther in, measured, irregular, like someone walking and then stopping to listen. He said, "Hello?" in the smallest voice he could manage, absurdly aware of how thin sounds were in a place that kept its own time. The woods returned no words, only the cautious shifting that sounded neither like wind nor deer. He dropped the compass beside his water bottle, and it clicked against metal once, twice, a sharp, honest sound that echoed off the pines and made the hair on his forearms lift. The needle inside trembled under the glass as if still deciding whether to be useful. He caught himself picturing the roadhead, the small square of gravel and the low hum of tires, the safe geometry of signs and edges, and then the idea left him like smoke, insubstantial and tempting. Maybe I should go back, he thought, and then the thought bent under the weight of curiosity and fear. There are things I came for, he told the dark aloud, not because he expected an answer, but to fix words to his unease. He listened until his voice was swallowed and felt, with a small stubborn clarity, that turning back would be a different kind of surrender. He imagined the map at home, the grease pencil line smooth and confident, and felt a pull to prove it wrong or to be proved wrong by something bigger than him. He rolled onto his side and watched the compass a long time, the needle catching moonlight and then gone. The rustling returned, now close enough to set his teeth on edge, then retreated like a tide. He stayed awake because every time he thought of sleep, the forest rearranged itself, a slow and patient test that refused to be passed by force. He finally slept with his hand on the pebble he had left at the shifted creek, as if holding it might keep the place from slipping away. The fluorescent lights hummed in a dull chorus, making the rows of stacked maps look like pale waves. Maya cradled a paper cup with 2 fingers, the cardboard soft where steam had dampened the rim, and leaned over the provincial index as if narrowing her eyes could coax clarity from a sheet of numbers and ticks. Her office smelled faintly of copier toner and the lemon of someone else's hand soap, noises from the floor above folding in through the vents, indistinct and bureaucratic. She had left her window blind slightly raised as a small rebellion, a strip of pale sky and the roofline of a neighboring building cutting across the top edge of a wall of filing cabinets. The footnote appeared like a bruise on the page, small and oval, an elliptical mark that invited closer inspection. It read, "Anomalous readings, see Rimble Ledger," and the name felt like a keyed door she had not meant to pry. She set the cup down, the thunk of paper on laminate too loud. Her fingers hovered over the correction tape jar beside her keyboard, the label neat and insistent, correct ink only, as if the tools of her trade could keep the world tidy. She had been trained to tidy maps, to make boundaries polite and names obedient, but there was a part of her that wanted loose ends the way other people wanted puzzles. She typed the ledger query into the department system with a kind of hopeful precision, each keystroke careful for fear of leaving a fingerprint on the trail. The screen stuttered, a pause that felt like the breath before something is said, and then an access request popped up, asking for justification. She wrote a concise reason, professional and dry, then hit send. The little wheel spun and then stopped, a polite bureaucratic cough. She murmured under her breath, "Of course," and reached for her mug as if caffeine could grease a stuck hinge. The request timed out. She sat very still, watching the cursor blink on an error message, the single white rectangle making its small, patient insistence against the blank. For a moment she considered calling the archives, interrupting someone's lunch, the sound of her voice carrying urgency she did not quite feel. Instead, she refreshed once, twice, fingers leaving the same tiny smudge on the touchpad each time. The office noises continued, indifferent. Someone passed her door and asked, "Need anything from me?" "No," she said, and the word came out smaller than she intended. She hand-rolled the correction tape between her palms in a motion that felt like prayer or calculation, thinking of Rimble's name in the footnote and the ledger that might be a tidy fix or a corner of untidy history. She thought of the neat lines on maps, how they pretended certainty, how people depended on them to make claims and promises that could change lives. An archival lead could be a hinge or a hammer, and she did not trust her own hunger to tell which. The cursor blinked again, patient and unexacting, and she felt the same hollow a compass makes when it hesitates. Somewhere else, a boy turned a compass over in the dark, and both of them were left holding instruments that would not answer with one morning. Chapter 2, Grid and Grove. The door sighed as she pushed it, and the room received her like a sanctified hush. Oak tables ran in long rows, burnished where elbows had worn the finish smooth. The air smelled faintly of dust and paper, and another cleaner's citrus. It felt conditioned and cool, the kind of cool that slows breath and makes skin aware of time. Sun cut through slatted blinds in thin, deliberate bars. Dust motes rode the light like slow constellations, drifting and then holding. Maya stood for a moment with her palm against the registration pad, the paper warm from someone else's hand. The pen was clipped to a chain. She filled in her name and a purpose that wanted to be exact. She wrote, Rimble Ledger, reconcile survey notes with anomalies. The letters were small, even. An archivist nodded without looking up, as if that motion saved stories from spilling. He folded the sign-in card and slipped away through a compact maze of steel shelves. The sound he made when he moved through the stacks was careful, like someone passing between gravestones. Maya watched him go and felt the room close around the thin trail he left. She carried a folder against her ribs. Inside were photocopies, marginalia, the smell of a coffee-stained morning, but she had not come for copies. She wanted the creased, fragile thing itself. Dr. Agnes Rimble's ledger, bound in vellum, its spine said to be soft with handling. It was supposed to smell faintly of glue and years. The thought of it felt like a hinge moving somewhere inside her. When the archivist reappeared, he carried a shallow box. He set it down with a small reverence, as if he too had been waiting for permission. Maya let her fingers hover over the lid before she lifted it. The vellum showed a map of tiny cracks. She breathed in, and the scent of old glue filled the small space under her nose. It was an ordinary, terrifying thing. It might answer one precise question. It might open everything. The archivist with the thin hair set the box in the center of the table, and then folded his hands over the ledger, palms flat as if it might wake and run. His fingers were steady. The other reached into a drawer and produced a single cotton glove, holding it between thumb and forefinger like an offering. He extended it with a small show of ceremony, a practiced little bow of the wrist that said nothing, but said everything about the procedure. Maya watched both of them with a patience that had the shape of impatience, cataloging the ritual the way she would a field note. Who moved first? How long the pause? The sound of the lid as it lowered back on the box. Only one glove at a time, the thin-haired archivist said, voice hushed, as if to keep other books from listening. He did not ask if she was ready. The other man touched the vellum with the glove, and then withdrew, as if contact had been made on her behalf. The room held that careful quiet that happens after a gate opens, when something private becomes public in a very small way. Sunlight fell in a narrow band across the ledger's surface, and the vellum looked like skin that had been pressed and smoothed by history. Maya set her fingertips, bare, at the corner of the first page. The surface rasped under her touch, a sound like catalog cards sliding or the whisper of dry leaves. It surprised her, the way that sound filled the space between her and the archivists. A tiny insistence of the object reclaiming the present. She read each line with a kind of slow arithmetic, eyes moving in small, sure marks across the ledger, as if the words were coordinates, and she a surveyor plotting them. Every notation Dr. Rimble had written leaned towards certainty, margins full of the careful uncertainty of someone who knew how often ground could disagree with a plan. Rough and Dr. Rimble crossed this line out twice, Maya said, pointing to a narrow column of numbers. Her voice was flat, an observation. The thin-haired archivist nodded and let his hands relax a fraction, like a hand loosening on a leash. The other man adjusted the lamp so a cleaner cone of light fell on a faded sketch of a ridge, and in that light, the ink had the brittle blue of old ice. Maya traced the line with a finger as if to measure it from her fingertip, and her pulse found the rhythm of the ledger's margins. Some pages smelled faintly of turpentine, others of earth that had been pressed into paper long before she was born. She copied notations into a small notebook, each entry precise, the work sounding in her head like the scratch of a compass on graph paper. She found an index card tucked within the pages, its edges browned, a note with a single word in Dr. Rimble's hand that matched an anomaly in the satellite data Maya had printed weeks ago. The coincidence rearranged the map in her mind, lines shifting until the ledger and the pixels met. It is as if this book knew the place better than any of us. The door opened without a sound, and then Agnes Rimble was in the room, a small presence shaped by a lifetime of leaning over paper. Her laugh lines were stained the color of old ash, and she carried a paper cup with a thin brown ring stamped on its rim. She lowered herself to the chair as if settling a draft into place, folded her hands around the cup, and for a moment the whole room conformed to her rhythm. Maya watched the slow economy of her movements, how the bones in Agnes's hands showed through the skin like the ribs of a well-used instrument, and thought of how hands memorized contours the way a mind memorized names. Agnes produced the sheet with a small, almost reluctant flourish, as if apologizing for disrupting the ledger's quiet. The paper bore the soft chaos of coffee and graphite, the stain spreading like an oil slick across the corner. The ridge on the page refused to behave. Contour lines began with precise confidence, thinned, and then trembled until the pencil left nothing but a suggestion. Some curves slowed and stopped mid-arc, the line evaporating as though the earth itself had become indecisive. Maya leaned forward, the archivists receding into the background like furniture, and read the paper as if it were a confession written in a hand both steady and weary. "They do that sometimes," Agnes said, voice low as she slid the sketch toward Maya. "Not all ground wants to be owned by a grid." She did not ask permission to speak, or to touch the ledger. She simply spoke as if naming a condition would ease it. Her fingers tapped a margin where Rimble had written a note that matched the ledger's other oddities. Shorthand for a hesitancy in the field, a decision to stop measuring. Maya felt the ledger behind her pulse, the echo of Rimble's crossouts, and understood that this sheet had been part of the same argument with place. Maya traced a halted contour with her fingertip, until the graphite smudged on her skin. The line did not belong to the certainty she had spent her career accumulating. It belonged to a field report that had given up. "Why stop?" she asked, trying to keep the professional curiosity even. Agnes smiled without humor and folded the cup's rim against the table, leaving a pale circle beside the drawing. "Because some things refuse the straight line of a claim," she said. "You can map them for other people, but you cannot map them into being. They will bend back, or slip, or just not be there when you go looking with a tape and a plan." Her voice carried the weight of someone who had walked the ground and then spent decades reading its sudden absences. Maya wanted to catalog that sentence, to file it under rhetorical device, but the way Agnes looked at her made it a principle rather than a phrase. Outside the narrow window the city breathed, indifferent and mapped in neat blocks. In the room the vellum and the coffee-streaked sketch argued for a different order. Maya felt the ledger's gravity pull at the edges of her certainty, and for the first time the map in her head blurred where Rimble's hand had been decisive and then unsure. There is a kind of shame in admitting you cannot finish a line. He moved as if feeling along the world, palms and boots cataloging the forest in a language of touch. Moss gave under his fingers like a sigh, resin warmed his palms when he brushed a branch, and the smell of crushed fern and wet bark sat heavy in the throat of the air. The compass on its cracked face had been a promise all morning, a small ritual: set it level, breathe, let the needle cease its jittering and point. He followed what looked like a faint game trail, a ribbon of flattened needles and darker earth between trunks, trusting the needle to keep him honest. Each step made a record in his head, a ledger of sound and scent that meant he was moving through rather than away from the map he had folded into his pack. The trail did not behave like a trail supposed to behave. It swung as if remembering an earlier hesitation, curved back on itself with the soft inevitability of a sentence that rewrites itself. Where he expected north, there was a crooked looping argument with gravity, and the trees rearranged their angles to make the loop feel like the only comfortable shape. He felt the compass under his thumb as if it were a heartbeat he could steady by touch. But the needle shifted like a thought changing mid-sentence, and Jonah's confidence thinned. He tried to mark small decisions by leaving pebbles or bending a sapling. A private vandalism meant to leave reason for the way back, and the forest accepted these signs without surprise. He saw the post again before he could name the feeling that rose in his chest, a hollowed echo that sat beneath his ribs. The post wore lichen on its north face, a crude cross of pale green that could have been coincidence, and bark peelings hung in its grooves like fingernail shavings. The same small whirl of wood and time. He had passed this sign an hour ago, he was certain. And yet it was new, and the sameness of it slid under his skin and settled. There was something punitive in the repetition, as if the land was testing memory rather than direction. "Not again," he said, and the sound of his voice felt too loud in that close, textured wood. The words left him like a small confession, an apology to a map that refused to be obeyed. He stood a long time with his hand on the post, tracing the lichen cross as if reading a name. The texture under his fingertip was dry and papery, the way lichen will be when it remembers rain from last week. Around him the forest forgets one footstep and remembers the next. Indifferent, and Jonah realized he had been walking toward a place that wanted to be found differently than a straight line or a compass would allow. The disquiet was not the dramatic kind that fills stories. It was a quiet, insistent erosion of certainty, a small pebble rolling forever in a shallow bowl. Light sifted through the pines as if nothing had judged him at all. The clearing opened like a thought made visible, a pale circle, in the dark needle litter where the pine duff had been pressed down until it lost its spring. He stepped into it slowly, boots whispering on the compacted ground, and the smell of smoke rose, thin and patient, from a half-burnt tinder bundle that still held the sweet, resinous bite of pine. A thermos lay on its side, 3 faint coffee rings staining the lip and the metal, as if whoever had used it had paused mid-sip to look at something and then left. Around the edges, the leaf litter was scuffed into patterns that meant attention, not accident, Small cuts of use where someone had chosen this spot and made it fit their body for a while. His fingers found a leather strap half buried at the camp's rim and closed on it as if to prove the thing was not a dream. The strap smelled of sweat and damp wood, the kind of honesty that belongs to a person who has spent time moving through wet places. Footprints punctured the ground, some shallow and small as a child's or a dog's, others larger and irregular, the toes flattened and spaced with a walker's long stride who did not follow a path but moved in arcs. They did not leave a single line away from the circle. They circled, returned, crossed without pattern, as if the people here were mapping something different than routes and destinations. He could hear his own breath in his ears. A small animal sound, the charred twig with its looping notch caught the light when he lifted it, and he turned it over in his hands, the way you turn a coin you are not sure you own. The notch was deliberate, 2 clean scoops that looked like the kind of mark someone would make to count days, to remember names or to mark the edge of something invisible. Damp ash clung to his fingers when he brushed at the tinder, and he felt the odd, intimate knowledge that the camp had been warm within days, not weeks, recent enough that the memory of flame was still brazed into the soil. He thought of the post with its lichen cross, and felt the list of questions inside him shift like loose papers in a pocket. There was a sound, then, a small twig snapping somewhere in the brush, close enough that his heart kicked against his ribs. "Hello," he said, and his voice was smaller than he expected. Maya kept her glove on while she turned the vellum, the thin paper whispering against cotton. The ledger breathed its own history, pages cockled with handling and the pale bloom of old glue. In the margin between a careful table of bearings and a cramped pencil sketch of contour lines, Agnes's handwriting stabbed through the neatness, smaller and quicker than the rest, as if written on a coming porch of impatience. "Do not map this way," it read, then below it, "it will push back." The words had the bluntness of an instruction and the unease of a warning, and for a moment Maya simply sat with them, the office noises folding away until the archivist's chair creaked and the clock ticked twice. "Do you want a scan of that page?" the archivist asked, polite and slow, as if careful not to startle whatever had been awakened between Maya and the vellum. Maya straightened, heart a small, steady thing. "Yes, please, and could I make a copy?" She had a list of coordinates already filling her notebook, numbers that fit like teeth into a slot, but Agnes's sentence pulled those teeth in a new direction. She photographed the margin at 3 angles, then traced the letters with a pencil on a blank sheet until the strokes felt familiar beneath her fingertips. When she lifted her pen to copy the coordinates printed near the note, her hand did not tremble, but she underlined them twice, slow and deliberate, the marks like a keeper's tether. Outside, the sun had gone thin and pale, a Toronto winter light that made everything look available for measurement. Maya left the archives with the vellum tucked under her arm, the copied numbers burning with exactness in her phone, a small constellation that might point to truth or trouble. Jonah moved the way he had been taught to move in the bush. A soft cadence of boot, pause, listen. The footprints broadened their pattern, stepping past the charred tinder and the thermos, and then veered toward a stand of pines where the trunks were scrubbed bare of lichen. It looked deliberate, a clean shaving of growth so precise it could have been a signature. Strips of pale bark showing like bands on a drum. He crouched and ran a finger along the bare wood, the sap sticky under his nails, and realized the abrasion was fresh, the cut surfaces still bright and humming with scent. He whispered, not sure to whom he was speaking. Who would do that? A smell came then, cut wood and machinery oil, and he followed it into the brush where the soil was torn, the earth laced with the parallel grooves of a heavy tire. The tracks were recent, the clay of the ruts still swelling with damp, and close enough that the thud of falling trees had only just left the woods. He understood in a way that had nothing to do with maps, that the line between named territory and the thing under his boots had been crossed or was being crossed now. Chapter 3. The Rule of North. Night was a clean thing, as if someone had wiped the world with a blade. Jonah lay back on needles that smelled of resin and cold earth. Above him the stars were sharp. Orion's belt slid between his fingers like a string of glass beads until the cold bit into his skin. His grandfather's voice came up in memory, exact and small. "Point at Orion," he had said. "Line the middle star with the horizon, and you have north." The trick felt like a religion Jonah had been taught by a patient man. He set his jaw, found the middle star, and let his arm make the line. The sky made sense in that long, steady reach. He checked the compass afterward because he always checked. The needle did not honor the sky. It quivered like an animal listening at a door, then settled toward a bearing that bent from the arc he had drawn. He watched the two truths argue. He watched his hands get small and clumsy. The compass clicked. The stars did not move. Frustration rose like a taste in his mouth. He drove a stake into the ground with the butt of his hand, not so much to mark a claim as to leave a signal to himself, a thing that said, "I was here and I will come back." He tied a scrap of orange twine to it, folded the map printout and tucked it into his jacket pocket. He promised the sleeping woods he would return in the morning. He told the stake, aloud, because the night made confessions sound less foolish. He slept poorly. When he came back hours later with dawn, a thin wash on the trees, the stake sat where he had left it, small and upright. But the sliver of wood was turned a few degrees. The twine faced a different tree. The scrape marks on the stake looked worn as if someone had touched them to test how solid his plan was. Jonah stood with his palms on his knees. The air smelled of crushed pine and something older that he could not name. He felt the ground under his boots in a new way, as if the land had its own quiet patience and had been practicing small corrections to his map long before he arrived. The cairn sat where the path widened into a shallow hollow, a small human punctuation in a forest that otherwise refused punctuation. Each stone was flat and paired, like someone had thought about the way a cup sits on a table. And on the topmost rock, a gray feather balanced so exactly it could have been a coin. Jonah crouched without meaning to, knees in moss, and traced the rim of a stone with the pad of his thumb. The feather was warm from someone's palm. It looked like an invitation and a warning at the same time. Footsteps broke the hush, first one set of boots that hit the duff loud enough to flare Jonah's heart, then another that came softer, as if testing the earth. Cass arrived like a comma, quick-mouthed and direct, the words nearly tripping out of her when she saw him. Rowan came after, slower, shoulders squared in a way that made Jonah think of a man who spent his life carrying things for other people. They looked at him with the exact bright attention of people who had been expecting disturbance and were measuring whether they would be the disturbance or the remedy. "What map?" Cass asked immediately, the question sharp against the quiet. "What route? Why here?" Her voice had no politeness folded in, only a sharp, curious skepticism that kept folding back on itself as if trying to decide whether it believed the answer before it heard it. Jonah's throat tightened. He thought of the printout in his pocket, of the compass that had clicked and lied, of the stake turned like an answer given back to him. Words came out in a small rush. "To Ishpatina," he said. "And then, because explanations are a kind of currency, I took the old trailhead. Then," he stopped. Cass's eyes sliced the air around his pause, and looked for the thing he was avoiding. Rowan's voice came then, low and steady. "Soup and a fire," he said, as if offering terms at a negotiation. "Answer honestly, and we'll feed you." The promise was simple, practical, a bowl of heat that could unstick a person from the edges of panic. Jonah found himself laughing, a short thing that wasn't quite relief. He wanted to say yes before he realized the yes came from more than hunger. The idea of being seen and warmed and asked to tell the truth was almost ridiculous in its basic decency. Cass crouched opposite him, palms on her knees, taking him in like someone reading a map with a pen. "You a first time here?" she asked, pencil quick. "You got a compass, you got a plan. Why off the trail?" Her questions were lines of interrogation and of care braided together, not quite hostile but not surrendering to softness. Jonah told them about the printout folded into his jacket, about the taped compass, about his grandfather's trick with Orion. He told them about the shifted creek and the stake that had turned. Rowan nodded while Jonah spoke, eyes on his hands more than on his face, as if hands held the honest weight of a story. When Jonah finished, Rowan stood and moved to collect kindling, his motions ordinary and calm. He set a small, steady fire that smelled of dry inner bark, and when the water for soup came to a hush beneath a lid, Jonah tasted the heat and felt the world rearrange into something serviceable and less dangerous, as if small kindnesses could press the map back into place. They cleared a circle of duff until the trunks looked like a fence. Cass arranged dead cedar and spruce in a shallow ring, and Rowan struck flint with a practiced hit. The fire rose quick and narrow, a lit throat between trees, and the light made Jonah's breath sharp and visible. Someone handed him a tin bowl that smelled of onion and something smoked through the marrow of meat, and the heat on his palms steadied him in a way the taped compass never had. "Tell us," Cass said, leaning in so the light found the angles of her face. Her voice was easy, but there was a needle in it, ready to prod answers out of the dark. Jonah spooned soup into his mouth, and then put the bowl down like a shield. He tried to explain, each clause small and careful, the folded printout, the creek that had moved, the stake that no longer pointed where he had left it. He kept his hands quiet on his knees while he spoke. Rowan watched his hands the whole time, as if the way Jonah held the spoon could reveal which way his mind bent. "You a cop?" Cass asked suddenly, blunt enough to scrabble the words out of him. "Survey crew? City rabbi of boundaries?" The question had a rhythm of suspicion and habit, the way people who lived off maps learned to ask whether strangers carried permission to redraw lines. "No," Jonah said. I have a phone with a map app, no permit, no badge. Mostly I came to not be the person who always sits in class and listens. I thought if I could walk to the highest point, I would find a north that was mine. He said the last line and felt it sound small and exposed beneath the trees. The confession folded into the smoke and then sat there, visible like breath. Cass laughed, a brittle sound that splintered the quiet, and she leaned back on her heels as if to measure his truth. Lots of people come here looking for a self with better views, she said, softer now. Rowan let out a breath that might have been a chuckle, and then he told a story about the time an old surveyor tried to pin a property corner with a plumb line, and the line refused to hang straight. He spoke without theatricality, the detail exact and absurd, and the tale rearranged Jonah's fear into something human and raggedly amused. They traded other stories into the ring of flame, all lawless histories of campfires, hidden caches, a raid on a developer truck that left nothing but a tire track and a note, the naming of a clearing after a dog that belonged to no single person. The forest became a ledger of choices, lived entries that contradicted printed boundaries. Jonah listened and slowly felt the idea of north loosen from being an instruction and become a direction. You learned by staying with people who kept it honest. The cardboard sighed as I peeled away tape, the sound thin and domestic against the hum of the building. Inside, the memos lay stacked like a city block, their edges softened by years of handling, the paper smelling faintly of copier toner and recycled coffee. I spread them on the metal table under the downlight, the monitor behind me blooming a cold halo that washed the top of my hands in blue. My fingers found the stamp first, the impression raised slightly where red ink had been pressed in a hurry, the letters imperfect and insistently visible. Survey uncertain, it sat across contour lines like a wound, a bright bureaucratic scar. I read dates, signatures, initials smudged where someone had thumbed through in a rush, annotations scratched in pen-bent phrases toward caution, then toward omission, as if each reader had been taught to close the gap with language rather than boots on the ground. The emails threaded through the packet like a pale vein, their endings softened into templates, the same words recycled in different voices: deferred review, pending clarification, low priority. The phrases made the memos acoustic rather than practical, polite barriers that echoed and then dissolved. I traced a margin note with my nail, feeling the tooth of the paper, and the more I matched names to dates, the more a shape of neglect revealed itself. Deliberate in its economy, someone in the file room had folded a field note into a quarter and stuck it between pages, a scrap with a smudge of mud and a small pressed pine needle. It smelled faintly of cold earth. The handwriting was quick, almost impatient. A string of coordinates, then a tentative comment. This one shifted east. A later report quoted that note and translated it into an administrative verb, acknowledged anomalous readings, no further action. The translation flattened the place, muffled it, made a living direction into a line item. I felt a tug of owned anger, a royal that did not look neat on paper. They called it low priority. I put my palm flat on the memos and tried to slow my breath to the office fan. Someone from the northern office had written, "We must balance field work with available resources," and the sentence read like a ledger, efficient and indifferent. My mouth made a small humorless sound. Who signed off on that? I asked the empty room, the words leaving me sharp and unnecessary. A printer in a neighboring cubicle coughed and then went quiet, as if listening. I began to assemble them into a timeline, edges aligning, dates forming a spine, and the more precise my order, the more absurd the result. A careful architecture built to justify inaction. Each signature was a hinge that closed, each forwarded email a hinge that stiffened. The red stamp kept returning, its repetition a drumbeat that undercut the city calm outside the window, and I could see how the department had chosen containment over curiosity, a map of restraint when what was needed was to walk. My hands trembled a little as I slid the last page into place, the paper whispering against itself like a forest understory collapsing. Jonah turned the metal cup in his hands like it might give up something if he rubbed the rim the right way. The fire spit, cindered light warming their faces into small, furtive maps. Cass talked as if propositions could be thrown into the flames and burned clean, her voice quick and bright with jokes threaded through warning. "Don't call the land by the names on permit forms," she said, "and don't hand coordinates to strangers. And watch the stakes, watch them like eyes." Rowan listened more than she spoke, but when she did the words were precise, a slow draft that smoothed the edges of Cass's spark. The rules felt ancient and improvised at once, a code stitched from experience and distrust, and Jonah felt each one like a small test he did not know how to pass. "Once," Cass said, and folded herself closer to the heat, "a surveyor came through. Came back next month, and the markers were crooked, like a joke he'd played on himself. He straightened them, he swore he did, and by winter they were back crooked again. Her fingers traced a circle in the air, eyes somewhere over Jonah's shoulder. The land won't be nailed down if it doesn't want to be nailed down. There was a laughful edge to it, but Jonah heard the undercurrent of grievance, of something small and stubborn defending itself. Rowan pushed a pack away and set an old compass on the stump, its glass dulled by years. She did not use it. She showed Jonah instead a pattern of wind-fallen pines that leaned like bowed reeds on the same axis, how moss grew in certain hollows and not others, how the scent of muck rose on the north-facing slope after a good rain. She had him close his eyes and walk a measured pace, feel the pull of the land in the soles of his boots, notice how the air smelled different where water ran under the soil. "It's not secret," she said. "It's attention. The map is only as good as what you notice." Jonah obeyed with the awkward concentration of someone learning a language that had no letters. He wanted to tell them everything, the ledger with survey uncertain stamped like a verdict, Maya's city paperwork, the way a whole department could translate a living shift into a checkbox. He wanted to make it right, in the only way he knew, by naming and reporting. The impulse had the clean feel of duty, of returning something misplaced to its shelf. But the mapless rules at the fire made that cause look like a hammer, and he pictured the stakes he had driven earlier, the way one had been found turned, slightly skewed as if someone had tried to correct his arrogance. Whoever moved them had done it quietly, with the same deliberation that governed the camp's rules, and Jonah felt the heat of wanting to belong, and the cold knowledge that belonging here might ask him to keep his mouth closed. Dr. Rimble wrote about places that push back. Toss said, softer now, as if reading aloud from a page tied to a half-remembered dream, said some land resists being fixed, that a line on paper can start a fight with the hills and lose. There was reverence in her voice, and a kind of fear, as if the idea held both danger and shelter. Jonah thought of the ledger in the city archives, the careful handwriting that had once warned "Do not map this way, it will push back." The ledger had felt like proof, a bridge between his world and theirs, but here the bridge might burn if he crossed it without asking. I did not know which side I wanted to be on. Maya's office smelled of warm paper and the faint chemical of toner. The copied map lay on her desk like a patient specimen, the survey uncertain stamp smudged at the corner, but legible enough to be a wound. She had traced the contour lines with a gel pen until the ink formed a second ridge, the coordinates underlined 3 times. Outside, a January sun made the glass towers blunt and indifferent. Inside, there was a small, steady heat in her chest that felt like coming to a point. She typed a terse email, attaching the scanned map and a note that read, in plain language, request immediate field review, coordinates attached, possible unauthorized clearing. Her cursor blinked on send. It disappeared into deferred review. Jonah was thinking about the spoon when the sound reached them, a steady mechanical thrum that did not belong here, that hurtled through the pines and set the loose needles to shivering. Cass's voice lowered to a near grin, never a good sign, and the flame between them threw their faces into quick map-like contours. Jonah had one hand on the cup, one on the feather-topped cairn, fingers remembering its small wobble when he had set it the first time. The spoon slid from his grip and hit the dirt with a clean clack. He watched it as if it were a compass, then looked up. A line of lights had come on along the ridge, bobbing like stars that did not belong to any sky, and the smell of cut wood rode the wind in sharp green-handed slices. The camp's low speech died to nothing. Machines. Lyle Grant, Cass said, like a name that could open a lock. Her tone was flat, not quite surprise, not quite anger, as if she had been waiting for it and had been hoping wrong. Rowan's hands moved to secure a pack strap, and Jonah could hear the old rules settle in his head. Watch the stakes. Do not give coordinates. He also heard, quieter, the ledger's marginal line, do not map this way. It will push back. The 2 instructions were the same weight and pulled in opposite directions. Maya scrolled. The provincial interface was clunky, built to hide mistakes in menus. Under a smudged field note, tied to the same coordinates she had highlighted, there was a scratched annotation in a surveyor's hand, the ink ragged as if the pen had been lifted in a hurry. Markers shifted, recommend immediate on-site. Someone had written urgency into the margin and sent it, apparently to the same place her email had now vanished. Her mouth felt suddenly full of cold paper. She printed the note, folded it into her pocket, and stood before the tiny map as if it might step up and speak. They moved toward the sound. Chapter 4, Uncharted People. The clearing smelled of sap and slow smoke. Jonah stepped through the last light, and the trees folded around him, tight and quiet. A low fire sat at the center like an old habit. Faces leaned toward it, small and softened by orange. They looked intimate in a way that made him feel both seen and less alone. Cass handed him a bowl without ceremony. The stew was warm and honest, root vegetables and meat slow swept into broth. He could taste pine on the air and the wool of a moth-chewed blanket resting on his knees. The fabric smelled like other nights, other hands, the faint grease of repeated use. Jonah held the bowl with 2 hands, learning their rhythm by doing. They spoke in turns. The voices were low, deliberate as if each sentence might bruise if said too loud. Someone said debt and the word slid across the clearing like a stone. Someone else said divorce and the word caught on a log. Another voice said they could not bear being catalogued any longer. Each story came like a match struck, small, bright, and then steady. A rule followed each confession. No cameras, no GPS trails. Leave no trace. They repeated them as if by saying them they sealed them. The rules sounded practical. They sounded moral. The sentences tied the people together. They did not call themselves squatters. They called themselves guardians of a particular invisibility. Rowan showed him how to fold the blanket so the scent stayed contained. Cass explained the stakes, not with threat, but with expectation. Eli sat back, the light catching the line at his jaw, and nodded when a young woman spoke of markers that shift and surveyors who never came back the same. Jonah felt his own solitude rearrange itself into a current. His private questions were suddenly part of something larger. He listened until his spoon was slow. The stew cooled, and he did not mind. Outside the ring, the woods waited, patient and unreadable. Inside, they traded reasons and rules and small mercies. Jonah kept his mouth mostly closed. He kept his map folded and his compass in his pack. For the first time since the roadhead, being lost felt less like an error and more like a choice. Eli stepped from the dark belt of trees like a thing the forest had expelled, and then accepted. Shoulders pulled forward as if to make himself narrower against wind and weather. He smelled of boiled coffee and old leather, his boots packed with needles, and when he walked the ground made sounds like careful breathing. He carried a notebook the color of dried river clay, the spine softened by years, and when he flipped a page the sound was thin and precise, like a blade through paper, and it set a rhythm against the low hiss of the fire. Light cut across his face in wedges, showing scars along his knuckles and a pale line at the temple, and his eyes were quick, measuring distance and truth at once. He sat so that his knees boxed Jonah in, close enough that Jonah could see the tiny white calluses at the base of his thumbs, the way his fingertips trembled almost imperceptibly when he closed the notebook. Eli asked about Jonah's family, in a voice that held no judgment, only intake, like someone reading a map to find a safe route. Jonah spoke plainly, the words small and true, about his parents working double shifts, about a city apartment that hummed with elevators and neighbors and the constant light of screens. He said he wanted silence and space to think, that the ridge felt like a place to be honest with himself. Is solitude a right when it erases the presence of others who chose invisibility? Eli asked, and the question landed in the clearing with the blunt weight of a ledger entry. Around the fire the chatter folded away, logs no longer cracked, spoons paused in bowls, and even the geese somewhere beyond the tree line fell still in their flight. The rule names they had said earlier now felt like clauses in a contract written in low voices, practical and moral at the same time. Jonah watched each face in turn, noticing the small deliberate ways they kept themselves guarded, the blanked watchfulness of hands on knees and eyes moving the way someone scans for weather. Jonah answered, and his voice surprised him by carrying less certainty than the question required. I thought if I could just be alone, I could find the part of me that isn't always performing. Eli listened, lips thin, and then he asked whether Jonah understood what it would do to name this place to someone who could turn names into property and property into extinction. The words were simple, but they rearranged the map in Jonah's head, turning a private destination into a line on another man's ledger with numbers and bulldozers inked behind it. The wind took the scent of stew and pine and carried it away, leaving the conversation bare and cold. There was a moment when Jonah felt something shift inside him, a small pivot that made the grasses sound different. He realized solitude was not only a refuge but also a choice that could erase the already hidden. Eli closed the notebook with a soft slap and nodded as if the stillness had been a field report. He did not press further, but the look he left Jonah with held no naivete, only the expectation that Jonah would weigh the quiet he craved against the lives that had been forged in that quiet. The camp resumed its sounds in neat increments, not loud, not apologetic, and Jonah folded the map in his pack with hands that trembled a little less than before. The rules came out of hands and breath instead of a list on paper. Cass uncurled a strip of canvas and showed Jonah how a single screw, left behind in a shelter, is like a name dropped into conversation. How to wrap it in cloth and tuck it under a log until the log feels the weight and remembers nothing. Rowan moved through the firelight with the slow certainty of someone who has done small disappearances many times, demonstrating how to scrape a shallow latrine, lift and fold the sod, and backfill in layers until the soil settles back into itself, as if repairing a torn page. They spoke about ash like it was a secret grammar, scooping coals into a metal bowl, grinding them into powder with a stone, and scattering that powder in wide, even hands across the roots where the flame had been, so the earth would only keep coolness, not smoke. Photos are easy things to take, and hard things to forget, Cass said, the sentence small and sharp. Jonah learned by doing. He knelt with Rowan beside the burn scar from last night's fire, her fingers sure, pushing ash into the hollow of his palm and letting it sift through his fingers. He felt ridiculous and then necessary, as if he were folding himself into the same ritual that kept the others safe. The motion was precise and slow, like a prayer without words. When they packed the tarp shelter, Eli watched the seams while Jonah checked every grommet and rope for stray hardware, the work turning into a discipline that named responsibility rather than obedience. It was harder than he expected to make himself invisible on purpose. Eli's notebook lay open on his knee, pages creased and dotted with notations, and along the spine a row of pennies had been sewn with thread, flat and green with age, each coin pressed and smoothed until the relief of Lincoln's face was worn like a thumbprint. "They count," Eli said. "Not money. Nights, repairs, time someone stayed and kept a promise." His voice had a ledger quality that made the words simple and heavy. Jonah touched the coins without asking, feeling their cool edges through the leather, and in that small contact he understood the scale of what they shared. It was not only a code of do's and don'ts, it was a series of small, sacrificial labors, the kind that add up into a collective shape that resists being mapped or sold. To belong would mean to take on those tasks and their ethics, to accept the tedium and skill of erasing traces, and to carry the quiet consequence of saying no when naming would be easier. He folded the tarp with hands that no longer trembled, and when he looked up the camp was waiting, not demanding, but expectant. The office smelled of filtered air and old coffee, the kind of breathless climate that flattens things into function. My monitor threw light into the dim of the cubicle, rectangles of forest and river stacked like slides in a drawer. I moved through them the way someone traces a face, flipping channels of infrared and LiDAR, overlaying survey scans until the paper lines met the living surface. There, at the edge where trees should be a clean stroke, something smeared like wet paint along the tree line, bands of pixels that dissolved into a thin black margin. My fingers hovered above the mouse because hesitation is the only kind of courtesy you can offer an image that refuses to behave. I toggled history layers, watched the change over time as if peeling back bark, and the smear shifted with the seasons but never resolved. Shadows punched in the LiDAR, had hollows that did not correspond with any known clearing, little voids like mouthless wells. Older aerials hinted at paths that blinked on and off between years. There was no neat pattern to the errors, no consistent sensor artifact to blame, only small, stubborn absences that looked less like mistakes and more like deliberate omissions. My breath shortened with each zoom. I typed a short professional inquiry and hit send, the cursor sliding like a stone across glass. "We have no record of field evidence to support anomalous features at this location," read the reply, crisp and polite and meant to settle things. The sentence landed in my chest like a small stone. It should have been absurd, bureaucratic, calm, and in any other context I would have marked it as routine and moved on. Instead, it made the air in my throat taste of metal, because the images in front of me were not abstractions. They bore edges and oakum, of ground, and real people lived in those edges whether the agency chose to acknowledge them or not. The thought came with a weight that was not professional curiosity anymore. It was ethical and messy, the pivot point where maps affect lives. I closed the mail, opened a new document, copied coordinates, and began to make a list that protocol would not like. Then I dialed a number I keep for when the map says one thing, and my hands say another. "There is something at the ridge," I told her, the words small and exact. "I am going back out." Eli leaned back on his heels and let the fire throw light up into the hollows of his face, the leather of his palms showing like a map of small roads. He told the story without speed, as if slowing it would stop the machines. How a dozer had come once, low and confident, chewing a notch into the hill, leaving gullies that held rain like a memory. They had watched from a blind, not to see the steel, but to watch what it meant. And what it meant was not the clearing itself, but the authority that followed the tracks, the way ruts become signatures. The dozer missed a tight cluster of spruce, a crooked knot of trunks that shielded a pocket of moss, "The machines left marks," he said, "not mistakes, and those marks translate, on paper, into the right to level and to own." Silence pooled. Jonah could feel the heat of the fire, and nothing else for a moment, his hands still filthy where Rowan had dabbed at a blister, his tongue tasting the smoked beans. Cass, always brash, made a sound that might have been a laugh, but it had no humor. Rowan watched Jonah with a patience that made him small, like someone who has been asked to hold a delicate bird. Eli turned the leather notebook on his knee until the clasp clicked, then looked at Jonah the way a weather eye reads a storm. "If your story brings the surveyors," he asked quietly, "can you live with that harm?" Jonah opened his mouth and found only the compost of all the things he had rehearsed on the trail. Maps folded like petitions in his pack, the cracked compass he had tried to trust. He thought of the stake he had driven into the ground and later found rotated, a small thing corrected by unknown hands. He thought of his mother, who had taught him to call when lost, and of his own hunger for an answer larger than himself. He wanted to say yes, to fling his map into the fire and make an offering. He could not make the words fit the shape of the camp's trust, or the ache in his chest that said the world was not simply a place to be found but a place to be kept. The night leaned in as if listening could help decide. Pines kept their old scented silence. The stars were thin and indifferent, and Jonah felt as if the air around him had translated his hesitation into weight. He imagined two futures like lines on a page, one neat and bureaucratic, one messy and beloved, and both ending with a clearing measured and then taken. When he finally spoke, it was small, an admission rather than an answer. "I did not come here to expose anyone," he said, and the words sounded, in that charcoal light, like a promise he might have to break. Maya's phone buzzed on her desk, as she sat with the Rimble ledger spread like a confession. The reply from the park authority was the usual mid-tone civility about procedures and evidentiary standards, until her eyes snagged on the footnote at the bottom, a thin line of text that widened immediately into concern. "Pending permit application. File number attached. Applicant name, matching a developer who had bid on nearby parcels this season." She read it twice, then again, feeling the calm, practiced surface of bureaucracy crack open and let something urgent leak through, the first administrative thread that could draw those unmarked hollows into a legal light. Jonah watched Eli for a sign that his answer was enough. Eli folded the notebook closed, as if tucking a wound. He did not nod, he simply shifted his weight, an older man's way of marking a hinge. The camp's acceptance did not arrive like a gift. It waited for the steadiness of what Jonah would choose, and in that waiting the clearing felt exposed, not because it had been seen, but because someone else might look with forms and names. He had come to the ridge to find solitude, and now he realized he might leave with the knowledge of where that solitude lived. He could hear, faintly, a new noise in his mind that sounded like engines. Chapter 5. Lines that Bend. The window was a slit of sky over the city. Light came in thin and hard. It landed on a stack of satellite tiles and a brittle municipal PDF, and a rolled survey grid that smelled of age. My desk looked like a small weather system. Paper drifted into one another. I spread the sheets like a cartographer making a confession. My fingers found pen marks, blue, faded black, flaring red. Each line reworked the last. Property edges pulled in. They swelled. One parcel thinned until it vanished, as if someone had rubbed it out with a slow, precise hand. The toner in the room smelled like cold rain. Coffee sat in a half-empty mug, gone bitter and grave. I held the legal stamp between my palms and watched the pad under my thumb. The stamp was half-pressed, the ink faint. I could feel the shape of paperwork waiting to be made official. For the first time in weeks, the heat that rose was not exhaustion. It tasted like something deliberate. I traced the coasts of old plats against the new satellite lines. The contours did not line up. A stand of trees that showed as intact on one tile was a scar on another. Drainage ditches had moved in the ink. My heart narrowed into a small, precise alarm. This was not noise. It was a pattern. I set the stamp down. I folded a corner of the yellowed grid to mark a note in Rimble's ledger. The footnote I had read yesterday unrolled into a possibility. Someone had been erasing borders on purpose. The thought sat next to me like a visitor, patient and unafraid. I breathed in the printer smell, and the city, and the fact that something unmapped was about to be named. He stepped into the clearing and the air folded around him like a held breath. Crushed spruce opened under his boots, resin bright and green. The scent rising so close it felt like an animal exhale at the back of his neck. The light went thin and gray, as if the sky had been shorn and left a soft hem. Where the trail had curled right at midday, a narrow rut now breathed left, an impossible reroute that made the map in his head stutter. Small stones stood up in half-formed piles along the edge of the rut, then unraveled as if someone had run a finger through type. Jonah stopped, because stopping seemed the least presumptuous thing here. "This is wrong," he said, to the trees more than to himself. His voice came out slower than thought, and the clearing kept listening. He turned the cracked compass in his palm until the needle swung and hesitated, then lay slack like a tired pupil. The watch on his wrist said it was evening, the hour precise, the second hand tidy and indifferent. Time kept its promises. The instruments obeyed their own small laws, but the ground refused to be obedient. Little cairns resolved at the edge of his vision, pebbles stacking themselves into punctuation. Then they slid apart into dust, as if an editor had thrown the sentence away. He had learned to trust tools, to press bearings into truth, and now those habits felt like trespasses. A feather, gray and soft, rested on a mossy knuckle of root. He cupped it, noticed how light passed through the vein, how the barbs were stitched in a pattern that suggested flight and laundering. The feather might have been a talisman, or garbage, or a note left by someone who wanted to be read only by people who still read by smell and weight. Jonah weighed it against his rulebook of navigation and felt both lightness and obligation, the old tug that came when maps and lived space disagreed. Beyond the feather, the tree line breathed low and regular, and somewhere a cricket stuttered like an old engine trying to start again. "Anyone here?" His voice scraped the air and came back smaller. He set the compass on a stump and watched the needle make tiny slow circles, a dancer exhausted by repetition. The clearing did not answer. The hush deepened, as though the place had folded its ears and was pressing its attention inward, guarding some private geometry. He thought of margins, of notes clipped to maps where surveyors once wrote cautions in tight ink, warnings that later readers had smudged into oblivion. The landscape felt like a margin turned into a page, words rearranging themselves after the book had been bound. He felt the stake of responsibility, sudden and blunt, and did not know which way to drive it. He crouched with the careful reverence of someone handling an animal, palms near the pebble stack as if they might scatter at a touch. The top stone slid under his fingers and a cold coin brushed his skin, brass and smooth, stamped with a small character that bent light like a secret. For a beat he felt nowhere in the press of metal, her laugh tucked into the hollow of the charm, the way a voice might hide in a pocket. Then his grip loosened and the coin bobbed, a bright eye in the moss, and rolled away into the low dark between roots where the undergrowth swallowed it without a sound. "Nor," he said aloud, the name soft and ridiculous against the trees, and the clearing held its breath. He searched in a way that felt like reading someone else's handwriting, going back over each stride as though the ground might forgive a misread. Fingers brushed wet lichen and rough bark, palms smearing small bright crescents where his touch had been, and every spot he returned to was slightly altered as if the place had exhaled and rearranged itself. A pebble that had stood like a sentinel lay on its side, a stump rotated, grain facing in a different direction. The coin was not there, and the absence thinned into a sharper ache than he expected, a hunger that made his movements small and precise, and then clumsy with urgency. He remembered Nor's laugh like a ribbon stretching in his hands, taut and light, the coin its knot. As dusk pooled darker, the memory frayed at the edges, syllables slipping into nothing the way water smooths a word on a stone. He tried to recite what she had said, to retie that ribbon by sound alone, but the sentences came out clipped and wrong. The missing charm was suddenly less an object and more an accusation, asking why he had thought he could sever a line and still expect the sound at the other end to stay. The forest moved in manners that felt intentional, rearranging punctuation and syntax. Shadows elongated between trunks like pen strokes pulled thin. Fireflies began their small, indifferent math, pinpricks drawing temporary constellations over moss and root. The sky condensed into a single flat eye. He dug his palms into the earth until his nails picked up the taste of soil and resin, hunting a shape that had the quiet geometry of belonging. He had not realized how much of Noor was lodged in the coin until its absence left her a cipher, a name waiting at the margin. When he finally sat back on his heels, the world looked older, as if the clearing had been edited while he turned away, and he understood the loss as a smaller mirror of the larger one between himself and the family he had been trying to unbind from. The charm had been both a hinge and a tally, a small brass proof that he had been somewhere in the past, and without it the present felt unmoored. He rubbed his palms together, felt the grit like punctuation under his skin, and listened for any laugh that might not come. The light in the records room was the pale, patient kind that breeds small, fine dust motes. It washed over stacks of cardboard boxes like a slow tide. Maya stood at the metal table with her palms splayed on the cool edge, and watched a pale blue monitor replay satellite tiles, each tile a different season, a different seam of river and tree. When she switched to Dr. Rimble's scanned ledger, the vellum seemed to hold its own light, a thin, stubborn glow that made ink look like a riverbed seen from a plane. The smell of old paper and lemon oil from the archivist's cloth settled into her throat like a half-remembered name. She turned pages with gloved fingers and the motion felt ritual, tiny and exact, a measured attempt to move through time without bruising it. A catalog sheet lay beside the ledger, its typed line rubbed by someone impatient or careful, then crossed out with a traversing hand. Where an initial should have been, there was only a small crescent of faded graphite, as if the person who signed had pulled back at the last moment. Maya tapped the corner of the box lid. The filing label had a faint coffee ring, a date smeared into illegibility, and the printed note, Survey Easements, was underlined then scratched through in a jagged, decisive hand. She cross-referenced the date with the satellite layer, watching the pixels slide under her cursor, until a clearing matched nothing in the ledger, and the ledger answered back with its own silences. A margin where a right-of-way ought to be, a faint shorthand deletion that looked like a breath taken and not returned. Her stomach tightened with the quiet proof of pattern. "Those boxes should be sequential," she said, holding the paper toward the archivist, who folded a gloved hand over the ledger as if to protect it from her words. "There are gaps here. The chain is broken." "I can submit a retrieval request," the archivist said, voice low and mechanical, as if the two of them were calibrating expectation rather than forming a plan. "But some files are marked restricted, and some were never returned." She set the ledger down and pulled up a high-contrast layer, the ink of cadastral lines rendered as brittle bones, and overlaid the municipal PDF with Rimble's drawing. The municipal stamp had been impressed where a signature had once sealed intent, leaving only the ghost of ink, an impression that read like absence made official. The right-of-way was a pale suggestion on some sheets, a deliberate omission on others. Dates on the administrative emails matched the dates someone had annotated the PDFs in blue pen, then later in red, each color a different actor's hesitation. The more she lined things up, the more the gaps began to articulate themselves, like missing bars in a fence that allowed a truck to pass through without anyone having to cut it. Her mouth tasted of metal. She thought of the ridge, of Jonah tramping through a place that would be altered if those erased lines were allowed to stand as erasure in law. The maps were not neutral, they were instructions, permissions. Someone had left blanks where they belonged, had made corridors of uncertainty, so that certainty could be rewritten by whoever arrived with equipment, money, and a permit that no longer needed to be challenged. The city messages that had once been polite bureaucracy now read like a stitch pulled loose, exposing a seam ready to be widened. She reached for her phone and hesitated, thumb hovering over a message to Eli's contact in the park's office, then another to an old colleague who used to do field checks. She thought of recording names in a notebook, of the ritual of writing to make things stick. But the ledger's silence had taught her that ink could be coaxed to vanish. She closed the folder and felt the room compress, an envelope tightening around her as if the paper itself were conspiring to make her work small. "He will clear it if no one can prove otherwise." Jonah crouched with his palms in moss, the needles cold and a little damp through his shirt. Around him the cairns had shifted while he blinked, small stacks of stone rearranged into a loose circle as if someone had come through and read his hesitation like a ledger. The path he had not seen an hour ago slunk away from that ring and into darker trees. It was faint, like a suggestion rather than a trail, and he felt the old, private logic of maps and tools slip from his hands. He thought of Noor and the coin that had vanished, the small brass thing that had anchored a laugh and a memory to a pocket. He wanted to call her name out and hear it answer, wanted to palm the coin and prove the world still held what he had put in it, but the forest answered only with a distant, measured footfall and the soft rearrangement of branches. He wanted to be able to name who he was, in a place that would not be named, wanted to carry a clear line back to the roadhead, as proof that he had not simply wandered off. Instead, he discovered obligations forming in his chest, obligations toward people with rules that asked him to be invisible in order to keep others visible. The lantern light at the camp nearby made the trunks look like sleeping columns, and Cass's laugh had a brittle edge tonight, as if laughter itself might fracture under the wrong word. Jonah's compass lay face up beside his pack, and the needle quivered like a small animal stunned by headlights, refusing to choose. Maya's office was lit by the flat blue of the monitor, the city raining itself out somewhere beyond the blinds, and she had the municipal PDF open again because not opening it felt like accepting a bruise. The addendum was new to her, a single red line shaving away a parcel at the coordinates she had traced in the ledger, simple and surgical enough to make her stomach turn. She zoomed until pixels were the only language left, then magnified the half-pressed stamp, the ink sitting in a smear that looked like someone had exhaled on paper and then rubbed the breath away. Her fingers hovered over the keyboard. She had been taught to prove things calmly, to route evidence through channels and let policy be the referee, but the missing signatures felt like a shove under her ribs, a demand to act before process could dilute responsibility into delay. She remembered a file where the same smudge had been buried beneath corporate filings, the same hesitant hand blurring a right-of-way until it could be claimed as blank space. The memory of that blurred name made something small and fierce move in her throat. If the same touch was on the ridge, then someone had used erasure as a tool, a way to turn land into nothing between inked lines. She could imagine Eli's face as he read her email, his look of thin patience that masked the way trust had to be earned in person. Part of her wanted to call him and say, "Come with me, now," and another part understood that calling did not mean being heard. Someone is looking where those lines bend. "Whoever's out there, say something," Jonah said softly, because the voice made claiming the circle easier than denying it. He listened to his own breath and to the way the forest held it. Chapter 6. The Surveyor's Note. The door smelled faintly of smoke and boiled tea. Gray light moved through thin curtains and made the paper edges soft. Every flat surface was claimed. Field journals lay in haphazard stacks, folded maps threaded from under mugs and a tin ashtray. A kettle screamed once, then fell back into a patient whistle in the kitchen. Agnes signed the ledger with a slow, sure hand and did not look up when I stepped further inside. She moved as if the room were a map she had already walked a dozen times, each book a corner she could feel with her fingertips. Her hair was the same silver as the ledger pages. Her voice was small, the way ink sounds when you set a pen down. She set a cup in front of me. The edges were stained like margins. I had expected stories. I had expected reluctance. Instead, she folded her hands around the cup and waited a beat that felt like a survey line. Then she said quietly that she had once been to Ishpatina. She said she had left a note in her ledger. She read the line to me, "A place that will not be bounded." The sentence sat between us like a drawn border, thin and impossible. I looked at the tea, at the brown ring on the page beneath her palm. The ledger was warm. The pages had the soft texture of a thing handled often and kept close. I thought of the municipal PDFs, the half-pressed stamps, the red line that had made me hold my breath. Agnes watched me with eyes that had catalogued weather and passage. She was not theatrical about the consequences. She simply said that some features refused the ruler, that markers would shift, and that the field notes had grown cautious. She tapped the page as if to reassure me, and then said, with a small private smile, that the ledger had saved her from more than one bureaucratic quarrel. There was a rueful light in her voice that made the room feel older by a decade. Outside, the city hummed in a wet, distant way. Inside, paper seemed to slow time. I turned the page and saw her handwriting. The loops were patient, the corrections careful. The note filled a margin like a shoreline. It made the ethics of mapping suddenly intimate. It made the maps we trust look provisional, like things borrowed until someone else asked for them back. I set the ledger flat and let the light from the kitchen window settle across the page, watching the paper take it like an animal breathing. Agnes had told me the line would be there, that her own hand had laid it down years ago, but the page was more complicated than her voice had made it sound. The handwriting was tight and economical, letters mostly upright, as if each word paid rent. Between the neat entries, someone had crowded the margins with pencil, arrows, and short corrections. A patient work of revision that smelled faintly of dust and boiled tea. The most obvious thing, though, was the wave, traced with a shakier pen, and crossing a surveyed boundary as if it were a body of water refusing to be fenced. "Do not settle," sat near the wave in soft pencil. Then someone had drawn a line through the sentence and written something else in a darker hand that had bled into the fibers, a single word that thinned before I could make it out. My fingers hovered above the blot, then rested on the paper without pressure, as if touch could coax the ink into saying what it meant. The coffee ring at the corner caught the reflection of the window and looked like a map of a small, imperfect island. The ledger felt like a palimpsest of choices, every inked correction and argument carried forward by different hands who had not seen the same thing in the same way. Agnes watched me from the kettle, her movements measured, as if she were tracking wind rather than people. She did not speak right away, then said quietly, "I crossed it out once, then someone else came after." Her voice was not a confession, more a notation. She poured tea without looking at me, and the steam rose and braided with the light over the page, making the paper look softer and more fragile than it already was. I turned the ledger a fraction, following a penciled arrow that led me to a set of coordinates, each number rechecked and underlined in 2 different inks. The letter hand had added a small note in cramped script, a qualification rather than a reversal. the grammar careful as if the writer feared legal consequences or shame. I felt the room contract in that carefulness, the way rules and respect for property could collude to silence other claims. My chest tightened with the thought that someone had decided this place could be rewritten, and that decision had layered itself into a ledger that was supposed to preserve truth. Why alter it at all? I asked, and the question sounded thinner than I felt. Agnes shrugged, a small private movement. Sometimes they wanted land to be clear for sale. Sometimes they wanted it kept wild for other reasons. People can be persuasive with ink. She let the sentence hang between us, which was perhaps the most honest answer of the lot. The copier sat in the corner of Agnes's kitchen, like a small patient animal, its plastic casing warmed by the afternoon light that leaked through the curtains. When Maya pressed the ledger down onto the glass, the machine gave a low, even swallow, and the hum rose to fill the room, steady enough that she could count her breaths against it. The vellum smelled of boiled tea and old glue, a soft tang that rose from the page and clung to the backs of her fingers. Light from the window fell across the ledger in a strip, showing the pencil as a gray bruise and the darker ink as a little river that had sunk into the fibers. She smoothed the corner with the pad of her thumb, careful not to flex the spine, and felt the paper give like a living skin. On the first pass, the copier rendered the wave as a black curve, bolder than the original, while the crossed-out injunction nearly disappeared, a faint ghost of graphite. Maya adjusted contrast, nudged density higher, fed the machine the page again, watching some strokes bloom and some recede, the ledger refusing a single faithful portrait. Marks that had been heavy in the hand of whoever had struck them now came through faint, as if the photocopier were choosing which voices to carry forward. Each sheet that slid from the tray bore a different truth, variations in tone and clarity like witnesses whose memories did not agree. I kept making copies until my fingers cramped. She set the fresh stack beside the tea ring and cataloged them with quick notes on an index card. Time, settings, whether the wave retained its texture, which ink darkened under the lamp. It felt oddly like forensics, but there was also a liturgy to it. The repetitive motion of placing and pressing, the small mechanical exhale, as the machine read and remade the page. Maya thought of coordinates and survey sketches, of field notes that might show the seam between map and lived place, and resolved to build a chain of custody, not just in paper but in narrative, to make the ledger's hesitations legible to people accustomed to straight lines and certainties. We should photograph it too, in case the copier eats something, Agnes said, quietly, as she replaced the kettle on its saucer. Maya nodded and set up the camera, choosing natural light, measuring white balance like a promise. The copies piled up, edges soft with the faint taste of dust, and she slipped them into archival sleeves, each one given a small, patient label. Even as the city beyond the window kept its indifferent noise, the apartment felt like a small chapel for errant ink and dishonest erasures, and she felt a hollow resolve that this would be more than a private rescue, that these twin pages might force someone in the municipal offices to look and to answer for what had been crossed out. He woke to the smell of frying grease and the scrubbed breath of early morning, the canvas above him taut with cold, and the tarp's seams throwing thin blades of light across a map spread on the ground. The map was not paper but cloth, patched and stained, its charcoal lines smudged where palms had rested and stitched annotations looping like roots. Names ran across it the way a shoreline runs across a bay, intimate and uneven. Rowan's Rock, Good Shelter, The Turning, The Hollow That Hears. A brass button glinted where someone had sewn a coin into the corner, worn smooth, a stand-in for a compass that would not point, and Jonah felt the small shock of recognition and loss at the memory of Nora's charm that had slipped from his hand. Eli crouched beside him, the flap of his jacket smelling of smoke and pine tar, and held out a spoonful of stew as if the gesture itself were a rite of admission. "You want to learn it," he said. They taught him in the low, practical way of people who had to explain things to their hands as much as their heads, pointing with a stubbled finger to a crescent of stones, marked simply as the turning, then to a line of dots that meant a reed bed that moved with the seasons. Rowan mimed the way water remembers a bed, how to read the loosened moss where a fox had trod the night before. The map stitches looked less like coordinates, and more like memory sutures, each seam a story kept from being lost. Jonah traced a finger along a faded line and felt the cloth's raised thread like a pulse. Cass laughed softly at his hesitant touch, the sound small and sharp, and asked if he still planned to follow a printed route to the summit alone. "You coming up alone, or are you learning to stay?" she said. He wanted the summit as a shape, a single answer he could hold up and say, "I did this." The thought arrived like a splinter. Eli's face softened, and for a long moment he watched Jonah with the patience of someone who had watched trees grow and fail and survive. "Maps meant power in the offices where lines were signed and sold," he said, But out here we make our own lines by remembering who lit the fire and where the willow gives, by promising to turn back the way we came so that others can come. Jonah thought of the rotated stake and the cairn feather, of the way the forest kept correcting his sleep, and felt the tug between the tidy geometry of the printout at the top of his pack and this threadbare atlas that kept entire lives from being erased. He ate the stew and let the heat of it anchor him, and somewhere above the tarp the ridge seemed both closer and less like something to conquer, more like a conversation he might have to keep. Maya spread the photocopy on the cafe table as if it were a body to be inspected, the paper curling at the edges where the copier had warmed it. The wave bisecting the boundary looked less like a mistake and more like handwriting that had decided to become a border, a soft, repeated motion cutting through the straight rules of ink. She traced the loop with a fingertip and felt the smear of years, the ledger's paper grain like skin, the copied dark singing where ink had been pressed with intention. Outside, the city moved in a different register, a tide of buses and boots, and a river of cigarette smoke, but the ledger made everything around her quiet, as if the photocopy had a gravity that pulled the room inward. "They drew it back, on purpose," she said, the words almost private. Agnes did not look up immediately, her hands folded around the chipped mug as though to keep the heat from sliding away. "People mark what they want to keep, and they erase what they can get away with," she murmured. Jonah listened while Eli folded another strip of canvas into a new marker, his hands steady with a kind of practiced economy. The stitched map lay between them, like a shared lung, its seams rising where stitches had been pulled tight, and falling where someone had let the thread slacken for a year or two, making room for moss. Rowan pointed out a charcoal symbol by the reed bed, the same looping wave Maya had seen on the ledger photocopy, and Jonah felt the map inside his chest shift, geography becoming choice rather than fact. He imagined the developer's maps in his pack, clean and hungry, blue lines that would translate the camp into numbered lots, and the thought made his palms go damp. "Will you fight it with us?" Eli asked simply, as if the question were the next log to be passed. Jonah had no practiced rhetoric, only a sudden recognition that his hunger for solitude could not be disentangled from the people whose quiet he had come to share. Machines began to rumble far off, a slow mechanical voice that first sounded like distant thunder, and then like someone counting money in a language he almost knew. The vibration a low animal under the soil. The sound cut across the city and the boreal both, a single broom sweeping through two different rooms. Maya folded the photocopy back into her notebook with a motion that felt ceremonial, the paper making a small papery sound like a leaf closing. The ledger had moved her from curiosity to obligation in the same way a map moves from abstraction to law, the wave revealing that what seemed accidental was a history of choices made by hands someone had expected to forget. Jonah, sitting beneath the tarp while the rumble threaded through the trees, thought of Nora's charm gone to the moss, and of the campers' rules about names and marks, and for the first time his solitude tasted like an answer, not only to his questions but to someone else's need. Outside and in, the same engines promised to measure everything with teeth, and both of them, in separated rooms of wood and glass, felt the ledger's note expand into a task that would not be kept to paper. Chapter 7. Tree-line Politics. The projector hummed like a distant insect. It threw tidy trees and neat porches onto the wall. Families smiled from glossy pamphlets. The phrase community glades repeated, until it felt like a promise and a product. I stood by the coffee urn. The coffee was bitter and hot. I ran my thumb along the sheen of a laminated brochure and felt the curl where the lamination had been heat-sealed. The pictures wanted me to imagine property lines as kindness, fences as friendliness. I wanted coordinates and chain of custody, signatures and dates. I wanted to know who had the right to redraw a ridge. At the long table, men, in pressed shirts, nodded and passed out maps that softened where the real land was ragged. The aerial renders looked like a child's drawing colored inside the lines. Someone from planning spoke, and the words had the calm of a script. He said development, opportunity, stewardship. No one said erasure. I moved closer when he showed a slide of boundary lines. The lines began to glow against the forest like cuts made to heal. I let my eyes follow the numbers until one hiccuped. A coordinate smudged and then corrected in italic. It was small. It was deliberate. My pulse rose in the silence no one else noticed. Behind me, an older woman folded a pamphlet into her purse and mouthed approval. A young man with a neon lanyard smiled as if the pictures were already his. I folded my paper map into a fit the way I had been taught to fold evidence. This room wanted me to believe the map was finished. I did not. The projector's light skinned the room in pale rectangles, then blinked and came alive with glossy cottages, lawns like cut cloth, A lake so glass-smooth it might have been a painting. The air smelled of coffee again, pumped and stale, and of the faint chemical tang from the laminates on the glossy pamphlets. People shifted in folding chairs, the scrape and rustle of bodies against plastic, while Lyle's voice filled the space with a practiced warmth, like someone handing out an old familiar script. His words had the soft mechanics of reassurance, phase development, environmental stewardship, community benefits, each phrase polished until it slid harmlessly off the room like oil. Maya watched the slides the way she watched a map, tracing the edges of things with her eyes to see where the data had been smoothed. The cleared lots on screen wore the light as if happiness could be measured in square meters. Trees reduced to a decorative fringe around a sunlit courtyard. Shadows in the render did not fall the way real shadows did. They lay exactly where a camera would want them to, and the terraces broke the slope into terraces you could sell. In the margins of her notebook she began to write names: consulting firm, mapping contractor, then rubbed them out and wrote them again, because the way the names were spoken felt like a promise of authorship. She might need to subpoena. Who did your field surveys, and can I see the chain of custody on the data? Maya asked quietly, the question folded tight in syllables meant to unhook the polished surface. Lyle smiled like someone who had been asked this before and never been stopped by it. We retain independent consultants, he said, voice smooth, and we will provide information as part of the stakeholder review. It's all about phased engagement and ensuring community needs are met. His spokesperson's next slide made the question look urgent, because there were footprints missing from the picture. The render showed houses splayed over a clearing that did not match the county's aerial tiles, and a ribbon of road that bisected a mapped wetland with the easy arbitrariness of a drawn line. The image's pixels refused to contain the tangled, mossy texture of the real forest floor, where roots bump and small creeks reroot after heavy spring thaw. Maya could feel the lie of it under her fingernail, the tactile memory of the ridge, and the discrepancy tightened in her chest like a cold coin. A woman with a name badge that read Neighborhood Watch hovered beside Maya. Then another voice, softer. We saw logging trucks last week, and a municipal councilor stepped forward, sleeves rolled, the suit fabric catching the projector light like dull metal. They orbit her with small urgent gestures, folded flyers, the neighborhood's suspicion like a second skin. Maya wrote more names: consulting company, subcontractor, survey firm, each scrawl a tiny legal incision, and passed the page beneath the counselor's hand so he could confirm a name he had heard in rumor. She felt responsibility land on her like weather. Jonah knelt in the fringe where the trees loosened and the musk of wet earth rose like breath. Rowan passed him a length of cordage that smelled faintly of tar and pine, the fibers rough against his palm, and he felt strangely ashamed at how carefully he inspected it, as if the rope might teach him faster than Rowan could. The trapline ribboned through moss and low scrub, wire snares set where deer tracks funneled between wind-blown pines, and each placement felt less like a coordinate on a map, and more like a sentence in a slow conversation with the land. He watched Rowan's hands, the patient economy in the way she measured knot tension, and slid a loop into place, and tried, clumsy at first, to make his fingers speak the same language. Rowan leaned back on her heels and pointed at a patch of moss, the green darker on the north side of a fallen log. Beads of last night's rain caught like tiny glass. If it's dark, it's holding, she said, and her voice had the flat truth of weather reports. Jonah traced the moss with a fingertip and felt the cool damp, realized he had been taught to read lines drawn by others while the forest spoke in texture and weight. Checking a snare position against an old run, he learned to feel the pull of the trail underfoot, the way deer widened a path by habit, not permission, how roots and rut told him where they preferred to step. They worked in silence for long stretches. Rowan showed him how to wrap the cord so friction would take the shock, how to hide the glint of metal beneath lichen, how to bury a small bundle of hair and fur where scavengers could not find it. His hands bruised under the rope, and when he flexed them later, the muscles around his knuckles burned with a steady ache. The ache was honest in a way. The tight lines on his printout had never been. It proved he had been present, and the land had accepted the proof. Sometimes Rowan hummed a low, unformed sound while she worked, a rhythm Jonah matched by tightening a loop just so, listening for the twang that meant the knot would hold. The work was slow, tactile, and required a kind of listening that made his chest loose and quiet. He began to notice small things he had not before, like the way beetle tracks cut little lace patterns on dead bark, or how the air felt thinner where a ridge leaned away. These were not marks of ownership but of history and weather. He could feel a new allegiance forming in his palms and in the cadence of his breath. Good, Rowan said, and it was a one-word assessment that settled like a weather report into his bones. The town hall smelled of reheated coffee and paper, the kind of heat that flattens speech into slogans. Lyle smiled like a man coaxing a plant into bloom. His hands unfolded over glossy renders that showed rows of sunlit cottages where trees would be. Maya kept her questions tight and technical, coordinates and chain of custody and the dates on the stamped permits. Watching the way his eyes flicked away from any number that suggested a cut line or missing signature. Around them the room hummed with small talk and the rustle of pamphlets. The public assembly of neighbors and salespeople folded into polite performance. When he offered stewardship language, she felt the phrase as a blank space on a map, waiting for ink that might never come. "We have all required approvals," he said, palms up, voice smooth and damp. A young planner, sleeves rolled and coffee at her elbow, lingered by the refreshment table as if it were a cartographer's island, maps and schedules stacked like sediment. She had overheard Maya's questions and slid a business card across the table without ceremony, an index finger nudging the name. "There was a file in the municipal records," she said in low tones, marked with a different ink, a boundary that had been redrawn in response to a surveyor's note someone later crossed out. She did not speak the name of the developer. She only folded her hands around the card, as if folding over a map to keep a secret. Maya felt the room tilt toward usefulness, like a tide moving the sand under a shoreline drawing. A small network assembled itself with the ease of a weather system forming at a ridgeline, each person adding a pressure that might push wind into motion. The environmental lawyer had a practiced impatience with euphemism and wanted the ledger pages that showed the crossed marks. The local journalist smelled narrative and urgency and offered a recorder and an appetite for fact. The neighbor remembered a surveyor's post where a stone was set and then disappeared, his voice carrying the slow certainty of someone who had watched saplings grow into trees in defiance of deeds. They each filled a gap in Maya's map, named the blank spaces with tools that were not Lyle's glossy renderings. At the camp, Jonah worked with a knife and thread, the rhythm of his hands making the knot a small, stubborn promise. Eli stood back in the thin light by a leaning jack pine, the leather notebook folded under one arm, watching the way Jonah's fingers found patterns in cord and bark. The tree line had become a kind of legislature for them, clauses written in the space where forest stopped and cleared land began, and Jonah felt the law of it in the quiet lines, might be drawn on paper. But here the ground argued back. He thought of Noor's coin slipping from his palm and vanishing into moss, and how some losses remade a person rather than emptied them. "If you stay," Eli said, his voice even, "what will you be willing to give up?" Jonah met Eli's gaze and said, "My map was empty anyway. I can learn to read what the land asks." Eli's approval was a slow sort of weather, not a blessing dropped like rain, but a pressure that rearranged what grew in the soil. And Jonah felt it settle alongside the aches in his hands. The knot he finished was not only a tool, but a bind between people and place, small and durable, holding a choice until it could be tested by wind and winter, by the coming machines that smelled of cut pine and intent. He stood and tightened the loop, feeling it thrum with the possibility that belonging would demand more than the summit he had once imagined, that it might require him to keep lines unrecorded, to hold a map by memory and silence. The scanned render on my laptop looks like a child's idea of a shoreline, all smooth curves and sunlit lots, but the paper survey I borrowed from the municipal clerk keeps breathing against that neatness. I hold the old page up to the screen, and a seam of white shows where a hollow has been left out of the newer plan. A shallow bowl of shadow where the render draws nothing. The pines are marked on the vellum by a little cluster of crossed lines, inked in with a kind of care that reads like reverence, and on the screen they vanish into a green wash, as if someone washed away the rough places so everything could be parceled evenly. I move the cursor along the coordinates, and it hops, as if refusing a stitch that would join two different fabrics, and for a long moment I feel like an archaeologist lifting plastic from bone. The ridge looked balanced until they arrived too close, a tidy clearing cut into the shoulder of the tree line where the earth had been peeled back and scraped, raw and lighter than the surrounding soil. Rowan stood a pace behind Jonah and watched the tracks with her arms folded, the way she often watched things she did not intend to touch. The tires had pressed an argument into the mud, a punctuation mark of intent that ignored cairns, ignored the rules they had learned to obey. Diesel hung in the air, a smell like weathered toolboxes and hurry, and Jonah tasted metal at the back of his throat. He crouched and ran a finger through a trail, the mud breaking clean where the first deep tread had turned, and noticed how the forest had held its breath. "You see this?" I said, soft because it felt wrong to fill the apartment with panic. "They redrew around it, Noah. They just cut the hollow out of the plan." Jonah's reply was a single curse under his breath, quick and private. "Someone's testing the edges." I pull the vellum closer and trace the old pines with the pad of my thumb, the paper giving slightly under the pressure like a pulse. The ledger page from Agnes sits on the table, the photocopy darker in places where the copier ate ink and lighter where someone once tried to scrub out a name. There is a half-pressed municipal stamp overlapping a hand-corrected line, and it looks like a bruise on the map. My email thread with the planner sits open, but the words on screen are formal and round, a language meant to soothe or stall. I think of the ledger as a prayer someone wrote in haste, and of the render as a sermon practiced in public. "We have until dawn to know how far they went," Eli said, his voice low and even, counting the night like a ledger of its own. We do not confront machines with hands empty of plan. I press the cursor against a coordinate that refuses to reconcile, and the screen blinks as if it too wants to look away. Outside the window, a city siren slices the night like a line through paper, its high note distant enough to sound almost polite. I make a copy of the survey, then another, then a photograph of the ledger, patient and almost ceremonial, as if multiplication could make truth legible. The apartment smells of old coffee and ink, and the cold metal of the laptop, and I fold the stitched copies into my bag like sending leaves into winter. Jonah closed his hand until the sap left a crescent on his thumb, a stain that looked for a second like a map mark, like ink pressed from something alive. Chapter 8. Signal Loss. The menu loops like a small animal. Press 1 for permits. Press 2 for property records. Your call is important. The city outside the window moves in straight, indifferent lines. I hold the phone like it is fragile, like it might break if I squeeze too hard. The music is a thin piano, patient and slightly off-key. My inbox has been patient too. Days of unread messages, days of polite delays. The registrar finally picks up, human for 30 seconds, a voice with the tiredness of a building. "There is a number 40 miles north," rattled off like a concession. "Write it down," she says, before the menu swallows her again. I tap the digits into my phone and watch the cursor blink in the empty space where an answer should be. The hold music returns. I listen to layers of the city instead, the subway rumble below, a siren that does not approach, the clack of a cyclist on wet metal, paper rustles at the desk. Agnes's ledger sits beside the keyboard, its corners softened as if by other people's hands. I keep thinking of the half-pressed municipal stamp, the way ink can be lifted and moved. The number I was given feels like a hinge. It might open something. It might close the room around me. Jonah climbs in a different kind of patience. He goes up in small steps, palms on roots, boots on soft peat. The trees thin as if they are being counted out. Twilight has a blunt edge. He can see the valley like a map left open. Only the map is wrong. There are lights, yellow-white bands that do not belong. They cut through the pines, lining a place where ink shows only green. His chest tightens. The engine sound comes in waves, like a sea of small machines. The taste in his mouth turns metallic. He thinks of Noor's charm for a second. A coin gone shy in the undergrowth. Everything shrinks to the noise. He squints until a light becomes a machine becomes a trail of intent. Tracks press the ground in a rhythm he knows from the roadheads, from the edges where permission meets timber. The sight settles on him like nausea. The campers are not more than a thought away, but his feet are on the ridge, and the ridge will not be ignored. Jonah feels the machine's approach as an ethical weight, as if the land is being rewritten in a language he cannot read. He wants to run down and warn them, or pull out a map and prove the lines. Neither helps. The lights keep moving, yellow across the trees, and his compass is back in the pack where it will not betray him tonight. Jonah came back with his lungs full of cold and diesel, breath making white clocks in the firelight. He did not sit, only dropped his pack, set the cracked compass on a flat stone, and said the word machines as if it could steady itself in the clearing. A low rumble answered, a long, boring vibration that moved through the tripod and made the coffee tin tremble against its chain. Pine resin smoked in the air, and the smell mixed with something metallic, sharp and new, the scent of machinery warmed by cold air. Around him faces leaned in, and the firelight painted them, the color of embers and worry. Cass cursed, short and explosive, and folded her hands like she might clap them together and start the engines herself. Rowan put a mittened palm on Cass's forearm, firm and steady, and when she spoke it was small and practical. Count the numbers, who can go where, how long till dawn. Eli listened with his jaw set, the leather of his knuckles chalky from rope, and he rubbed his chin as if feeling for an old map inside his skin. They traded facts in low tones, the kind that measure danger into steps, lights on the ridge, tracks that cut the ground thin, the sound that changes the rhythm of your heart. Jonah could feel the camp's rules, as if they were physical things, ropes and pegs that held the tent of their life against wind. The stakes were stated plainly. The logistics of vulnerability, no permits, no lawyers, only a small band of people who could vanish if the law came with boots. Cass's idea of setting fires at the machines came like a flare, bright and brief, and there was appetite in it. But Rowan pointed to guns, pointed to the way a contractor's truck carries more than tools. Eli said that maps have teeth. People forget that. Someone with paper can show a line and make a place disappear from law. We can slow them, slow the trail, Cass said, voice thin with a hunger to act, to make the lights look foolish and lost. We can get hurt, Rowan said, and the caution in her voice came with the rustle of her coat as she shifted closer to Eli. The conversation bent around immediate things, spanners and chains, the quiet where an engine's light would catch a face. Jonah wanted to say that the ridge was not theirs to lose, that Noah's coin and the cairns and the stake that spun overnight were reasons enough to fight, but his throat held a different map, one of indebtedness and fear. He thought of the campers who came for refuge from judgments that only know names on paper, and of Noah's coin that had sunk into the moss and refused to be found. The machines were not only cutting trees, they were cutting the thin thread between a place's name and the people who kept it unnamed. He felt small and raw in the clearing, as if the wood itself had drawn a line and said choose. The regional office sat in a low brick box that smelled of cleaner and heat-pressed paper, the kind of institutional smell that settles into your clothes and does not leave. Maya hovered near the intake counter where a woman with a sharp bun and a badge the size of a small moon sorted envelopes with mechanical fingers. Fluorescent tubes hummed overhead in a tone too high to name, and a wall clock with missing numerals tracked a time that felt porous, as if minutes might leak out between the second hand and the next. On the counter, a laminated sign advised public rights and hours in a polite font. The ink smudged where hundreds of people had leaned to read it. Maya held the photocopy of the ledger against her ribs like a small talisman, the paper warm from her hand. The clerk's voice was precise and cool, diligent as a surgeon. "Files are in transit," he said, eyes sliding over her before returning to a spreadsheet. "And we cannot locate those field notes. The system shows misfiled entries. Have you tried the municipal registry?" When she named coordinates verbatim, his fingers stopped. He tapped keys and placed the cursor where she could see it, then leaned back and folded his arms into a posture that read like a punctuation mark. "I will transfer you to planning," he said, and his smile was a shape that shifted into bureaucracy as a curtain, closing the view. Her phone, on the counter between her and the clerk, crawled toward red in a bright, anxious wedge. Hold music filled the space the clerk left, a plucked accordion loop that repeated like a tongue washing itself around an inconvenient word. Each transfer rerouted her to a new voice and a new set of excuses, and every new desk smelled slightly different. The same stale office air refracted. Toner, boiled coffee, a faint trace of someone's floral perfume. At one desk, a woman explained that contractors follow protocols by law, and paperwork reflects that compliance. At another, a man read aloud a checklist, as if the list were a shield. The ledger's ink rested heavy in her bag, its wave of crossed lines a quiet accusation against the smooth bureaucratic narrative. They all recited. She pressed for specifics, for the redrawn boundary and the meaning of the stamped note that clipped a parcel from the map. The planner's patience thinned, the explanations grew smaller. A shrunk defense. "There is no redrawing on record," he said, "and we have permits." And the voice on the other end went blank where certainty should have been. Maya felt the anger gather, not as an eruption but as a dense weight at the base of her throat, an animal that had learned to sit very still. Someone was protecting the erasure. The phone glowed red at 10% as another voice promised to escalate and then placed her on hold again. In the seconds between the music and the operator's return, Maya looked at the ledger page on her desk, the copied wave that cut a surveyed line, and thought of Agnes, of ink that faded and then reappeared under someone's hand. She imagined paper sliding like a film over a landscape and then being lifted to reveal nothing where a wood had stood. The room around her was suddenly small, her breath loud, the air conditioner rattling like an indifferent metronome. Jonah sat with his knees up to his chest, the map on his lap catching the firelight and throwing his margin notes into small jittering shadows. Eli traced a line through the photocopied ledger with the butt of his spoon, measuring nothing so much as time, as if he could mark hours the same way he marked trails. The tools lay between them like a small vocabulary, a handful of knives, a coil of old rope, 2 rusted wedges, and a flare whose casing hissed when Cass flipped the cap. Beyond the circle, the trees breathed in slow, regular swells, and every distant break in foliage sounded suddenly like a sentence waiting to be finished. Cass's plan was tidy and spoken like a dare, fast and blunt: foul the fuel lines, scatter the flares, fix the lights so they stutter and die. Make the ridge look haunted enough that crews will not set foot there by choice. Rowan listened, hands folded, watching a sap-slick thumb rub a cut in the rope, and then said, in a voice that tried to be reason rather than spark, "We call in the city. We call environmental groups. We make this public, and let them be the problem." Eli rubbed his temple, slow and deliberate, the leather of his face folding with each small move, and said, "Neither option is clean. Both could get people hurt or arrested." Jonah felt the simple arithmetic of his plan dissolve into fractions he did not know how to calculate, the urge to protect the camp competing with a new, stranger sense of duty to law and to names on paper. He thought of Nor's coin, heavy in his palm and then gone into the root dark, and a private honesty rose as if someone had started a small fire under his chest. "If we scare them off, what then?" he asked, his voice coming out thin. "And if we call it in, will the paperwork mean the trees are gone by morning?" Cass laughed, a short, bitter sound, and said, "People who draw lines on paper do not wait for permission to erase what they drew." Rowan's reply was softer and longer. "We need witnesses and lawyers and time, and we do not have time," which made the syllables taste like metal. Eli's face was a map of old decisions, every crease a border he had crossed before, and he said simply, "We protect the people who sleep here first, then we decide the rest." The flare at Cass's elbow skittered in its cup of light, and Jonah imagined it in his hand, a small bright thing that could be used and would then be gone. Trees whispering, machines breathing somewhere uphill, Jonah felt the two worlds press against his ribs, the city with its impossible paper and the woods with its rules made by touch. He wanted to be brave and honest in equal measure, which felt like asking two different people to occupy his skin at once. The map on his lap folded unevenly, a soft, useless boat, and he could not tell whether the route he had drawn for himself led back to the road or deeper into responsibility. He looked up and said, "We make an agreement now, quiet, eyes on each face, and if anything happens, we stick to what we decide." The regional line breathed paper and elevators, and the smell of someone else answering phones at a desk far from her city. A human voice that said, "Sorry, one moment," and then she felt the call go thin. Maya held the phone to her ear with a sudden patience that felt like a borrowed thing, thinking through the list of questions she would deliver the moment. The line did not drop, picturing coordinates and ledger pages and the exact way a hand could press ink into a stamp. Outside the window, the afternoon made straight lines of light across the alley, and the photocopy of Rimble's wave lay on her lap like a small, stubborn geography. She tapped the screen with the back of her nail, as if she might wake the registrar by touch, and the connection folded into automated music that circled like a bird caught in a skylight. "Hello," the voice had been clipped and polite, the sort of voice that answers too many questions. Up on the ridge, the lights moved like hungry constellations, sweeping downhill faster than any logging crew Jonah had read about in old Tanner logs. He framed them in the binoculars and felt each beam outline a new map in the air, the beams carving corridors where none should be, as if someone were erasing the contour with light. The night smelled of cut pine and oil, and the trees threw long, clean shadows that made the maplitic scars look recent and official. Jonah thought of the coin Nor had worn, thought of how small artifacts could anchor a person to place, and he felt something similar slipping from the camp as the machines found a rhythm. A chainsaw opened like a gunshot through trunks. Radios that had been a steady, low hum, the camp's thin lifeline, hiccuped and sighed into static, batteries bleeding into silence, as if the air itself had become a conductor for absence. Cass cursed into the dark, a short, bitter sound, and Eli's hand found Jonah's shoulder and squeezed without words, the pressure a compass. Rowan moved toward the tarped edge with a flare clenched between fingers, the orange light a tiny human map against the encroaching geometry of headlights. The flare felt like a defiant annotation. "We call them in now," said Rowan. "We wait," said Eli. Maya listened to hold music that looped and looped, and she watched the cursor on her screen blink in a patient, mocking rhythm. The municipal PDF opened to the parcel outline that someone had redrawn in fresh red ink. She imagined the registrar's clipped apology being replaced by deeds and signatures, by a sealed paper that could translate a chainsaw into law. The ledger on her desk, the one Agnes had let her photocopy, suddenly seemed like a relic and a weapon at once. The wave Rimble drew a quiet refusal printed across the legal field. She understood, with the same small certainty that Jonah felt in his ribs, that maps could be rerouted by lights and saws, and that now the only boundaries that would last were the ones they could hold with their bodies. Chapter 9, Compass Memory. Jonah woke before the light had any weight. The sky was glass clear, the ridgeline a single drawn edge against it, as if someone had sharpened the world with a pencil. He sat up, fingers finding the cracked compass in his shirt pocket. He had traced the route the night before until it felt like a private map in his head, a sentence he could read without looking. North to the ridge, east along the creek, a diagonal scramble to the clearing. He mouthed the directions like a prayer and shouldered his pack. The trees were still. The trail that had curved east overnight opened into a low hollow that led west, green and soft with moss. Jonah stopped. The hollow smelled of wet rock and something older than footsteps. Where the creek should have been, a thin murmur ran in the other direction. He knelt and pressed his palms to the earth as if it might explain itself. The thought that the land might be wrong felt ridiculous, and then terrible. He had come to measure himself against the map. The map would not yield. He checked the compass because it was what he knew to do, to discipline the landscape with a needle and glass. The needle wavered like an animal listening. It swung slow, hesitated, then settled on a bearing that did not match his remembered route. North folded into itself in a way he could not name. Jonah felt the small certainties in his pack loosen. His breath tightened. He turned the compass in the same light bearing, watching the needle as if it might confess a reason. It only held a direction that made no sense. By mid-morning, the forest felt like someone else had been here first and left a note he could not read. Jonah followed landmarks he did not recognize. A broken birch that had been a signpost yesterday was a stranger today. A cairn he had passed twice before seemed to be rearranged. The neat narrative he had carried to the ridge began to fray at the edges, threads loosening into questions. He kept walking because movement felt safer than stillness, and because admission of being lost would be an ending he had not planned for. He walked around the birch like someone testing the edge of a thought, expecting the trees to mark him out and push him back. Instead, he stepped into a warm bowl of voices and smoke, a kettle on a low tripod singing thinly. Cass lifted a battered mug as if she had been waiting for him, and Rowan nodded with the casual precision of someone who measures things by breath and moss. The shelter smelled of pine pitch and frying meat, and the lamplight pooled on canvas the way a map sometimes held a single bright lake, everything else muted at the margins. "Sit," Eli said, his hand already moving toward the tea. The tea was bitter in the way old things are bitter, an edge that takes the tongue's complacency apart. Jonah wrapped both hands around the mug and let the heat steady him while he watched their faces. The way lines in someone's palm look like a promised route. Eli's skin had the furrowed paper look of someone who had spent seasons outdoors, and when he opened his mouth to speak, the camp leaned like a little compass toward him. The lamplight found the notebook first, a thing held with patient ritual, leather split at the spine and a smell of binding glue that rose when he set it on his knee. Eli flipped to a page by habit, like reading a weathered hymn. He told the story in the plain, practiced cadence of someone who has said it to the same people enough times for the details to become part of the telling. He had tried once, he said, to pin the land with ink and tape, to make a boundary that would stand like a fence, but the letters bled as if the page were wet even when it was dry. He described feeling the pen vibrate beneath his hand, the loops of his familiar handwriting smudging until they were only waves, as if the paper had remembered a different shore, and would not take his shore upon it. Jonah watched the small gestures that accompanied the confession, the way Eli's thumb smoothed a smear, as if erasing guilt rather than mistake. "It would not be fixed," Eli said. Jonah felt something unloosen inside him. A panic folded into curiosity. The campsite had its own cartography, he realized, written in the sound of the creek at particular moons, in the leaning of birch trunks, in the way winter wind trimmed certain branches and no others. They kept place like an oral map, a story told and retold until the route lived in mouths and shoulders and the set of someone's eyes. For the first time, the cracked compass in his pocket felt like one voice among many, reliable in its own way but not the only instrument in the world. He understood, in a sudden quiet, that belonging here might mean learning to read the land the way they did, not to force it into a single line. The archive smelled of damp paper and something older like the inside of a tin box left in a garden shed. Rain streaked the single window in thin maps of its own, running vertical as if trying to redraw the city beyond. I set the box on the table and felt the weight of the folded sheets, the creases clicking softly when I pulled the first one free. Light from the window was cool and thin. It made the ink on the paper look like a fossil, lines that had once been alive pressed into silence. At first glance, they were ordinary cadastral sheets, gridded and numbered in a careful hand. But my fingers found places where someone had worked too long, rubbing away ink until the paper had the ghost of a line. Lot numbers had been penciled out and overwritten in hurried ink, stamps sanded until only a ring of residue remained, as if someone had tried to erase the authority that had once named those places. The margins were the worst, where notes should live. Margins that used to carry field times and boots-on-ground signatures were either empty or filled with the peculiar kind of careful nothing that looks like redaction. I expected clerical error, an honest mess of decades, but the corrections read like a second hand trying to tell a different story. A black legal stamp, half-faded, seemed to wink at me in the drizzle light, its letters smearing like a moth-worn sign. I traced where the surveyor's compass point was drawn, and the tiny cross that marks a control station lay under a faint loop of new ink, shifted as if to make room for another claim. My work had taught me to treat paper as witness, not artifact, and these sheets were speaking in a low, deliberate voice. Someone had reconstituted the land on paper, not to tidy it, but to change how it could be used, to offer new paths for plow and road. Who would do that? I asked the empty room, partly rhetorical and partly hoping for a human answer. The archivist listened from his desk with a patience born of routine. People with permits to gain, he said, the sentence falling like a tool on a workbench. I laughed once, a small short laugh that felt soundless in the rain. The laugh did not release me. The absence of metadata was the cruelest thing, the missing ledger entries that should have anchored each amendment to a name and a date. Without those threads, the maps were untethered cloth, able to be rewoven into whatever pattern someone wanted. My finger hovered over a rubbed stamp, as if it were a quiet animal. Whoever had done this had not only removed lines, they had made room for new claims to arrive unseen. Jonah learned to lie with the compass beside him like a small sleeping animal. He would wake and turn his palm over to feel the cheap tape and the cold metal, as if the object might whisper where he had been and where he still could go. The needle no longer offered answers so much as conversation, jerking and stalling in ways he had once thought impossible for a simple magnet, and he stopped waiting for it to be infallible. Instead, he catalogued other marks, the way a stand of birch tilted like a chorus toward a particular light, the angle of moss on a fallen log that favored the faint warmth of the day, the peculiar sourness of loon scent that rose near certain hollows. These things layered into a language that outlived a brittle printed line, and he began to carry them in the same pocket where he used to keep maps. Eli showed him how to fold a place into memory, not by stamping it with a name but by binding it with small rituals. At dawn, Eli hummed a low song while they checked the waterhole, a tune that had no words but that fit the hollow like a key, its rhythm remembering curves of shoreline and the rough stones underfoot. The campers used phrases that were less precise and therefore more true, a way to say a slope so it would survive spring melt and the slow cheating of roots, and Jonah repeated them until his mouth smoothed the syllables into his own speech. He stitched a tarp where a landmark had been and vanished, the stitches themselves a record, thread counting out the place the cairn had refused to keep. Why sing? Jonah asked once, trying to hold his impatience like an explanation. Because songs don't need coordinates, Eli said. Jonah felt something like shame when he admitted how relieved he was to let the compass be fallible. Shame that he had trusted paper and ink more than his own senses, and relief that the camp did not require mastery, only presence. Each small task unmade a private boast he had been carrying since childhood, the belief that knowing a place meant owning it. He learned instead that to belong was to be answerable, to learn the ledger of a living place, and then keep it secret when secrecy preserved the living. There was a moment on a late afternoon when a notch of sun opened between pines like a ledger line, a sudden bright scar that lasted only until the light slid. Jonah followed it on instinct and found a shallow depression edged with lichen, a place the map had no name for, and the ledger could not hold. He bent and traced the stone with his finger, thinking of Noor and the coin he had lost, and felt the landscape reply by simply being itself, indifferent to his claim. The compass lay on the ground beside him, its needle turning as if to watch. Maya let the lid of the box fall back like a small surrender and breathed in the room. The paper smell rose sharp and dry, the brittle blueprints folding into the hollows of her lungs, and for a moment she could imagine the archive as a long sleeping animal that woke only for light. Her fingers were careful because the wear on the edges meant something, because other people had folded the same corners and argued with the same lines. She flattened a sheet and smoothed her palm along the grain until the paper stopped shaking under her. The city hummed faintly through the windows, thermostats and distant traffic lending a domestic hush to the more legal noises, the creak of a cart, the rustle of vellum. Beneath a folded plan, tucked where a hand might have hidden a mistake, she found the penciled note. Her throat tightened at the sight of the initial and the date, the same curling M she had seen in municipal emails that dissolved into polite evasions. The words were spare, arranged like instructions: reconcile parcels, handle internally. She could see how careful someone had been, how a pen could make an agreement take the weight of a map. Over part of the boundary, a faint stamp bled through, a smudge of ink that seemed to claim the line back into a ledger that would not see daylight. Maya photographed the page with her phone, the light catching the faded graphite and making the smudge dark and wet for an instant on the screen. She worked fast, tracing the handwriting with the tip of a pencil on a scrap so she could feel the matching motions later, matching the curl of the M to the municipal correspondences stored on her drive. Her hands had the tremor of someone who had been denied answers too many times, and the tremor translated into a rhythm of proof. She murmured a single name, not a question. "Lyle?" she said, low enough that the archivist at the table behind her would not hear. The word felt like a small accusation, soft and necessary, pressed into the thin air between stacks. In the cold before dawn, Jonah sat bolt upright in the tarp shelter because the forest had shifted while he slept. The compass lay at his knee, its face dull with condensation, and the needle pointed with a stubbornness that belonged to another map. He cupped it in both hands like something alive and watched the metal vibrate, then slow, then fix on a bearing that made him taste metal. He had stopped expecting instruments to behave, but each false certainty pulled at an old ache, the ache of stepping toward a place that would not be owned by lines. At his feet, where he had scuffed the ground when he settled, was a scrap of paper cupped by damp needles. The edges were singed, the ink melted into blurred scars as if water and heat had argued over what to leave legible. He picked it up and felt the fibers give under his thumb, the way a stanza of something destroyed still held the shape of a sentence. The smear across the fold matched the smudge Maya had photographed, actually matched, as if one had been pressed into the other and then split. He laughed once, bitter and small, because coincidence had a way of feeling like design at moments like this. They were both holding halves of the same erasure. The thought arrived without warning, and sat heavy in Jonah's mouth and cold in Maya's chest. Chapter 10. The Clearing of Noise. The fluorescent lights buzz low and steady. Maya sets the laptop on the folding table, snaps the projector into life, and watches a pale map spill across the mottled wall. The images cycle, high-contrast satellite tiles, a crop of faded ink, a hand-scrawled ledger page. She fans the photocopies of Agnes's ledger like a small offering and lays them where anyone can take one. Folding chairs scrape, a handful of locals settle in with the careful impatience of people who have come to hear bad news or none at all. Two municipal volunteers sit together and trade skeptical looks, their arms folded over pamphlets about zoning bylaw updates. The reporters stand near the door, small recorders ready, pens moving in incredulous shorthand. Rain comes steady against the windows. The city is muted beyond the hall, like a soundproofed argument. Inside, the coffee urn hisses and someone begins to pass paper cups. The smell of burnt grounds is sharp and domestic, and for a moment it sits between Maya and the maps like a human claim. She speaks in the measured way she uses with datasets. She points to a time series of satellite images, and then to a slow-motion fade where trees become a clearing in one frame and are gone in the next. She shows them the ledger, the ink that waves through a boundary line, the penciled note that reads, "Do not map this way." Her voice is steady, her hands are steady. The room listens, the way a forest listens to distant thunder. Questions come raw and quick. Who owns it now? Who signed for those parcels? Has anyone seen people living there? Maya answers with coordinates and dates and the small stubborn verbs of proof. She feels the ledger under her palm like a pulse. When she names Lyle Grant, the air tightens. The coffee tastes suddenly too bitter. The slideshow loops and the gaps stay open. The projector washed the hall in pale cartography, lines and pixels like a tide that had been coaxed into stillness. Maya's cursor moved with the precision of a surgeon, sliding between wet season imagery and winter frames where a clearing had simply been erased, like chalk rubbed from a board. She pointed to Dr. Rimble's cramped annotations, the little loop of ink at a coordinate that read, "Do not map this way." And the room made the small intake of breath that happens when something ordinary reveals itself to be unstable. Outside, rain kept time on the windowsill, a thin, patient percussion that made the fluorescent light feel more urgent and less kind. "Who owns the land now?" a man asked from near the back, his voice clipped, the kind of question that treats people as parcels. A reporter pressed about permits and timelines, words stacked in neat legal rows. Maya answered each with the slow archival patience she had learned from Agnes, offering dates and source citations, naming the chain of custody as if it were a rosary of facts, while the ledger she had copied sat like a small secret under her palm. The volunteers looked at the slides and then at each other, caught between the authority of stamped deeds and the stubbornness of images that showed a hollow where a tree ring had been, then had not. In the restroom, a woman smoothed her jacket as if aligning herself to a boundary line. A municipal councillor asked a procedural question that drew a laugh from someone who had expected politics to be bigger, louder, more decisive. Instead, the conversation looped back to evidence, the slow weight of proof, the way bureaucracy could fold around inconvenient facts and make them fit. A short item ran the next morning, tidy and careful, 2 paragraphs that said a presentation had been held, that discrepancies had been raised, that a developer had been contacted for comment. The headline was cautious, public. The story sat on the community page like a pebble tossed into a well, and its ripple felt to Maya both insufficient and exactly what she had managed to make happen. She sat alone as chairs collapsed and people folded themselves into the rain. Her photocopies lay in a neat little pile, edges aligned like a calm shoreline. The ledger's ink had taken on a new meaning in the room's dim. It was less accusation and more invitation, an old map that refused simple interpretation. She felt the small precarious victory as if it were a luminous thing you might drop, a glass bead in a pocket. The phone buzzed against my hip, and the sound cleaved the night. Conversation around the fire stopped in the way a pulled string will stop a spinning top. Sudden and complete, as if everyone had been waiting for the same signal. Cass's spoon hit the tin bowl with a soft clatter. Eli's gaze tightened, and Rowan folded her hands in the light like someone closing a book. My fingers were clumsy on the cracked glass. It took 3 tries to wake the screen. Noor's name opened like a wound. Her voice came in small shards. I saw, the news, Jonah, they will. Static filled the spaces between her words. A high, grating thread that made the syllables jagged. A breath she could not hold filled the line, raw and ragged, and then the connection dropped, the call ending as abruptly as someone cutting the rope on a bell. The camp was so quiet afterward I could hear the pine needles settling. I pressed redial before thinking. The same broken cadence returned, the same clipped fragments and noise, then silence like ice. I felt a relief so sudden it tasted like metal, that Noor was awake and had seen something. And then a second, colder feeling slotted into the shape of my chest, the knowledge that I had not been given a whole sentence to act on. Whoever or whatever had found the ridge had been delivered in pieces, and my response would have to be stitched back together from them. I kept the phone close to my ear, as if proximity might pull the rest of her words through the static, and watched the circle of faces around the fire. Eli did not speak. He only lifted his chin toward the ridge, the light from the flame painting a map of worry on his features. She said the news, Cass muttered. Her voice was rough with something like dread that wanted afternoon in the way people want explanation. They must have run a piece. Someone got footage or a tip. Rowan's hands, steady and clean even at 10 at night, found my pack and began packing the thermos into it without asking. The practical movements ground me. Decisions, in the camp, were made by action, not debate, and that made everything sharper. If the crews had been pushed back, or had moved on, or had only been scouting, each possibility demanded a different response. I hit redial one more time and listened to the static breathe between the words. Noor's voice coming back in fragments about a clearing and lights and a name that sounded like Grant. The line filled with hurried syllables that wanted to lace into direction but kept slipping away. When it died for the last time, there was no official instruction for how to be both relieved and hollowed by the same information. I folded the phone into my palm and felt the grain of the cracked screen under my thumb, like a small map smoothed by many fingers. Smoke from the dying fire lifted in thin gray ribbons and braided with the cold breath of the night. Someone ran a hand along a tarp, and the slick sound of nylon made the air feel smaller, a tautness that traveled down the line of bodies. The pines beyond the circle absorbed noise. Trunks held it in like a secret, and the lights on the ridge threw a pale geometry through the needles. Long rectangular bars that made the forest look like a stage set. I could smell wet cloth and the iron tang of old rope, the sweet stick of sap, and beneath that, diesel low and distant, as if the machines were breathing through a veil. Eli sat with his chin tucked, his shadow a flat plane against the tarp, and watched me with a look I could not read, the kind that counted more than it spoke. "Check the fuel, Cass," Eli said quietly. The instruction moved the camp into motion without noise, each person carrying out a practiced ritual. Rowan slid a pack open and counted caches in a voice that belonged to ledger books and seasons. Not panic. Someone raked the perimeter with a long pole, and the scrape on the forest floor sounded like a slow pulse, marking measurements only they understood. I fingered the cracked phone in my pocket until the plastic warmed, Noor's clipped syllables jittering inside me like a loose wire. If I went, I imagined her standing at a window, the streetlight flattening her face, waiting for a word that might not arrive. I thought of the map in my pack, the grease pencil route blurred at the fold where rain had touched it, and of the camper's map sewn from scraps, its stitches naming hollows and springs in handwriting that never asked permission. Leaving felt like pulling one seam clean through the whole garment. I pictured the ridge with its lights, and the machines shoveling away trunks that had been counted in breaths and vows, not property lines, and the idea of my absence allowing that to happen felt like a slow drafting of a new cruel map. Eli's watchfulness told me there would be eyes on my back if I walked, and also that absence could be a kind of exposure, a gap someone else would notice and exploit. I cannot do both. Cass crouched, scraping at the earth with a knife, voice low and sharp. If they come near, make noise first, scare them off. We do not want to fight. The strategy was simple and brutal, and I could see it as clearly as the cold on my tongue. Nowhere's voice latched to a different image, a hospital corridor or a neighbor's door, a calendar with a missing day circled in my own handwriting. The camp had taught me to read the land as a conversation, to answer with the correct rhythms. Family in the city read time as obligation measured in minutes, and phone calls, a ledger that did not tolerate a blank line. Both sets of rules felt moral, true in their own languages, and both asked for a sacrifice I was not ready to choose. Eli rose then, the motion small and exact, and put his hand on my shoulder with a pressure that was not a command, but also would not be ignored. If you go, he said, you take one of us with you in your pocket. You come back with news, or you do not come back at all. Rain tracked the office window in thin, hurried rivers, each one blurring the city lights into smeared coins. Maya sat with her laptop balanced on her knees, and a ceramic mug gone tepid beside a stack of photocopies, the ledger page curling where her thumb had warmed it. The new emails arrived like small weather. A volunteer offering a printer, a reporter asking for an interview time, a municipal clerk insisting errors were clerical and easily corrected. The denial from Lyle Grant's office had a polished tone, sentences that bent accountability into plausible oversight, and the attachment was a corrected PDF with one neat red line rerouted as proof. She read it twice, feeling the paper-thin confidence of someone who knows evidence but not motive. Older conservationists replied in language that smelled of wood smoke and patience, not outrage. One wrote about zones that flourish precisely because they stay unmapped, places that draw trouble the moment they are named. Another sent a handwritten note folded like an apology, widen the net, but do not spotlight the hollow. And Maya felt both the pull of publicity and the weight of secrecy. She thought about maps as knives and as shelter, about how a single story in the right column could turn a lived place into a ledgered commodity overnight. The city hummed in the background, fluorescent and distant, while she imagined a ridge breathing under a white glare of machines. Her thumb hovered over keys, composing a Freedom of Information request, and then deleting it, rewriting the paragraph to sound less accusatory and more clinical, more defensible. She opened the threaded reporter emails and drafted a short summary, fingers brisk, then stopped because the ledger in front of her had ink that shifted under the photocopier light, some strokes darker than others, like someone had pressed harder when the page mattered most. It felt improper to expose that pressure without corroboration. Outside the window a delivery truck idled, brakes hissing, diesel close and ordinary, and the sound landed with a small familiar moral fog. Jonah's name filled the phone display, and she answered before thinking. His voice was quick and raw, words coming in clots as if through cold air. He forced a connection, breathless, and for a jagged second, Noor's voice cut through clearer than any satellite tile. They have started clearing a line. There is a machine, Noor said, and the call went dead. Silence folded the office differently after that, as if the room had been tuned to a frequency that no longer existed. Maya pressed the phone to her ear and waited for the tiny ring that would mean the line had returned. The city's noises swelling into the pause, a siren long in the distance, a bus letting out air, rain. The sound she carried away from the phone was not only Noor's clipped words, but the low, steady thrum of an engine, a sound that could mean a road or ruin, a promise and a threat, braided together in diesel. Chapter 11. Eli's Knot. Dawn sifted through the tarps in thin, pale ribbons. The camp smelled of wet canvas and last night's smoke. Jonah sat on a log and watched Eli knead a battered envelope as if it were dough. Eli's fingers were rough with old rope. He peeled the flap with care. Court notices fanned out like dead leaves. Their edges were brittle. Ink had bled into paper with time. A stamped date loomed, faded but stubborn. He told the story slowly. Each sentence seemed practiced and also newly raw. Decades back he had tried to make a home here for people who had nowhere to go. He filed papers he believed the law could hold. Mounted police came. Bailiffs came. They dragged him and the others out while children slept under canvas. Eli's voice kept steady, but his hands did not. He laid a photograph on Jonah's knee. The paper bit cold against Jonah's skin. Small faces looked back, half blanketed with sleep or shame. One child held a rag doll. A man in the background had his jaw set as if bracing for a blow. There was a margin stain where a gavel's echo lived in Eli's memory. Jonah felt something tighten, then open. The legal stamps and faded ink were proof, and wound at once. They were evidence that the land had been fought over, and that the fight meant something. Around them the forest waited. The sound of machinery moved in a distance like a weather front. Jonah sat with the envelope between his knees and watched Eli fold a map the way a man might mend a shirt. Slow, precise, fingers remembering where the fabric had thinned. The maps were older than the camper tarps, or at least older than the stories told around the fire, each one patched with scrap cloth or brown paper, edges blurred by rain and grease, corners softened by thumbs that had held them through many seasons. Ink lay in layers like tree rings, names written, crossed out, written again, marginal notes in a hand that sometimes changed halfway through a sentence, as if another voice had taken the pen. He unfolded one, and found the paper creased into 100 small valleys, each fold a remembered path. The map smelled faintly of tobacco and pine resin. Eli watched him, quiet, his face a map of its own, weathered where creases returned. "Those are the names we keep," he said. "Not for lawyers, for folks." Jonah traced Marta's clearing with the tip of his finger, following the looping script that crowned a stand of birch. Each name was a pinhole through which lives had passed, a tether for memory. Nora's name was smudged almost clean, like a coin rubbed thin by luck and worry, and Jonah felt that same small unease he had when the charm slipped from his hand. The map held things that were not only locatable, but salvageable. Streams were annotated not with flow rates, but with notes about where the ice favored foxes, where the water ran colder after a long winter, where a boy had once taught himself to count the stones. It made the landscape private in a way his park printout never had. Intimate as a letter. Rowan came by and settled on the log beside him, watching Jonah as if measuring how much belonged to him now. "We don't mark territory," she said, soft and certain. "We mark history, so it remembers us back." Her voice fit into the map's margins like a caption, small and necessary. Jonah felt the distinction like a stone dropped in a pond, the ripples rearranging everything. Maps to claim are flat and final. These were stitched and alive, meant to be read by people who would answer when the land whispered their names. He found a sketch of a ridge with a ribbon of blue that refused to be a straight line, the cartographer's pencil wavering where the creek had apparently shifted decades ago. Someone had drawn a small wave through the boundary line and written "Do not argue with water" in cramped letters. The warning was half joke, half prayer. The paper under his hand was warm from Eli's palms, and Jonah realized the maps functioned like knots, binding places to people, holding loose histories in place against the pull of bulldozers and filing cabinets. "This is where I belong," he thought, and the thought came without the melodrama of declaration. It simply settled like a load shifted to his shoulders. Eli folded the map back into its patched sleeve and slid it into a pocket whose cloth was thin with use. "They used to think if you could name it, you could own it," he said, voice low. "But naming can also be a way to keep someone present. You do not have to put a price on every place." The night made the words glow slightly, their edges soft as wool. Jonah's fingers brushed the pocket, and the gesture felt like an agreement he had not fully spoken. A knot tied in the dark that would need tending. Eli unfolded the court notice with hands that moved like someone handling a live thing, edges softened by thumb oil and time. The paper smelled faintly of smoke and wood sap, and where his finger traced the lines the ink had smudged into a brown halo. He spoke slowly, each adjective measured, as if the facts themselves required gentle handling. The filings were messy, legally brittle, full of earnest language about family occupation and unjust leases, not litigious triumphs. Jonah watched the small movements around Eli's mouth, the way a memory was chewed and swallowed before it could become a story. Outside the tarp, rain began, and the sound threaded through the camp, small and steady, like a clock counting the distance between past and present. "They called it squatter's law in the papers," Eli said, voice low, not looking up. "We argued possession based on use, on kin, on wintering with kids in tents. It never looked like legal precedent to them, but it mattered to the people who lived there." He paused, and Jonah could see the muscle in Eli's jaw tighten, an old mechanism of restraint. The eviction, it was a lesson. They wanted to show every other family what happens when you resist, not just clear one place. The words landed soft and cold, the kind of truth that fit into the bones rather than the ears. Jonah felt something inside him shift like a stone moved in a riverbed, a small rerouting toward a steadier current. Each name Eli refused to say became a weight added to that current. Names folded into the pocket of silence, Eli kept like a map with parts burned away. There were moments when Eli's voice trembled, and he clipped the sentence, sealing it, and Jonah learned to read the tremor as a boundary, stern and intact. Secrecy had been their shelter, a practiced economy of omission that kept the camp alive. The more Eli withheld, the more Jonah's sympathy cooled into resolve, a soft hardening that made it harder to imagine leaving. There is grief that carries a weapon. Who did it? Jonah asked, simple and blunt. Who signed the orders? He wanted to name a villain so his role could be clean, so he could take a side and go home with a moral ledger balanced. Eli did not answer immediately, and when he did, his eyes were distant, cataloging threats that had names among the living and shadows elsewhere. Names won't fix the camps, Eli said. Names will get people hunted. You think I want to name them? I want to keep you all breathing. Jonah watched the camp around them rearrange itself with small efficiency, pots lifted, a child nudged awake, hands that knew the careful rituals of impermanence. The knot Eli had tied with that brittle map, and the yellowed notices was both history and tool, binding stories into survival. Jonah felt the line between invitation and enlistment redraw itself. Thicker now, the margin no longer a place to step back into anonymity. He understood, without the flourish of rhetoric, that belonging here would mean learning a language of secrets and taking up a kind of duty that left little room for indifferent departures. The corridor smelled of old glue and varnish, a slow sweetness that made the light feel hushed. Framed cadastral maps lined the wall like a regiment of quiet soldiers, their sepia lines and stamped seals catching the fluorescence in thin, ghostly bands. Maya kept her hands folded in her lap, though they wanted to touch the paper behind the glass, to feel the ridge's contour under a fingertip and prove it real. The senior cartographer sat opposite, palms open on his knee, as if he were holding a small animal, and his presence was softer than she had built in her mind between meetings and emails. He had the face of someone who had negotiated unions and wetlands and dying file systems, the steady patience of someone used to soothing bureaucratic friction. We can file a formal discrepancy, he said, his voice low and exact, but that does not always mean protection. He looked at her for a long beat, and his eyes did not flinch away from the part she needed to hear. The work we do is about boundaries and rights. Yes, but it is also about people living inside the margins. Annotations left uncorrected can be deliberate, a way to keep certain places invisible for safety. Once visibility increases, so does appetite. Maya felt the air thin around her ribs. The ledger photocopies, the smudged stamps, the thin tremor of Agnes Rimble's handwriting all seemed to rearrange themselves into a new calculus. She imagined a highway of petitions and lawyers and news vans converging on the ridge, the campers' careful rituals catalogued and commodified under a new legal light. Evidence that had felt like a key could become a flare. She had come for a foothold, for the right to name what was wrong, and the word right unraveled inside her mouth, until it was something porous, dangerous. Is there no middle ground? She asked. The question sounded small in the corridor. He gave a rueful smile and folded a finger over the map in the nearest frame, as if indexing a paragraph. Sometimes there is, he said, but it requires trust from both sides, and a willingness to keep certain details out of public records, to hold them in trust. That is a hard thing for institutions built on transparency and chain of custody to do, and it is a harder thing for people who depend on press and law to accept. Maya left the office with her photocopies folded flat in her bag. The city rained soft on her collar like a reminder of urgency. Jonah, miles and miles away, sat on a low fallen spruce and watched the lights on the ridge like a moving wound, and he felt the same arithmetic turn in his guts, the terrible symmetry of exposure and protection. Jonah had not meant to sound pleading, only practical. What can I do? He asked, voice small in the circle of lamplight and smoke. Eli held up a coil of frayed cord, fingers working it with an old, economical patience, looping it into a hitch that sat neat as a small animal in his palm. This knot will hold a tarp against wind and rain, he said. It will take the weight of a roof if you dress it right, but you also have to know where to put it and when to let it go. He told the story of a family who had tied their belongings to spruce boughs and taught their children the names of knots, names that meant shelter and shame in equal measure. The knot that kept a stove from slipping could be the same knot that held a gate closed when soldiers came through. Once, the camp smelled of simmering stew, oil from the lanterns, the resin of cut pine. Jonah watched Eli's hands and felt the knot as a promise and a ledger entry, A practical thing braided with a history that did not untangle neatly. They worked the cord together. Fingers clumsy at first, learning the hitch the way a person learns a phrase in a new language, repeating the shape until it fitted into the body. Outside, the light thinned to a bruise, and the ridge folded into shadow. At the tree line, small things moved with intentional quiet, the sound of gear settling, the low breath of many bodies ready to stand and go. Eli did not speak much while Jonah tied, only corrected a loop here, a tail there, and when he finally looked up, his face was the color of old wood, lined by decisions that had been made and kept. Flagging caught the last of the light, strips of orange pinned to low branches like small warnings among needles and moss. Maya left the provincial office with a conditional suggestion lodged against her name. Advice wrapped in caution about negotiations conducted with discretion, and the rain on her coat felt like someone pressing a cool, patient palm against her shoulder. She thought of Agnes's ledger and the ways lines had been rubbed out on purpose, and the cartographer's words in the corridor about appetite for visibility. On the train, the city folded away into wet fields, and the glass misted under her fingers, a small world passing in measured rectangles, and she began to make lists in her head of who could be trusted, which questions to ask, under what lighting, how to move evidence without turning it into an invitation. Her phone buzzed with a forwarded picture, crude and bright in the gray carriage, a sliver of orange pinned among trees, and a vehicle parked in a place the map said had no road, its hood catching the sky like an accusation. The knot felt smaller and tighter at that instant, less an object than a tightening in the throat. Chapter 12. Borrowed Lines. The lamp left a small circle of warm light on the floor. Maya sat cross-legged on the rug, the archival folder spread open like a map between her knees. The rest of the apartment sat in the patient dark, the city muffled beyond the windows. Her fingers hesitated above the fragile vellum, then moved, careful as a surgeon. The pages smelled like old paper and ink, and something else. Something like a sealed envelope, opened years after it should have been. The brown ink had pooled in places. The script leaned the way a voice leans when it is sure of itself. Embossed seals ghosted the margins, worn flat by handling and time. Maya breathed shallowly. Her throat tightened in a way that had nothing to do with the room. She found the covenant folded into the margins as if it had been tucked there on purpose. The language leaned back into the 19th century, long sentences that wound and returned. Wells, ways, and the taking of wood. The words tasted archaic on her tongue. There were metes and bounds given like suggestions, vague phrases that modern surveyors would call maddening. A communal easement, the text said, as if a town had pooled its rights and hopes in a line of ink. Maya read aloud, the room catching each syllable. The verbs were obligations. They made place into duty. For a moment the ledger stopped being a record and became a possibility. Could buried rights survive corporate transfers and stamped deeds? Could a folded clause, hidden in a field notebook, outlast a chain of title? She folded the page back with hands that trembled only a little. The lamp flared a halo on the paper. Outside, a bus sighed away. Inside, the covenant sat between her and the rest of the world. It felt suddenly like the first real clue. The cafe smelled of roasted beans and rain, a low hum of conversations buffering the city outside. Maya unfolded the photocopy of Rimble's ledger between two mismatched saucers, and watched a faint coffee ring migrate across the vellum, as if it wanted to be part of the map. The lawyer arrived with a slim briefcase and a nervous smile, taking in the pages like someone greeting an old friend they had to trust at once. He was young, younger than she had imagined, and he pushed a cup toward her without asking, an offering that smelled like a possible alliance. "We need chain of custody first," he said, and the words were efficient, exact, like a compass point. "If Rimble's notes are authenticated, if we can link the covenant on that page to a contemporaneous survey or diary entry, courts will listen." Maya traced the coffee stain with a fingertip, imagining it as a lake whose edges blurred under scrutiny. The lawyer drew a checklist on a napkin, neat columns of items that felt like a makeshift survey. Original ledger provenance, corroborating cadastral maps, land tax records, eyewitness affidavits, evidence of continuous use. He spoke of interrupted use as something the law could forgive if the interruption was visible, forced, recorded. He added fees and timelines, and the predictable suggestion that discovery would be costly and slow. "But there is hope," he said, and his voice softened. "If we can show intent in the covenant, tie Rimble's handwriting to her field book, and prove people used the land in ways consistent with an easement, we can petition to enforce it against current title holders." He tapped the photocopy with a pen, as if testing its weight. "Corporate defendants prefer settled lines. They like clarity. but they also hate uncertainty in court. The words sat between them like a battered map box. Possibilities and risks folded tight. Maya thought of Eli's photograph, of tarpaulins and stakes, of the campers singing directions to one another instead of reading them. The city felt both too close and impossibly far, a network of files and polite refusals that might, if she worked hard enough, translate into legal breathing space for a buried commons. She stood to leave with a legal timetable in her head and a new list of documents to chase. Jonah saw the iron first, a slim silver glint between trunks, and then the yellow like bruised sunlight. The track that had once led to the spring was a straight scar of packed soil and pine needles, and where it met the new posts the undergrowth rose up against cold metal as if recoiling. A ribbon hung from one post bright and obscene, fluttering every time the wind lifted across the clearing, the chain link splayed taut between stakes, its pattern unfamiliar in the soft, spongy world of moss and fungi. Water had always been a secret commodity of soft roots and whispered directions, not a thing that could be boxed and stamped. Eli moved without hurry, kneeling to feel the posts with the pads of his fingers as if the metal might answer like a living thing, and Jonah watched the lines of Eli's hands learn the weight of this new imposition. The teenager, Miles, who never spoke unless necessary, walked the fence with the same reverence he showed a trapline, fingertips dragging along the top wire like a blind reader. Cass stood a few feet back, arms folded, eyes wide and hot. Small noises escaped her, half words that could have been plans or curses. Jonah felt the two kinds of weather inside him, one wanting immediate action and the other waiting in a late hollow place for permission. "We can go around," Eli said, which sounded like a choice but held less and less of its old comfort. Jonah wanted to say cut it, burn it, move it, to prove that a boundary was nothing against a purpose, to show that maps were paper and people stronger. Instead, he tightened his hands into his pockets until his knuckles hurt, because paper could command men in suits and lawyers who smelled of new money, and because tearing iron would mean a different kind of telling. The thought of Nora, of household stories and a coin that meant more than metal, pressed under his ribs. There was a silence that smelled of wet earth and old roots, and the forest listened without answering. The posts were stamped with a number Jonah could not read from where he stood, a municipal clean typeface that made his throat close. He imagined a desk somewhere, a person in a shirt with sleeves rolled up, circling a line on a PDF and clicking approve while a machine took the woods apart. His hands, he thought with a small ashamed clarity, were good for knots and fires and mending tarp, not for signing injunctions. "We will need water," Rowan said softly. "We will need a new route, and maybe a new plan." Jonah looked at the yellow ribbon until it blurred, and realized the panic running up his arms was not only for the spring, but for the sort of life that could be erased by a single stamped decision. Maya's phone stuttered to life with a name she did not expect to see: Jonah. The line was thin with distance, strawberries of static, but his voice came through urgent and small. He told her about the posts, the ribbon, the fence cutting the spring off like a palm pressed to a mouth. She listened and keyed through the ledger in her head, mapping legal footholds against the sound of his breath, and then pulled up the covenant notes on her laptop, fingers that did not quite stop trembling. "We need photos, clear shots of the posts, and any stamp numbers," Maya said, practical and quick. "If you can get a close photo of the spring bed itself, the old worn stones or the path, that will help show continuous use." The lawyer on speaker filled in with legal cadence, explaining emergency injunction criteria and how time was a shape you could fight for only with documents and affidavits. Maya wrote down a checklist, then circled items mentally she could see being done from 200 miles away, which was almost nothing and maybe everything. At the camp, Jonah handed his phone back to Eli and watched Cass pace between the tarp poles with a stick scraping emptier than usual bowls. Rowan crouched near the fence, palms flat on the ground, as if pressing the dirt might summon a history that would argue in their favor. Someone muttered to cut the wire tonight. Someone else said the truck would have cameras. Eli folded his hands over his knees and spoke slowly, naming consequences like stones. "If we break it, they call the police," he said, "and there is a paper trail that will land on you. If we wait, we might lose the water." "We cannot wait," Cass snapped. Two words like a thrown thing. Jonah felt both languages tug inside him, the immediate bluntness of thirst and the long, dry patience of law. He wanted to climb the posts, rip the ribbon, and watch the chain fall in a scatter of sound that meant reclaiming a habit. He also heard Maya through the thin line of reception, listing evidence to gather, and he saw the lawyer rearrange legal windows on a screen, cautious and precise. His hands, steady with rope and knots, felt useless in a room that required signatures and sworn statements. No one could tell which way would keep them alive and keep them free. The municipal stacks smelled of dust and coffee, and the thin oil of old paper. Maya moved through them like someone counting heartbeats, fingers tracing spines until she found the battered ledger, with a spine softened by other hands. The entries were cramped, the ink brown, but there was a small, careful scrawl in a century-old hand that matched the ledger Agnes had shown her, a notation about wells and ways that did not belong in a modern property roll. She copied it, breath held between each line, aware that every smudge she made might be the difference between paper and weapon. "Can you get a signature?" The lawyer's voice was quick over the line, an edge of tiredness folded into urgency. "We need something that ties this to the parcel, now." The archivist moved like someone reluctant to touch a live thing, producing a stamp and a hesitant flourish of authority. Her signature was small and yellowed at the edge of the page, as if the ledger had accepted the ink and then forgotten it. Maya watched the tiny loop of the archivist's hand and thought of Agnes, of the ledger sitting in a kitchen with sunlight on its corner, of how old obligations could be pulled up like roots. The signature might be only a bureaucrat's assent, or it might be the handshake that collapses the developer's neat geometry. A call came through then, thin and urgent, Jonah sounding close to the ground. "Heavy tracks on a service road," he said. A black truck with a logo parked at dusk near the logging track, headlamps sweeping the trees, engines idling somewhere beyond sight. Maya felt the sentence hit the table where her papers lay. Everything the lawyer needed to file an emergency motion depended on proving ongoing use, and the camp had to document the spring, the trail, the old fires as if gathering bones for a rite. "We need photos and timestamps," the lawyer said, every word a scalpel, proof that the spring has been used continuously, sworn affidavits from people who live there, anything that ties use to habit, not to memory. If the evidence is immediate and credible, we can get a temporary order. But it is fragile, it is time-sensitive, and it will not survive invention. Maya reread Rimble's ledger under the lamp, and a sentence she had thought decorative now read like a law, that rights held in common may be reclaimed when presented with proof of continued use. The flourish at the end of the line was not idle ornament, it was a clause, and for the first time she understood the ledger did not only record, it prescribed. She felt something steady and terrible settle in her chest, equal parts dread and a sudden sharp readiness. Chapter 13, Night Relocation. Jonah woke before the words were finished. The ridge held its breath. Cloud lay low between trunks, a soft gray that swallowed any shape beyond the nearest pines. A thin wind moved through like a withheld note, catching the tarps and making them sigh. In the dark, every sound became a decision. Eli's voice found them in the hush, low and steady like a rope through a storm. "Move deeper, tonight," he spoke without hurry, but the urgency sat under each syllable. People shifted, boots were quieted with cloth, sleeping bags were rolled and tucked into canvas. A stove was lifted and wrapped in wool to kill the flash of metal. Jonah felt the small, precise economy of their movements, the kind you learn when the wrong noise can end everything. Cass cursed once, under her breath, then smiled at Jonah without teeth. Rowan's hands were calm, sorting water pouches into packs with the slow rhythm of someone who has packed 100 times and yet is always careful. Eli handed Jonah a folded map, not the printed map he had carried, but a stitched scrap with names that smelled like smoke and memory. Jonah traced a finger along a route that made no sense on his paper path. He felt the old panic press at the base of his throat and then recede under the steadiness of the camp. They moved in small groups. Lanterns were blackened with grease. Fingers closed over ropes and poles with the intimacy of habit. The forest pressed close, bunched needles underfoot, sap that caught at boots. Jonah tried to catalog the sounds, the weight of a pack, the scrape of canvas, the way Eli's voice folded around instructions. At the edge of hearing, the machines on the ridge hummed, a distant, obscene note that kept time with his pulse. He steadied himself by breathing, counting to 4, and then followed where the camp led. The forest kept its mouth shut and Jonah could hear everything as if the world had turned up a dial. His shoulders ached where canvas bit into bone, the pack's weight a steady declaration that he was carrying more than just gear. Blisters burned under his toes and a knee slid on a hidden root, making him pivot and shove both hands into his pockets to quiet the small, useless panic. He folded and zipped in the lantern's weak glow, each motion practiced until it felt like a ritual, a way to make the night obey routine rather than fear. "Easy," Eli breathed. So quiet Jonah had to lean in to catch it, the word more instruction than comfort. He kept to the cadence. Zip, fold, step, breath in for 4, out for 4. A thief's counting to hide the hitch in his chest. When he bent to tuck a pot into a pack pocket, he left a paperback behind, its spine splayed from reading, a photograph tucked inside. Small things that smelled of summer, and a life on the other side of maps. He told himself they were non-essential, weight that could be traded for water, for silence. But the trade felt like barter in bad faith. With every item he let go of, a memory thinned at the edges. A stumble took him mid-breath, and he swore, quiet and sharp, enough that the word broke the night's careful seam. Eli's hand closed on his forearm, not gripping hard, just a steadying presence, the calloused pads of a man who had learned to measure danger by the half-step. Cass moved ahead and checked a path, her voice a whisper like a stone catching in the current. 2 minutes, then single file. Rowan lagged a pace behind, scanning the shadows with a slow, patient gaze that catalogued hollows and safe footing the way other people recited names. Jonah watched their faces in the lantern glow. Resilience and fatigue painted in equal strokes, the map of their lives now one of necessity and small betrayals. He felt culpable and resolute at once, the feeling of leaving things behind braided with the sense that those things had been anchors to an older self he did not know if he wanted back. The guilt was heavier than the pack. They moved like a thought being checked, one by one, into the dark. Pines stood as low columns, their trunks washed in a thin silver that did not brighten, but carved edges, turning bark into a sequence of vertical knives. What had been a trail at dusk unraveled into a skein of roots, moss clumps and young spruce choking the ground where feet had once made a clear line. Jonah could feel the night pressing into the spaces between trees, filling hollows and leaning into his breath until his chest matched the air's slow tempo. Each inhale measured because the group needed him to be steady. 2 steps. Stop. Breathe, Eli said, the words close to a whisper and exact as a clock. They chose depressions to vanish their profiles, stepping into shallow bowls where moonlight pooled in thin blue plates around their boots. Eli kept his hand near the leather of his satchel, not to touch, more to mark a rhythm, and Jonah learned to read the spacing of trunks like a string of town names, each gap a waypoint or a warning. The night rearranged landmarks, a stump that looked familiar by shape, but felt wrong when he passed it on the other side. Jonah's fingers brushed resin and cold rot, and he catalogued the differences quietly, like a clerk noting a misfiled paper. A moth beat itself against Cass's sleeve, and went on without sound. They hugged a lee of fallen logs when the ground opened to a thin slope, letting roots and fallen needles blur their outlines, breath puffing small ghosts into the air which dissipated before they could form words. The smell of cut pine hung faint and metallic, a reminder that other hands had been here recently, and sooner or later might come again. Jonah kept his ears open to the hush, the way small sounds traveled farther than day, a chipmunk's alarm, the clap of a branch settling, all of them amplified into potential alarms. He learned to count the soft echoes, to trace the direction of a distant thud, and to fold those directions into the slow geometry Eli taught him. The night did not feel empty, it felt deliberate. When a light skittered across the ridge far off, thin and moving like a false star, Rowan pressed a finger to the back of Jonah's shoulder, a small, quick instruction to freeze and watch. Left tree, then 3 paces, she said, low and dry, and he moved with a care that felt like fidelity. The group's survival more precise than any map he had once trusted. The office smelled of toner and cold coffee, a small island of paper and cord tangles at the edge of a city that did not stop moving. Maya paced between a stack of printed satellite tiles and the lamp that made Agnes Rimble's ink rise out of the photocopy like a raised bruise, thumbed the corner of a map until it softened, and dialed Naomi Singh with 3 careful rings. Her voice felt too loud in the tiny room when Naomi picked up, brisk and recorded at first, then settling into something softer that did not quite leave her official tone behind. Naomi, it is Maya, she said. I need a favor that won't look like a favor. There are coordinates matched to Dr. Rimble's ledger. I think the ridge has been actively cleared where the easement lies, and a spring has been fenced off. She kept the questions precise, the pleading buried under facts, because asking for help without revealing more could flatten the ranger's hands into paperweights. Naomi listened, her replies clipped to protect both of them, but not unkind. I have seen odd things on patrol, she said. Clearings that show up in thermal but not in the provincial layers, things that only exist when you look with the right sensor and the right patience. I cannot open an investigation without a chain of command, and you know what that brings, but I can do something outside the docket. She told Maya about a ridge she herself had watched, the way light seemed to sit in a hollow and make it clean and obvious for a moment, and then fold back into the trees as if embarrassed. Maya spoke fast, offering the ledger photocopy, a possible chain of custody, the lawyer's readiness for an emergency injunction, all the things that might let Naomi move with less paperwork. We do this quietly, Naomi said. I can drop a cache 3 clicks north of grid 17. It will have water treatment tabs, a spare radio tuned to a quiet check-in channel, and a manual GPS I have the right to carry for park maintenance. You will have to pick the exact bearings, and you will have to instruct anyone who uses it to never log their presence. I can make a single night run, nothing more formal. Any formal notice, any recorded action, will pull lawyers and surveyors and big trucks, Naomi added, her voice blunt enough that Maya felt it as a physical thing. Permission paperwork is what brings the light. If you want the law, you get the law with all of its teeth. If you want the people on the ground to have a chance, you accept the risk of being invisible for a while. Her warning filled the room with a different kind of light, narrower and colder than the desk lamp. Maya held the line as if it were glass, feeling the ledger's margin note under her skin, and thought of Eli's photograph, the yellowed court papers, and the camper's rules. There was no perfect decision, only the careful folding of consequences into something bearable. Okay, she said. Give me the coordinates for the cash drop and the channel. I will tell them to be ghosts. The drizzle began as a slow gathering on Jonah's sleeves, the beads flattening into wide, cold discs that crawled toward the cuffs and chilled the skin beneath. The pines exhaled damp, resinous breath, and everything close to hand lost its edges. Ropes turned soft with wet, cloth darkened, canvas packs took on the weight of the night's moisture. They moved in a long, careful line, boots sinking and lifting with less noise than day travel, the group learning to step where the ground swallowed sound. Each small noise held its own shame. A twig's crack or a pack buckle's faint click that made Jonah flinch and press his shoulder into Eli's shadow until the old man's steady shape steadied him back. They spoke in notes that could be swallowed by the trees, confirmations like the ticking of a compass. North by the birch, Rowan whispered, a voice close enough to warm the hollow of Jonah's ear. Cass answered with a short laugh that might have been a joke or a mask. 2 paces left, then straight. Jonah found himself checking knots twice, hands going automatic over phrase. He had not known to look for that afternoon. Fingers threaded with purpose, tracing the familiar geometry of rope and trust. When a cup was passed, it was black and thin and hot, steam rising in a line that seemed indecent in the dark. He drank as if the heat were an argument against fear. At times the landscape seemed to rearrange in the blink of an eye. A creek that yesterday cut a neat line now veering as if to avoid being watched. A clearing folding itself back under a new mantle of ferns, leaving Jonah standing in a place he thought he knew, and finding only the suggestion of it. His thoughts clipped and lengthened at once, like light hit and bent through a wet lens. For a few breaths he imagined the ridge breathing with him, inhaling the wet air, pulling small secret things toward itself. His limbs grew leaden with fatigue, and yet his senses tiled outward into sharp, ridiculous focus. The moss had the faint taste of iron, the fog smelled of old ropes and coal, and somewhere uphill, a bird called with a voice that might have been a human name. He could feel the low ridge before he saw it, a tug at the base of his sternum that made his hands seek pockets, rails, the solid shape of another human. The campers slowed, forming a ring around the feature with a ritual patience. Eli placing his palm on a stump like a benediction, and Rowan trailing a fingertip over an old nail, until her fingers found the familiar notch. They checked bearings in compressed phrases and old gestures, the kind that taught a body to remember more faithfully than a printed line. Jonah listened and learned the language in the soft pauses, the way their eyes confirmed a path more than a spoken map ever could. He thought of Noor for one small private moment, of the charm that had slipped from his fingers and vanished in the undergrowth, and the loss tasted like an absence in the pocket of his chest. He had come to answer a question about himself, and found instead an obligation that smelled like wood smoke and wet fabric. He felt it as if the land had named him. "Keep to the shadows," Eli said. 2 words that were an order and an invitation at the same time. Jonah nodded without fuss, and when they moved again, it was with a quiet that felt less like hiding and more like belonging. Maya logged Naomi's concessions like an inventory, steady fingers moving over a keyboard in the yellow pool of her desk lamp. She labeled the forged-looking trailhead report with a date 2 days forward and tempered language that sounded official without being real, then attached a reversible PDF and sent it to 3 inboxes she trusted. The locator ping sat in her outbox as a draft, tagged to Naomi's cache coordinates and wrapped in instructions that read like a half-truth. She read everything twice, not out of doubt but out of respect for the smallness of the gamble. Jonah felt the new hollow in his bones before he could see it, the dip in the earth drawing tired muscles down like gravity had learned a name. Wet moss made a cool, yielding mattress that smelled faintly of iron and old rain, and the ring of logs they arranged kept the wind from reaching them straight on while still letting the trees stand guard. They moved with the practiced quiet of people who had learned to disappear, hands passing a sleeping bag without a sound, a pot of thin stew shared like a coin. Cass talked too loud once, then swallowed her own noise when Eli looked at her, and Jonah found himself breathing in the smell of the stew and pine, and thinking that belonging could be measured in small economies of sound. "Keep watch," Eli said, as if he had not already given the order, and as if the words were a prayer. Rowan sat by the small fire and played a needle between 2 points on the camper's stitched map, her fingers smoothing the fabric the way someone might smooth a brow. Jonah tucked his palms into his knees and let the damp of the moss climb up through his jeans, the cold seeping into a place that felt like memory more than flesh. He thought of Nor and the charm that had slipped away, and felt the loss as a lightness, a space where something might grow. Around him the camp hummed with low, necessary tasks, each movement timed and accountable. Then the sound came, thin and precise, a mechanical whine that lived in the edges of the world and refused to be dismissed as wind. The gaslight dipped in Jonah's chest, a familiar panic that did not yet have words, and Cass's head snapped up so fast her hair slapped the wet moss. Rowan's hand went to a small radio, as if to test whether the night still answered them or had chosen, without malice, a different listener. The engine was close enough that Jonah could imagine the heat of it, could almost taste the diesel on his tongue. "Who moved?" Cass breathed, 2 sharp syllables that did not sound like panic but like accusation. Eli rose and did not speak, his face working into the calm calculation Jonah had come to trust, and the whole camp folded small as a thing hiding under a coat. Jonah heard his own breath, loud and too human, and the compass in his pack warmed against his ribs though it offered no direction. He thought of Maya's careful forgery and Naomi's quiet code and realized with a slow, sickening clarity that plans in the city and footsteps in the woods were 2 ends of the same thread, and somebody had pulled it tight. Chapter 14. Paper Monsters. The lamp over the table casts a flat office light. Maya slides another sticky tab onto a margin, and the paper obeys with a quiet stick. She has arranged the packet into neat piles. Title, permits, surveys, each stack a small promise. The satellite images are last, glossy and recent, the trees in them like dark teeth along a white line. She makes a note in the margin, short and exact. The photocopy of the ledger feels thin under her fingers, the ink half eaten by time. Somewhere in the pages a name is rubbed away. The act of rubbing is deliberate. It is not damage from handling. It reads like decision. The coffee has gone cold beside her laptop. The smell of toner hangs in the room, sharp and metallic. She moves with the steady economy of someone who has done this before, assembling order out of scatter. Each tab clicks into place. The clicking is a small, private insistence. As she lines up a faded stamp and a modern permit, she feels the shape of a pattern taking form. The modern line cuts through an older curve. The older curve is annotated and then crossed. The crossing is heavy. It looks like an edit meant to make something vanish. A bureaucratic logic sits between the stacks and presses at her chest. It is not loud, it is patient. It reads like a set of instructions. The pages lay out how to remove a right, how to redraw a margin, how to tidy a history into absence. Maya closes her hand around the ledger for a long beat, and the room narrows to the small field of paper and the slow, precise work of refusing consent. Her fingers left thin, dark crescents on the photocopies. The paper felt papery and sharp beneath her nails, every corner tabbed with a sticky flag that had lost its chew. Outside the window a streetcar shuddered past. The city muffled itself into rain and distant engines. Maya moved through the folders like someone tracing a fault line, eyes seeking the places where ink had been rubbed out, where a signature thinned to a ghost. Each anomaly was small by itself, a smudge, a crossed line, a vague stamp. But together they mapped an intention. The intention sat in the middle of the piles like a cold stone. She compared columns of dates until the numbers blurred, until the municipal index stubbornly refused to line up with the deeds. Parcel numbers vanished between versions, as if a pencil had eaten them. A permit showed up under a casual reference that was later labeled obsolete. Then a note in the margin promised clarification, and that promise never came. Maya read the marginalia as if they were footprints, a trail left by hands that did not want to be traced, phrases repeated in different ink that suggested a legal seam, historically continuous use preferred to current occupancy. The phrase read sterile on the page, but in her mouth it became an accusation. She made a copy of the deed with the smudge where a bequest should be, held it to the light, and the smudge looked like a thumbprint of absence. A stamped survey from the 70s had the word superseded, and then nothing replaced it. A cliff face of paperwork. Maya felt a sudden private nausea, the kind that sits behind the ribs and tightens her throat. because the pattern was too neat to be an accident. It was a constructed silence, a paper architecture designed to make living places evaporate into legal nothingness. She dialed the lawyer she had hesitated to call, because urgency tastes like desperation sometimes. "There are deliberate erasures," she said when he picked up, "and a code clause that reads like a loophole." The line hummed with permission and worry. He told her to photograph every smudge, to get dated scans, to secure witness statements about continuous use, to hold, to press. Maya put the receiver down and let the quiet in the apartment fill the space. The conversation left. The rain stitched the windows with even lines. The toner smell thickened, and the ledger lay open like a small wounded animal. She had paperwork enough to start a fight, and the fight had teeth. I pull the tile open and it feels like lifting a lid. At first the image is patient and flat, a band of green with pale veins where water catches light, nothing dramatic. Then my cursor blinks, and the frames stack, one on top of another, and the ridge breathes. Thin ribbons of color begin to thread through the canopy, regular, like stitches appearing along a seam. Each ping is the exact same orange, a punctuation mark that did not exist before, and the sequence is clean, surgical. I zoom until the pixels resolve into geometry, and the geometry reads like intent. Stakes standing in rows, their shadows the only ragged hint of depth, flags snapping in small V-shapes among needles, spaced with a surveyor's cruelty. There is a human rhythm to the pattern, a rightness that is not natural, the way a yard is measured to be divisible and owned. The metadata sits in the corner of the viewer like a time-stamped verdict. Dates and times pulsing through the week, dawns to noons, the progress of something being built from an office hundreds of miles away. I watch the grid extend and feel the world shift under a label. My throat tightens with the logic of it, the simple arithmetic of paper turning into axes and stakes. Paper decrees written in climate-controlled rooms have found feet in the soil, and those feet move faster than my pleadings and petitions can. I imagine men with clipboards stepping into those clearings, tape measures unspooling, their movements a bureaucracy that mouths efficiency and leaves sap smell and cut roots as proof. The administrative calm I have always trusted becomes a machine I can no longer outpace with argument or evidence. They began between dawn and noon, I say out loud, as if stating the hours will slow them. My voice sounds small in the apartment. I pin the frames to a new folder, copying, naming, the ritual of proof. The images are still, but I can feel their momentum like a train picking up speed on a curve. Each flag tree is an answering letter to the smudge stamp on a deed. Each shadowed post is a hammer following a sentence. For the first time, I do not only want to keep records, I want to stop hands from turning words into stakes. I run my thumb over Agnes Rimble's ledger page where she once doodled a wave through a boundary, where someone later tried to wash the ink away. The wave felt like a refusal, a small lived dissent against clean lines. Now the stakes answer the cleaned ink with a louder certainty. The fight is no longer theoretical. He had been moving like a listening thing, slow so the woods might keep its secrets, testing a compass that twitched as if embarrassed. Moss pressed cool against his palms, and he kept his shoulder low beneath pine boughs, imagining himself the kind of shadow that could be ignored. Then the measuring wheel's metallic click began, regular and patient, a metronome for people who count land the way other people count money. Along with the click came a clean smell, cut wood bright as a splintered tooth, and the flags, small orange exclamation points, began to appear ahead of the crew like a line of bright fish leaping through a green current. They were neat, upright figures in fluorescent vests, their movements practiced into a kind of civic choreography, tape measures unfurling like rulers of an abstract world. One man tapped a stake with a hammer that sounded too small for the work he signified. Another squinted at a laminated permit held like a liturgy. Jonah crouched behind a fallen spruce, the needles hiding him but not his hearing, and watched as the line took shape. The flags snapped in the wind, thin voices complaining, each staple and nail a letter being written into the place. He noticed the tools gleam with an indifferent clarity, the same clarity that had once steered his taped compass into calm directions. It felt obscene that such simple objects could rearrange where people slept and drank. "Clear here," someone said, voice flat and efficient. "Keep the string taut," another answered. He thought of Eli's battered notebook, of the sewn maps with names that meant things like shelter and stolen seasons. He thought of Noor's coin, warm in his pocket that morning and now heavy with a distance he could not weigh. The line they hammered into the ridge did not read his history. It read acreage and frontage, and somewhere in the vocabulary of permits there was a silence about whose work those measurements erased. The flags looked like wounded birds pinned to the air as if someone had found a way to skewer a sky. Jonah's chest narrowed until breath was a thing he rationed. He wanted to stand, to throw his weight against a stake, to pull up one of those flags with his bare hands and fold it into a fist, but reflex was anchored to consequence. Eli's stories had mapped out that route into arrest and worse, and the campers had hidden by being careful. Watching them work, calm as surgeons, made his previous anxieties thin and childish. He felt suddenly, damagingly small next to the bureaucratic certainty that could be translated so efficiently into a chainsaw's geometry. They are taking it, he thought, and the thought arrived like a bullet. He tasted metal and knew the name on a paper could turn into a road. He moved like a thing that had learned to be quiet, sliding from shadow to shadow between trunks. The measuring wheel sang its hollow rhythm up the grade, each metallic click carving time into the forest, and the flags stitched themselves into a seam of orange along the hillside. Jonah felt the soil under his boots change from sponge to gray dust, smelled fresh sap and diesel in the same mouthful, and kept his hands low so the needles would not tell on him. He had pictured putting his body between a stake and a stump, a living wedge against the paper that wanted to turn this hollow into a line on someone else's ledger. But as he closed the distance, the crew looked like the future already reconciled, polite and efficient. A man with a clipboard scanned a laminated permit as if reading a menu, the paper so white in the low light it hurt his eyes. "Everything authorized," the clipboard man said, voice flat in the forest roundness. "We have the permit and a right of access." Jonah stepped onto the work line anyway, boots crunchy, palms open. The man did not step back. He lifted his chin to show the permit as proof, then folded it from his hands like a card trick complete. Some of the other workers watched with professional indifference. One of them tapped a stake twice more to set it. The tape measure re-recorded the world with each unwinding breath. He could have tried to shout for Eli, to pull up the flags himself, to peel the orange away with his fingers until the day looked foolish. Instead, he retreated the way a creature learns to when faced with teeth it cannot match. When he ran back to camp, his lungs burned with wood smoke and the iron taste of outrage, and Eli met him in the clearing with a quiet that held all the years of being pushed off land. "You would have had a badge slapped on you, and maybe worse," Eli said, hands in his pockets, looking at the ridge as if reading a weather line. "They are carrying a law in their pockets. Your body is not paper." It felt like betrayal all the same, the sensation of rules and stamps moving through the world with more force than a human voice. Jonah thought of Nork's coin in his pack, of cairns that tried to be names, and of the way a permit could unmake those small claims. The forest around them listened with the patience of things that know they have time, but the flags kept snapping, little bright wounds against green. Maya's hand hovered over the lawyer's marginal note, as if not to wake it. The office smelled of bitter coffee and rain through a high window, paper soft at the edges, ink turned the color of old muscle. The marginalia was terse, written in a cautious hand, an annotation to a clause that looked innocuous until she read the parenthetical line. Closure meeting, codified, interpretation permits renumbering where easement's ambiguous. The sentence folded her stomach into a hard, precise knot. It meant that someone had sat in a room and redesigned the grammar of ownership so that papers could be read to mean whatever a developer wanted them to mean. It was worse because it was elegant, the work of minds who obeyed the rules while bending them from the inside. Maya traced the smudge of a signature, found dates that matched a series of municipal memos, and felt a cold certainty that the paperwork was not neutral but authored. The ledger had been revised in a shadow, and the revision read like permission to erase. Maya sat at her kitchen table with the lamp set low so the paper would not glare, the photocopy of Dr. Rimble's wavy line catching the light like a scar. Her hands smelled faintly of printer toner and rain. She smoothed the smudged deed until the edges softened in her fingers. As if by touch, she could steady the ink's uncertainty. The superseded survey lay beside it, its blue lines muddied where someone had scrubbed and rewritten the parcel numbers, and the jacket of the file creaked like old leather when she opened it to check dates. One more time, she compiled the packet with the care of a woman wrapping a fragile thing, folding notes, clipping photocopies, tucking in the lawyer's marginalia, and finally scanning the lot into a single urgent PDF that made the files feel both more durable and more vulnerable. Outside, rain threaded down the window pane in slow, honest streams, and the city beyond the glass tasted of wet concrete and exhaust. Inside, the documents hummed with the small heat of possible trouble. Jonah moved through the camp like a shadow with seams, threading tarps and knots while listening for the low machinery note that lived now somewhere uphill. He and Rowan wrapped extra cord around water cans and the cooking pot, the metal clinking soft like distant bells, and Eli watched him with that particular calm that carries a ledger of old injuries. They bent back a stake in the stand of birch and filled the hole with loose moss, tamping it down with their palms to erase the bright orange. Their hands were damp with sap and cold with early frost. Each motion left a faint green smear across a finger. Cass, impatient and hungry, whispered suggestions of more direct action, but Eli's voice cut her plan down to size with a wordless look, and the fire popped once as if agreeing. Maya's cursor hung over the send button longer than it needed to, as if the machine could be persuaded to wait while she rearranged the evidence into a clearer argument. She typed a short, plain message to Naomi at the conservation office, attached the packet, and clicked send. The outbound file slid into the network with the soft click of a shutter. Then she sat back and let the small domestic noises of her apartment gather around her. The refrigerator's periodic sigh, a neighbor's muted television, the distant rat-a-tat of a train. The lamp burned its circle on the table, the papers lying in its pool like a miniature landscape she hoped someone else would read as territory rather than problem. They posted notices at the path forks, sheets of brown paper inked in Elias's rough hand, the letters uneven and earnest, a little prayer of refusal pinned with bent nails to trunks. "This place is lived," one read, simple as a bone, another named Marta's Clearing, and the spring by its old name, and the wet ink darkened the bark like fresh bruises. Jonah stepped into sightlines during day watches, a human checkmark planted where stakes had been, and at night he and Rowan moved among the tents with lanterns shaded so the glow would not give them away. They removed a measuring tape coiled at the ridge and hid the wheel under a bed of pine needles, the metal colder than the wood until it warmed to their palms. There was a small, stubborn choreography to the work, an improvisation of silence and repair that felt for the first time like a kind of law. A truck light blinked down on the access track, a steady official pulse that made the trees seem to pause and listen. Jonah flattened himself against the trunk of an old pine. The bark bit his knuckles, resin sticky and bright, and the light painted the camp in a hard, washed way that revealed edges they had spent hours blurring. The vehicle stood like a punctuation in the clearing, hazard lights making a slow blinking comma of orange. Someone moved, the measuring wheel clicked, the sound thin and metallic, precise as a metronome and impossible to ignore. It is on paper and it is in the mud. Chapter 15, A Map of Small Things. He sat cross-legged on the log with the linen spread across his knees. Morning poured through the pines in thin, slanting ribbons. Needles moved in small, certain circles. Thread pulled tight. The canvas smelled faintly of smoke and oil. Rowan worked beside him with a small knife. He pressed a notch into the wooden compass until the wood gave a soft, final sound. The compass was imperfect and honest. Jonah liked the way Rowan's fingers paused between cuts, as if listening to the grain. The carved circle felt less like a tool and more like a kept thing. Feathers were folded into stitched pockets. Leaves lay flattened between waxed patches. Small objects rested in seams. A tin button, a coin with a scuff worn bright, a scrap of someone's scarf. Each item had been chosen for reason. Each had a story Jonah did not always know. The map was a slow conversation. Inked notations looped and trailed in uneven hands. Hollows, springs, the lean boulder where someone once left a cup, all marked with the same messy tenderness. They did not try to be exact. They tried to remember the way things felt under the palm. Cass moved silently at the fire, passing the stew without looking up. Eli watched them both and folded his hands as if tucking a ledger closed. Jonah felt the map settle under his palms, warm with other people's marks. It looked like the place it wanted to be, not the place the government had drawn. He made a small mark with a stub of pencil, a careful slash for a spring they had emptied and scrounged back to life. The linen took the graphite like it had been waiting. He breathed once and knew he could not do what the map did, to hold everything small and safe, but he could help keep it honest. They argued around the linen like it was a hearth. Sunlight on the stitches made them look like small islands on a pale sea. Cass said names were bait, a way to pin the place to paper so it could be sold, and her voice had a hard edge that cut through the morning air. Rowan answered softly that stories needed a root, otherwise they blew away with the needles and the last of the campfire ash. Eli watched both of them and rubbed his thumb over a faded seam, as if feeling years pressed through cloth. Names bring them, Cass said, short and hot. They find the names, and they find us. No one is arguing for leaving everything secret, Rowan said, patient but firm. We are arguing for what kind of memory we want here, and how to pass it on. He picked up the carved compass notch and turned it between his fingers like a slow bell. The compass was not to point north, he said without saying it, but to hold a story steady. Jonah sat with the needle in his palm, thinking about Nor and the coin that had slipped from his fingers, about the rotated stake in the dark. The linen took the conversation into itself. each stitch a small claim laid down like a stepping stone. He thought of the old survey maps in Agnes's ledger, the wave that cut through a boundary like a hand smearing ink, and he felt the shape of a compromise forming the way sap molds to bark. If a map could be coaxed to do two things at once, so could they. He spoke then, not with the force of Cass or the patience of Rowan, but with the careful logic of someone who had learned to listen to both forest and circuit. "What if we make two kinds of marks?" he said. "We embroider the songs and the reasons in plain sight, everything anyone needs to know how to belong. Then we hide the exact pins, the coordinates, with private stitches only we know how to read." His hands moved as he spoke, laying a feather into a pocket and closing it with a looped thread that would never show from the right side. Eli looked up, the lines at the corners of his eyes folding like an old map. "You mean a map with layers?" he said slowly. "A story map and a keeper map, one for anyone who passes through, and one for us." His voice was a graveled agreement, like rain finding the earth. It felt like a small sacrament, the way they agreed and then gathered to work, the linen catching the names that could be spoken aloud, and hiding the rest in the secret stitches. Jonah pulled the fabric taut across his knees and felt the linen bite softly into the pads of his thumbs, a steady friction that kept him grounded. Rowan sat across from him, the carved compass notch cupped between two slow fingers, and when he began to speak his voice fell into the rhythm of the stitch. He told them about a winter when the ridge held so much snow the old birch by Marta's clearing looked like a suggestion rather than a tree, how a fox used the hollow under its roots as a root for kits, and how a woman named Marta once left a loaf of bread there for strangers. Rowan did not ask them to remember the exact place, only the shape of the story, the way the hollow smelled of thaw and smoke, and his hands moved to set the notch into the linen, like tucking a child into bed. Eli folded a long feather along its spine and smoothed it into place with a thumb that knew both the map of scars on his own hands and the patience to press without bruising. He hummed as he worked, a single note low and steady, and the feather settled down, catching light and edges that looked almost like tiny waves. Jonah watched the feather take the sheen of sap from the moss they'd pressed days before, the scent lifting at the corner of his mouth, sap sweet and green in the room of morning air. Each patch was layered, a small palimpsest, inked letters with the metallic tang of drying pigment, leaves laid flat and ironed down, pieces of cloth stitched over old stitches, names spoken then stitched again. The municipal maps that Maya argued with felt far away in that moment, their neat parcel lines meaningless against the weight of hands and memory. Cass came forward with a piece of linen that held a small damp bundle inside, her jaw working as she smoothed the fabric onto the cloth. Her hands shook as she pressed the spring's name into place, each stitch a stamp that made the syllable heavier with claim. "This one gave me my first clean cup," she said, voice thin with a smile that did not reach her eyes, "when I thought I might just keep walking." She did not mark coordinates, she pressed a name where others could feel it and hum it, the letters puckering slightly as they dried and took on the mineral scent of the spring itself. Jonah threaded the needle for her without being asked, fingers steady, understanding that the trembling came from something other than cold. They worked in silence between the sounds of the ridge that traveled down into them, a distant chickadee, a knife of wind through pines, the soft click of Rowan's carving knife as he cleaned a notch. When they lifted the map, the patches were small monuments, each one a domestic altar, a loop of thread holding a coin, a scrap of ribbon folded with a child's handwriting, a pressed moss that left a faint green smear like weather on paper. Rowan traced one notch with the pad of his thumb, eyes soft, and said simply, "Remember how to walk there, not how to measure it." The linen swallowed the words and kept them. It was not a map you could hand to the city or a lawyer and expect to be taken the way a legal plan is taken. Jonah felt something settle alongside the stitches, a slow conviction that their act of making was a kind of defense, that putting memory into cloth might be the only way to argue against erasure, when deeds and stamps and cold paper tried to do the opposite. He sewed a small pocket behind a stitch song, slid Nor's coin inside, and closed it with a stitch no one would find unless they were meant to. The overhead lamp made a small island of light on the long oak table, and Maya tilted the ledger into it as if angling a face for inspection. The vellum smelled faintly of dust, and the last century, a soft, dry perfume that seemed to slow the air. Agnes's handwriting was a corridor of small, precise rooms, each figure and slant cultivated like a garden, until a pencil mark pulled the margin open, a thin correction that looked almost apologetic. It was a line that had not been there when the map was first drafted, a wavering comma of graphite that bent a plotted boundary by an inch on the paper and by miles in consequence. She set her finger near the smudge without touching it, the way one touches a photograph instead of the face in it, and felt the ledger tremble under the press of the glove. Light pooled on the page and made the pencil dull and luminous at once, as if the mark had both drawn attention and tried to disappear. Outside, rain kept time on the archive roof, a small metronome that made her think of contour lines and the slow, patient work of earth taking shape. The correction was private, intimate, as if Agnes had leaned in late at night and redrawn a line for a reason she could not say aloud. If Agnes had meant that, someone needs to stand where she stood, Maya said to the archivist. The sentence small, urgent, practical. The man across from her nodded, his hands folded like a map, and said only, "You know what that entails." It was the legal weight she felt in her bones. Not paper alone. Authentication required a sworn hand, and a sworn hand required witnesses, and witnesses required that a person go into the places the paper pointed away from. The ledger did what maps sometimes did, it made an absence into an ache. Maya imagined the ridge as a seam cloth, someone tugging slightly so the pattern would reveal what lay under. But any tug in law had to be gentle, procedural, documented. She began to list the steps aloud, as if saying them would make them true, an incantation of logistics. Contact a handwriting expert, secure a notary, get an inspector assigned to stand on the ground and point. The list unfurled like a trailhead, each item a cairn that might guide them north. She could already see the practical details in her head, the battery packs, the legal forms in triplicate, the way an inspector's boot would press into the moss Agnes had written about and confirm or deny what the pencil insisted was there. It felt possible. Jonah drew the needle up through the linen and caught the thread with his thumb, the stitch closing like a small promise. Around him the tarp was a low, warm ceiling, breath fogging in the circle where hands still smelled of sap and stew. Rowan had carved the compass notch into a strip of cedar and sewn it to the corner, its grain catching the light like a tiny tongue of direction. Feathers, pressed leaves, and a strip of Noor's braid mapped onto the cloth with tidy, crooked labels only the campers would read, names that slid between practical directions and private stories. He stepped back and let the map fall away from his fingers into the low gravity of the camp, and for a moment the stitched places were just quiet shapes stitched to a linen sky. Eli watched him more than he spoke, the way Eli measured people the same way he measured knots. Around the fire, Cass folded her arms and made a small sound, half amusement, half worry. The cloth looked heavier than its thread, as if memory had been added by weight. Rowan picked at a seam and smoothed it with the pad of his thumb, a ritual that said this was finished, and also never finished at all, because the map would keep changing with every season and every absence. "This will make us a target," Cass said, blunt and quick. "Or save us. Maybe both." Jonah squared his shoulders and did not answer, because he already knew the truth in her words. The map would be a way to hold things inside them, a ledger of tenderness that refused legal ink, but it also gave shape to where they were, and where others might look. He folded the linen into a parcel, and tucked it beneath the tarpaulin, the act precise and private, like hiding a lit match under damp cloth. He felt, with the same small certainty, that binding the map was an ethical act, a tether between people who had no other paperwork, and the thought made his hands go cold. His phone buzzed with a rarity, a signal snagged thin as thread, and Jonah turned it over as if it were an animal. The screen showed Maya's name, unfamiliar to him, but the voice on the line was direct and patient. "Hello, this is Maya Lennox. I have a margin note from Rimble, about a notch carved into a cedar by a spring. Coordinates are vague. Would anyone near Ishpatina know how to locate such a mark?" she asked. Jonah's hand halted on the folded linen, and the folded map pressed into his palm like a held intake of breath. He looked around at the faces under the tarp, saw Eli's slow nod as if answering a question he had not yet heard aloud, and said, "We might. Tell me what Rimble wrote exactly." Maya read the marginal scrawl, the words small and shook with a history that asked to be proved, and the sound of paper against her thumb came faint through the line. He imagined the notch, the cedar with a cut like a punctuation, a place the ledger had chosen to keep secret by ink and hesitation. The map at his knees could hide it, or lead people toward it, if he chose poorly. Maya had a crumb of paper that could wrench a permit apart and make a legal seam show. The silence that fell over the camp while he listened to her repeat the coordinates was not empty, it was full of consequence. Jonah kept his thumb on the linen, and for the first time since he left the roadhead he felt two possible routes open at once. Chapter 16. Crossing Lines. Rain made the windshield a living thing. Wipers kept a slow, patient rhythm. Mile markers slid past like tally marks toward a place that might not want to be counted. I watched the highway unclench from the city, the glass towers yielding to roofs, roofs yielding to fields, fields resolving into a dark, steady band of spruce. My tablet glowed with a string of numbers I had traced until they felt like bone. I checked them again as if looking would fix them. The photocopy of Rimble's handwriting was folded in my lap, the edges soft from being read. Agnes's letters leaned into one another, as if the sentences were holding hands to keep steadier. I smoothed the paper with my thumb, the way one finger's a bruise. Photograph of marker, GPS timestamps, sworn witness. Those were not abstractions, they were requisites. Time, though, wanted a different answer. Clouds gathered low and quick, like someone drawing a curtain. When the ranger station appeared, it was a little shape of light against wet gray. I turned off the road and gravel talked under the tires. The lot smelled of damp metal and the faint resin of trees. Naomi stood beneath the mapboard, one hand hooked on the edge like she was part of its frame. Her jacket was soaked and her face was steady. Relief came in a small, adult way that did not announce itself. She did not offer questions. She only nodded and handed me a dry kit off her shoulder. Inside were batteries, a spare camera, a coaxed radio that hummed like a held breath. We moved fast. The mapboard above us showed contour lines that wanted to be obedient. Someone had tacked a new notice to the edge. The ink on it bled a little in the rain. I thought of the ledger again, the once folded wave across a boundary that refused to be simple. If I could find a notch and make it sing on a photograph and nail a timestamp to it, then the ledger's tremor might straighten into law. If I failed, what I unearthed would be only another story lost to drafts and erasure. Naomi checked the radio and said, quietly, "We have until dusk." The words were not sharp. They were the shape of a clock. Naomi looked nothing like her voice on the phone, smaller and steadier. The sort of person who had learned to hold a calm under rain. She had a soaked stack of field reports tucked under one arm and a battered two-way radio clipped to her jacket. Its antenna bowed like a listening ear. She spread a sheet of waterproof sketch paper on the ranger desk and, with a blunt pencil, drew a route that cut through a stand of black spruce and a boggy understory, pointing where boardwalks once lay and where the muskeg narrowed. Her line shaved hours off the map's suggested loop, not by magic but by memory, by having walked places that refused to stay where they were drawn. We sat at the desk with the radio ticking softly between us, while she pulled open a small metal filing box and slid out yellowed survey sheets, the paper edges translucent with age. I matched the inked parcels to my tablet's blue overlays, watching coordinates wobble against the scanned grids. Naomi tapped a spot on the old sheet where someone had penciled in a correction long ago, a faded note that echoed Rimble's ledger. For a moment our silence was full, a shared compression of the same thought. These were not clerical errors, they were traces of argument. She handed me a sheet in a clear sleeve and said, quietly, "They tried to paper over it once. We can make noise, or we can make proof," I said. The words came out like a list of needed tools, not a plan. Naomi nodded and began packing evidence kits with efficient hands, a roll of clear plastic, zip seals, a small camera, citation forms, and a folder labeled chain of custody that she treated like a talisman. I slid Rimble's photocopy into a sleeve, then into another, then taped the seam with a methodical thumb. The rain on the office roof thickened into a sound like a distant river. We moved with the same slowed urgency people use when crossing ice. Outside, the air had that wet resin smell that makes everything feel close. Our boots sank into the soft humus as we left the ranger station, and the ground took an attendance of us with each step. Naomi walked a few paces ahead and then turned, pointing to a low ridge and the silver of a seep. "If we cut here," she said, "we cross where the old spring runs, then up through a rocky stripe where the surveyor marked his benchmark. It will bring us in behind the flagged line." Her voice was small and exact, the way a geometer measures a stitch. We moved through trees that bent the wind into a patient shove, clouds skimming faster than the light could hold them. At one point, I glanced at Naomi's radio and saw someone else's soft voice singing through, a procedural check, and felt the city fall away into work that was less about proving a fact than about keeping something true. My scanner app pinged with a satellite image I had sent up from the car, the red flags marked on it like wounds, and my chest tightened, not with fear but with the focused appetite of someone who had chased a pattern long enough to recognize its shape. We should have stayed until morning, gathered more witnesses, waited for the lawyer's affidavit, but each step forward narrowed the options until only urgency and prudence remained. Naomi caught my eye and gave me a small, unshowy half-smile, the kind that meant, "We will do the right thing as cleverly as we can." The post rose out of the hummock like an accidental spine, half uprooted so its base showed dark earth and tangled roots. Lichen traced small moons across the iron, pale and matte, and moss had grown into the bent crown until the metal looked fossilized rather than new. Maya crouched, the rain from the morning still clinging to her jacket, and pushed a gloved thumb across a crust of grit. The scrape sounded small and stupid against the larger silence of the trees, but when she cleared the last smear, the letters showed up. Shallow at first, then depth where the light hit. Rimble, each letter pressed with a steadiness that survived weather and forgetfulness. Naomi eased back on her heels and watched without speaking, radio at her belt making a soft, useful tick. "You saw it in the margin," she said after a moment, voice low, not surprised so much as confirming. Maya nodded, not taking her eyes off the metal, and pulled the camera from her kit with hands that had done this many times. The motions practiced into a sort of ritual. She set a coin and a small rule against the post for scale, angled the lens, and photographed the inscription, then another shot that caught the base and the surrounding peat. The GPS readout blinked obligingly on her device, coordinates that felt for once like evidence rather than an abstraction. Maya spoke into the recorder, clipped and methodical, because she knew how courts and papers wanted verbs and timestamps. "Found post matching Rimble ledger, coordinates as follows," she said, then read the numbers, then the details about lichen coverage and tilt, and then a note about the nearby spring channel Naomi had shown her. The voice on the recording sounded like someone translating feeling into data, as if the facts could hold the soft edges steady. The cold iron under her fingertips was real, a shock that ran through the glove into her palm, and the smell of wet metal and peat rose up and steadied her more than she expected. Naomi crouched and ran a gloved hand along the root ball, following the direction of the fall. "If this is the benchmark Rimble used," she said, "then the way it moved matches what she described, the skew there, the notch on the north side. Whoever tried to write it would have left marks." She pointed to a shallow scrape 2 inches above the lettering. Maya photographed that too, angled to show the direction of force, then made a small sketch on her waterproof paper, labeling the scrape, the moss ring, the nearby twig that sat like a pointer. The field kit felt like a balm and like a map of obligations at once. She sat back on her heels and let the rain hit the brim of her hood, letting herself feel the quiet satisfaction of alignment between work and something closer to kin. It was a proof both brittle and solid, the kind of small physical thing that could be lost in a stack of PDFs, but that here sat under her glove and would not be ignored. She whispered to Naomi, or to the post, she could not tell. "This is what Rimble left." For a breathless second, everything in the forest seemed to arrange itself around that sentence. From the ridge the cut looked obscene and deliberate, a pale vein running downhill through the green. Soil that had lived for a century showed raw and new, clods still flaking off the edge, and the air carried a clean metallic tang that made Jonah's mouth taste like pennies. Chainsaws whispered and spat somewhere below, an almost constant insect noise that suggested hands and intent rather than accident. Orange flags fluttered along the bare line, small bright wounds that meant men with measuring wheels and orders and paychecks. He watched a cab swing into sight, the silhouette of a machine like a resting beetle, and a truth settled in him that until then had been abstract. They were cutting toward them. "Machines," he said, the first words coming out short and raw, then again quicker, filling the pockets of night. "They're making a road. It's moving down the slope." Eli leaned forward, the firelight folding his face into planes of shadow and weathered skin. Around him the campers tightened, hands finding knees or a mug, all of them listening like people at a threshold. Rowan thumbed a line on the communal map as if it might erase the path in ink. Cass made a sound that could have been a laugh or a small curse, and someone shifted a log to settle the weight of the conversation. They spoke of options in practical, avoidant language, voices low and careful. Delay with logs, harass the crew, call attention, and risk everything. The more they weighed the choices, the more the room of night seemed to shrink, because every delay was also a decision to risk the spring, the caches, the small unlisted places stitched into their map. "We can pull trees across it," Cass said, quick and hard, eyes bright in the firelight. "Make 'em think twice. You slow 'em, they bring in heavier gear." She tapped a palm to a thigh like a drumbeat, eager to fill the silence with action. Rowan's answer was softer, precise. "Or we make them notice us. Cops come, cameras come. That is not protection, that is handcuffs and headlines. We need time for a legal stop, not a stunt." Jonah felt the argument like a pressure in his ribs. Two truths colliding, his instinct to run to safety, and a new protective stitch binding him to these people. He remembered Noor's coin sliding from his finger, and how loss had felt like a small, unacceptable erasure. He thought of Eli's photograph, of the ledger pages Maya had sent, of the way maps had been rubbed out on paper and in dirt. The decision tightened his hands into fists. "I'll go." Jonah sits with his knees against the cold log, the blade at his side, and the saw's teeth still ringing faintly in his ears like an aftertaste. He tastes diesel on his tongue from when the machine passed below, a metallic slick that refuses to wash away, and the night folds around him with the same stubborn quiet as the ridge. They have cut wedges of bark and heaped sap-smelling slabs into crude barricades, ropes looped through forked saplings, and the camp smells of smoke and wet wood and nervous sweat. Eli gives instructions in short, patient breaths, naming positions and times as if each syllable could hold the scheme together. Jonah rehearses phrases under his breath, legal platitudes and bitter, honest lines, imagining the foreman in an orange vest and the cameras blinking like accusatory eyes. If they make a road past this line, I will never forgive myself, he thinks. And the thought is less about stubbornness than a settling responsibility he did not ask for and cannot now erase. He thinks of Noor and the coin, and of the ledger page Maya sent, the dark smear on paper like a wound that will not close. He knows the headlines he has seen in the city, men in suits smiling over cleared lots, and children with axes who never think to count the lives lost beneath the soil. He imagines his chest a ledger, balancing what the campers need against what he fears will happen to him if he stands in the way. Rowan steadies his hand with a look that says nothing, and Jonah lets the silence do its work on him. We will not be the ones pushed off, Cass says, and the words are both a promise and a dare, barked quick enough to startle the crows into motion somewhere beyond the trees. He nods, the log biting into his palms, and the sounds of the machines creep closer, like someone walking on the other side of a thin wall. Maya slings her wet jacket over the passenger seat and holds the radio close, the headset damp with rain and her fingers cold around the transmit button. She reads the inscription again on the tiny screen, the letters rimble sharpened in her memory as if they were a knot she must not let go. Naomi answers on the third ring, voice calm and small through static, and Maya tells her she will upload images at first light and file the formal report, wording each clause to suggest caution and force at once. She sends the cropped photo to the city contact, thumbs trembling, and the message leaves like a small animal into the dark. The station voice says, "Do it now if you can," and the urgency in that simple line makes Maya aware of how little time she has made for ritual or doubt tonight. She crouches under the tarp and breathes in the scent of pressed dirt and gasoline, feeling the ledger pages under her ribs as if they were a second set of lungs. The photograph of the iron monument sits where she can see it, light reflecting off the carved letters like proof that paper and stone are on her side. She thinks of legal clauses, of precedents buried in municipal cupboards that can be dragged into daylight if only someone will push hard enough. She is tired to the bone, soaked, and still moving because the whole thing depends on her not letting the moment pass. If we lose this, she tells herself. The word cuts like a file, and then softens into a steely promise. The machines sound like a countdown now, regular and close. Chapter 17. The Ridge in Decline. I sit with the room dimmed, the monitors pale against my face. Morning is thin and gray outside the windows. The city lies muffled beneath glass and concrete. My hand moves the mouse like a metronome. The time series scrolls. At first the frames are coarse, blocky. Then they sharpen. The forest breathes in the sequence. Then it does not. A straight edge appears where there should be texture. A jagged wound opens and widens over weeks. Trees that have held for decades become empty ground in a handful of frames. Something in Rimble's notes lands like a physical thing in my chest. The pattern matches the little sketch she made, the faltering contour and the smudge where she has written, almost as an afterthought, a warning. I have her handwriting in my bag. I have her ledger at my kitchen table. Seeing it here, on a clean field of pixels, makes the warning into evidence. It is clearer and crueler than any sentence. I feel the slow, familiar anger rise. Bureaucracy moves by forms, by stamped pages that gather dust. Images do not wait for stamps. They show the cut, the order in which edges were taken. I begin to pull files together. Animations, annotated stills, timestamps and overlays. I choose a tight sequence that will make the scar legible in a glance. The packet grows under my cursor. My phone buzzes once and dies back to silence. Outside, the city wakes. Inside, the monitors keep showing the same erasure. The gray light feels like a question. I save, name, and attach. Then I write a short note to people who might move faster than the office will. The files go out the way a hand throws a rope into a dark river. I do not know who will grab it. I only know I have to toss it. The road smelled of diesel and wet earth, a hard smell that sat heavy under the thinner forest breath. Jonah's palms tingled where the rope had rubbed, raw lines bright against his skin, like a map he had not meant to learn. The blockade was simple, posts pounded into gravel, A length of chain looped and knotted, tarps and a tangle of branches woven to make a low, human fence. People sat on logs and coolers, shoulders hunched against the chill, cups cupped in hands that did not tremble as much as Jonah's did. Orange survey flags fluttered beyond them against the pale, as if someone had sewn small bright wounds into the slope. Eli moved through the group with the slow authority of someone used to reading risk and weather and people. He spoke softly, the words precise and dry as he explained the plan, and the others repeated practical details back like a litany. Who would photograph, who would call the lawyer, who would keep a list of names. Jonah listened to the cadence, the way instruction became collective promise, and felt something in him shift from private ache to public obligation. This was not the quiet solo summit he had imagined. It felt like a new kind of cartography, where borders were held with bodies instead of ink. Document everything, Eli said. No cameras that try to catch faces, only the machines. Only the machines and the lines. There was a chant that began low and careful and then swelled, human and spare, for trees, for water, for places that remember. Jonah found himself adding his breath to it, a thin sound that surprised him with its steadiness. Around him, people named the pines by old local names or by stories, and those names landed like stones into the soft bank of his memory, making a dam where his solitary maps had once slipped. He thought of Nora's charm, gone and small, a private thing that had taught him how to hold grief. He thought of the stitched communal map at camp, of Eli's leather notebook, of Agnes Rimble's wavering hand. A rope slipped through Jonah's fingers, and he tightened his hold without planning to. The ache in his palms felt less like injury and more like a ledger being balanced. They sat until the light thinned to a single cold line, voices growing quiet and certain. Jonah had come to be lost, and instead had found a place where loss could be named aloud and resisted. The radio sputtered alive between reports, a thin static that swallowed words and then coughed them back as something that might have been news. Jonah knelt by the chain, looking at his fingers where the rope had rubbed the skin raw, and let the sound fill the hollow under his ribs. Cass held her phone up, the screen bright against the dull of tarps and wet branches, forwarding a photo of a printed sheet that meant more than the letters said. The paper read like an authority from another weather, neat paragraphs promising pause, injunction granted, relief. But the caption under the image said the developer had filed an appeal, and the work could continue until the court ruled again, and the words felt like cold rain soaking through everything they had sealed with bodies. Eli did not raise his voice, he never did, but he folded the paper into his palm as if the news were a live coal, and then set it on the stump between them without looking anyone in the eye. Rowan walked the perimeter slowly, fingers trailing the tops of cut saplings, as if testing whether the machines had already started to reach for the land with their hydraulic mouths. The machines did not wait for papers. Their tracks were visible as raw scratches through the moss, and Jonah could see the yellow flags still snapping from a ridge above, tiny, bright wounds peeking through the gray. People around the camp shifted. Someone wrapped a coffee cup with both hands, as if warmth could reseal a legal promise into the ground. "Is it enough?" Cass asked, voice sharp and small. "It buys time," Eli said, low. Maya's name rose in the circle like a careful invocation, and nobody spoke it for long. Jonah thought of the photocopied ledger, of Agnes's wavering ink that had once slowed a developer's hand, and felt that old hope as fragile as the leaf litter underfoot. Hope had been practical here, an action, a placement of bodies, a stitched map, a sequence of photographs sent to a lawyer at odd hours. Now it was administered by a courthouse, a place of paper traps and delayed motions. He had believed that documentation could be a shelter, but standing where the chain bit into his palms, he felt the shelter only on paper. The forest made its own decisions. The radio crackled again, someone reading a line that slid in and out like a fish in murk, and Jonah watched Cass's face lose its quick edges. Rowan sat down heavily and began to unlace a boot, methodical as a prayer, while Eli stared toward the ridge, counting invisible things. "We are still here," Jonah told himself, and it felt both like defiance and a plea. He pictured Nora's charm, small and warm in his hand, its coin edge gone but its meaning intact, and wondered what belonged to a person and what belonged to law. The machines edged closer with the dull economy of inevitability, and the difference between an injunction stamped on a page and a blade biting a tree narrowed until it was only a hair. Jonah folded his hands, and the ache in them read like a choice written into his skin. They arrived like a punctuation mark in a sentence of moss and tarps, lights folding through the trees and tires sighing on grit. SUVs parked with practiced neatness, doors slapped shut, and feet came down in threes. Boots beating the damp into an immediate rhythm. Someone from the vehicle clicked on a megaphone and made a speech about safety, about permits, about the law, words that sounded formal and far away as if read from another time. Cameras leaned forward like alert birds, lenses reflecting the yellow flags on the ridge and the stitched linen map folded on the stump. The air held the metallic smell of diesel and the sweeter, warmer scent of wood smoke, and Jonah felt the two smells sit opposite each other, a promise and a threat. An officer read the order, slow and ceremonial, the legal language meant to slice through intentions and shape bodies into compliance. They moved with the choreography of enforcement, a clinical ballet. One took notes, two made a line, another filmed the crowd, and a soft-voiced sergeant walked the perimeter, whispering instructions through a throat mic. Cass shouted something sharp and small, and then went quiet, hands balled into the pockets of her coat. Rowan kept his eyes on Jonah, steady, as if measuring tilt and torque before any weight shifted. "Move, sir." "No." The handcuffs came with a quickness that surprised him, the cold clamp of metal against damp skin like a small arithmetic of finality. The click echoed under the pines and landed on the stitched map as if it were a coin dropped into a pool, audible in a way that made the camp flinch. Jonah felt the metal at his wrists, felt the immediate narrowing of options as if the ring of the cuff redrew the lines of his world. Someone recorded his face, close and clinical, while another camera took a wide shot that included lit flags and the serrated edge of machines. The act itself was simple, almost pedestrian in its mechanics, and brutal for its certainty. He did not struggle, not beyond the small, stubborn stillness of a person who had chosen a place to become an obstacle. His breath came out in a slow, damp rhythm that matched the mud under him and the rain that had been in the forecast. Eli leaned forward, hands on his knees, the grief in his face a small, slow geography of older losses. Cass cursed once, low and sharp, then wrapped an arm around Rowan as if to hold herself upright. The cuffs were cold and precise enough to teach him the lesson of material consequence. They hauled him up by the webbing of his jacket, not roughly, but without care for the small things he had carried here. The linen map slipped from the stump as they passed, flapping open and catching a corner of Rowan's boot, exposing feather and ink in a sudden private display. Jonah caught the brief sight like a prayer. The sewn names he had helped stitch a quiet litany against the formal names that the officer's clipboard would later try to assert. In the nape of his neck, a stitch of shame and stubborn pride sat together, a knot that both unmade and reinforced him. As they led him past the line of cameras and the bright flags, the forest itself seemed to gather its breath, and somewhere uphill a stake stood turned, as if someone or something had been altering direction while men on paper read orders. The van smelled like bleach, and the kind of alcohol that stung the back of the throat, the halogen lamp throwing everything into a cold, clinical white. Jonah watched his hands as if they belonged to someone else, palms up, fingers splayed on a glass plate while the officer snapped his fingers and said over the hum of fluorescent lights, "Hold still." Each pad pressed to the scanner with a flat, indifferent finality, the machine taking his whirls and loops and making them into code. The sound of the officer's pen on a form became another small percussion. The night outside condensed into this bright, humming box. He tried to remember Noor's laugh, a thin anchor, but the image blurred against the bright glare. "Name, date of birth," the officer said mechanically, as if reading a script he had read 1,000 times. Jonah blinked and answered, his voice small in the metallic room, and felt the words send echoes through the van. They photographed his profile, squared his shoulders, and then erased the candid angles he had liked in the mirror, producing instead a bureaucratic face with a timestamp. In the corner of the van, a thermal printer spit out a strip of paper, the receipt curling like a pale animal, and then settling. He thought of the linen map folded on the stump. It stitches a counterclaim to the clipped language here, and wondered whether being recorded made his resistance less true or more true. The cuffs had left a rawness, a line of red that matched the photograph's determined neutrality. He thought about Eli's hands when he had been led away, how those hands had smoothed a map like a blessing, and the van made that memory small and private. The officer's hands were efficient and unhurried, fingers tapping keys, eyes quick above the rim of his face mask, and Jonah felt the simultaneous shame and steadiness of his choice. He had sat in mud to be inconvenient, to make a body into a fact, but the database felt like something else, like a ledger that could translate him into marketable risk or a court docket. If he had been brave, he wondered, or simply naive. The question did not come with an answer. The printer squealed again. In Toronto, Maya's apartment was a small island of screens, each showing a different angle of the ridge, the satellite animation looping with a thin, terrible patience. She drafted emails and deleted them, then drafted another, hunting for the exact words that would make someone with a byline care before bulldozers finished their job. Her fingers hovered over a list of reporters, then moved, then stopped, then moved again, and her chest felt like a pocket she could not close. Every scent file felt like opening a window on the camp's life, and she knew the footage could save trees and condemn people in the same breath. In the end, she sent the clips, attached the animation, and wrote a short note asking for immediate attention, then clicked through to a regional columnist she had read since graduate school. "Can you talk now?" she said into the phone, voice steadier than she felt, the screen showing a spinning wheel of connection. She paced the narrow kitchen while the call connected, watching the columnist's voicemail light blink, and thought of Eli and the stitched map and Jonah's hands as if they were fragile artifacts that could be crushed by her own evidence. If she pushed too hard, the camp might be exposed and criminalized. If she hesitated, the machines would win. Her role felt absurdly literal, translating pixels into pressure, community stories into public papers, and she had to keep reminding herself that facts were also a kind of care. She closed her eyes and let the satellite frames run once more, the scar widening with each loop, waiting for a human to stitch the halves of the story together. Maya watched her screen like someone watching a small animal on a frozen pond, every bounce of the cursor a footprint in thin ice. The local paper posted a short piece with her images and a grainy satellite loop, the headline blunt and hungry. An independent radio host played her interview between songs, voice low and conspiratorial, and the chat filled with listeners asking for coordinates and legal angles. Notifications multiplied into a small constellation, each light a promise and a threat, and she felt both buoyed and hollowed as the story began to move beyond her hands. The files she had sent, the ledger photocopy, the photograph of Rimble's name on the iron monument, all of it, now threading through other people as if it were suddenly public weather. "Are you sure you want this?" Naomi asked over the radio, her voice closer than the distance between pixels and trees. In the van, Jonah sat very still and listened, cataloging sounds the way a fisherman reads water, counting engines the way some count heartbeats. The radio in the camp had been alive for hours, broadcasting snippets and a shaky live stream of his arrest that wavered between static and someone shouting his name. Headlights were a slow, clinical approach, rows of them cutting through the thinning woods and painting trunks in sudden white. A cruiser idling farther down the track rattled like a metal heart, and somewhere past that there was the high mechanical promise of chainsaws, distant and regular, like lungs learning how to breathe again. He rubbed his wrists where the cuffs bit, feeling skin raise and bleed into quiet anger, and he tried to imagine how images could protect a place that refused being pinned. "It is worse with cameras. Don't blow this now," Eli had told him once, voice flat with old battles. Outside the van, the soundscape convulsed, every new engine a punctuation to the camp's history, and the thin law stacked against it. Jonah thought of the linen map, stitches trembling in his memory, of Rowan's notch and Noor's coin, and of Maya typing messages somewhere far from diesel and needles, turning data into pressure. If the publicity brought protesters and lawyers, it also brought corporate legal threats in quick formal language that smelled like invoices. He watched headlights press forward until they made a single wide band of light, and he imagined what would happen when that band met people sitting in mud, or when it met empty campsites emptied by court orders and chainsaws. Maya closed her laptop for a second and felt the whole room inhale with her. Chapter 18. Echoes of Survey. The kitchen smelled like wet paper and burnt coffee. Light slid across the mapboard in a thin, tired blade and made the thumbtacks throw little halos. I had a stack of field reports fanned like old leaves, edges browned, notes in a handwriting that never quite stopped apologizing. Agnes came in without knocking. Her coat smelled of damp wool and the must that lives in archives. She moved as if the room had gravity of its own. She set her bag down with careful fingers. They trembled when she poured the tea. Steam rose in a small, deliberate cloud. She folded a paper envelope and placed it on the table like a coin. The fold was the only neat thing in the room. I reached for it without meaning to, then stopped. Her eyes watched my hand the way an archivist watches a page edge. "I altered a line," she said. The words were small and precise. No flourish, no justification. She looked older than the ledger, older than the stamps. Decades ago. I moved it a few meters, pushed the boundary away from a cluster of seasonal clearings. Silence kept to itself for a long time. Outside, a streetcar sighed past, and the building hummed with its usual small complaints. I felt something under my feet shift, like a shelf sliding in a dark room. The mapboard looked less authoritative. The field report seemed more fragile than evidence, and more like testimony. Agnes did not ask forgiveness. She called it a dirty compromise. Her voice was steady with the tiredness of someone who had learned how to live with a choice. She spoke of families who returned in the thin summers, of children with names stitched into tarps, of springs that had always found mouths in the same place. She said the surveys were meant to bind land into law, and sometimes law breaks the people who need it least. She told me about being frightened, about wanting to keep a place off the ledger so it could keep its rhythms, about signing an amended line and then watching ink behave like a lie. She folded her hands and they shook less as she talked. I felt my work rearrange. The ledger on my table had teeth now. The maps had mouths. The clean geometry I trusted was given human weight and human cost. I sat with the room like a patient with a pulse I did not trust. Light from the lamp pooled on the table and turned ink into a small, wet geography. The maps smelled faintly of smoke and old glue, the paper edges soft where fingers had traced them before mine. Agnes had left the kettle pricked and cooling, the cup half full, and when I dipped a fingertip into the rim it left a brown crescent that looked like a title mark across a ledger. I spread the sketches she had let me copy, the margin shorthand looping in a hand that had learned to hide decisions beneath tidy strokes, and for the first time the collated coordinates stopped reading as neutral facts and started to feel like choices delivered as instruments. Her confession settled into the paper like a stain, not loud, but impossible to scrub out. I pulled the vellum closer and compared a clean survey grid against the amended line, watching how a few millimeters of ink migration altered parcel geometry, rerouted a right-of-way, and excused a hollow from the registry. The shorthand meant things I had not been taught in cartography school, the surveyor's parentheses and slashes indicating intention, not indecision. Each notation that once read as an error now read as a deliberate occlusion, a small, surgical removal of place from public claim. The thought made the lamp feel colder, as if the room had been catalogued and found guilty. "Who did that protect?" I said aloud, the words small and useless in the warm air. The cup clicked against the saucer when I set it down. If mapping was an ethic, my creed had been that more precision created more justice. Now I saw that fixing a stream in space could hand that stream to a ledger and an owner, that naming a clearing made it prosecutable property. Agnes had chosen uncertainty as shelter, an act of stylistic neglect that hid a living pattern from legal appetite. It was easy to argue the line had been falsified to save people, but I felt the weight of other possibilities, how the same occlusion could be exploited by anyone who wished to erase a vulnerability for profit. The ledger was an ambiguous witness with both mercy and heresy inked into it. I touched the smudged stamp where Agnes had written "Do not map." The letters blurred under a thumbprint that might have been hers or a clerk's. My training wanted a chain of custody, signatures, corroboration. My conscience wanted to fold the paper into a pocket and walk north without telling anyone. The files on my screen, the emails stacked with polite refusals, the municipal memos, they all rearranged themselves into a moral geometry I could not solve with coordinates. To publish the confession was to risk exposing the hidden people who survived in that legal shadow. To hide it was to perpetuate an unofficial protection that had already been granted and perhaps abused. I thought of Jonah, of hands that might later press flowers into the stitched map of a camp. I thought of Eli and the way he smoothed his jacket when he spoke of bailiffs, as if trying to iron out a past crease. My role split into two actions at once, one professional and evidence-driven, the other human and protective. The ledger was a breach and a balm, and I felt my belief in objectivity split along that seam. I closed my eyes, and the room crowded with voices I could not see. Jonah sat with the hem of his wool sleeve in his fist, watching the fire make small languages of the kindling. The communal kitchen smelled of wet canvas, boiling stew, and a thin sweetness of dried berries. A tin kettle sighed on the stove, and someone set a cup down with a muted clink that made Jonah look up. Eli's boots scuffed the packed earth as he came and went, each thud a slow punctuation to the room. Jonah felt the map in his pack like an accusation, the folded paper a neat world that did not belong here, and he set it beside him because he could not decide whether to carry it or burn it. Eli leaned back against a crate, the corners of his mouth turned down in a way that had nothing to do with sleep, and Jonah heard him before he saw the exhaustion in his hands. "We learned the hard way," Eli said. "Maps bring people who want to split things up into squares and names." He rubbed his thumb along a seam of his palm where the skin was thicker, like carving in slow motion. The sound of the stirring spoon stopped, voices dimmed, the room tightened its breath around Eli's words. It was not romantic, Eli told him, not some simple escape. It was a practice. Families, some of them long gone from public records, used this land quietly for generations, tending springs and moving camps with the seasons so that the woods could rest in between. When outsiders came with axes and ledgers, whole patches of habitat that had been cherished were turned into parcels before the people who knew them could speak. The campers learned to leave no tracks that a legal eye could follow, to move caches and mask paths, to sing place into memory rather than sign it into law. Jonah traced the seam of the communal map with his fingertip, feeling the embroidered names as if they were a litany. He thought of his own neat printout, the grease pencil route he had drawn with the arrogance of someone who assumed the world kept still. The camp's secrecy felt like shelter, but also like a wound and slow healing. "So you hide to protect them," Jonah said, which sounded too tidy even as he said it. Eli's laugh was small and tired. "Protect them sometimes, but also to hide the harm we did, the times we tried to be legal and were shown the door. Secrecy became the only thing that kept our people and the animals from being counted out of existence." The fire popped once. Maya sat at the kitchen table with the ledger spread like a wound. The paper edges darkened where someone had touched them too often. Rain stitched the window panes and made the city sound soft and foreign, and she found herself reading the same penciled amendment over and over as if repetition could extract an argument from its graphite. The room smelled of old tea and printer toner, the two things she carried between archives and screens, and she felt the ledger's wrongness as a physical pull in her ribs, a corruption that was also a protection. If Rimble had moved a line to keep families and springs from falling into a legal machine, then exposing that line might be salvation for the trees and death for the people she meant to save. Maya smoothed a page with her fingertips, trying to decide whether a careful photograph would be a tool of justice or an instrument of harm, and the question trembled like a heat line above black asphalt. "She lied to save people," Rimble said, small and certain, from the chair across from Maya, the sound of her voice carrying the weight of an admission that belonged to someone else's choice. Maya did not answer for a long time, because the ledger had already spoken and the ledger would be the thing that either leveled or protected a community. Her training wanted only facts, provenance, signatures, verification, but some truths demanded rhetoric and care rather than clinical exposure. The city had a way of thinking certainty was the same as rightness, and Maya could smell the shape of suits and press releases moving toward the ridge like hungry birds, ready to pick at anything that was left uncovered. At the camp, Jonah listened to Eli talk about the calculus of invisibility, the way secrecy could be a shelter and a sentence at once, and the fire itched with the sound of small objects being turned over in hands. Eli's voice was steady and worn, the kind of steadiness that had learned to measure risk by the lost names of people who had been removed. "We did what we had to," he said, and his fingers traced a rubbed circle on the communal map where a spring used to be labeled in a child's hand. Jonah felt the map under his palm like a promise and a danger, the stitches of stories that could not be shown without becoming targets. He had come looking for solitude, and found a ledger of obligations, and learning those obligations required him to relearn what it meant to be responsible to a place and to people without asking for permission. "Then what do we do?" Jonah asked, because questions were the only honest currency he had left that night. "Not everything needs to be named," Eli said, and the reply was not an answer but a way to breathe through a problem. Maya made a list with a pencil so light it barely made a mark, the lines an attempt to map consequences. Authenticate Rimble, build legal scaffolding, prepare a public narrative that did not incriminate. Each item demanded witnesses, corroboration, a story that could turn a fudged line into a moral precedent rather than a prosecutable forgery. Outside her window, water ran in gutters, sloppy with city light, indifferent to rightness, and she imagined the ledger becoming both shield and spear, its edges catching on the fingers of lawyers and journalists. Her hands smelled of ink and rain, and for the first time the archival rigor felt like walking a tightrope between care and violence. Jonah practiced the camper's rules in the dark, smoothing footprints deep into mud, unmaking the neat impressions he had been taught as a city kid. He learned to carry his silence like a pack, to keep his phone buried, to memorize the sound of the creek instead of marking its coordinates. Each small act of concealment felt like a testimony he was adding to an oral map, and each act of revelation felt like a cut that might bleed history out into paper in courtrooms. He did not yet know whether he would return to the roadhead or stay and risk being counted against those he had come to love, but the choice no longer felt theoretical. There is a limit to what paper can protect. Maya traced Rimble's wave of ink with the pad of her thumb until the graphite blurred, as if touching might smudge the decision out of the paper, so it would no longer have the power to summon men with trucks. The kitchen light made the ledger look like a small island of gravity, pages puckered from humidity and hands, the handwriting a set of breathless instructions layered over someone else's apology. Outside, the rain had settled into a steady, indifferent percussion, and in that softened city sound, The ledger read both as evidence and as something intimate and dangerous, the kind of thing that asked to be handled slowly. She catalogued again, more slowly, the marks that might be authenticated and the ones that could be read as deliberate concealment, imagining courtrooms where that difference would be everything. The email arrived with the polite bluntness of legal mail, subject line capital project notice, and the body was 2 sentences folded into a single demand: confirm boundary ownership and intent to begin survey work within 30 days. Maya stared at the text until the white of the screen thinned. The 30 days was a clock, but it also smelled like a door being unlocked somewhere. The hinges already oiling themselves with someone else deciding whose rights mattered more. She sat very still and ran a hand over her mouth, thinking of Rimble's tremulous confession, of the ledger that had been a lie and a shield at once. If she authenticated the ledger, if she presented it as proof, that shield might become a beacon. She opened a new message and did not type, leaving the cursor blinking like a small, patient accusation. She could go to the provincial office at first light, file chain of custody, find witnesses, corroborate handwriting, build the scaffold the lawyer wanted. She could also do nothing, leave the ledger folded in its darkness and risk development eating the ridge without a fight. Both choices felt violent in different directions, and she could not decide which violence she had the right to commit. The rain kept its slow tempo, and the town was a soft map of lights beyond her window, detached and indifferent. He sat there for a long time, hands warm from the mug, watching the ledger as if it might speak back and tell him which choice would be kinder. Jonah pushed open the kitchen door and smelled wood smoke before he saw Eli, the firelight making the old man's cheekbones more map than flesh. Eli had not moved when Jonah came in, the way a person does not move when they are listening for something too big to be answered aloud. Jonah stopped a step inside, the door cool on his shoulders, and waited for Eli to say whatever it was that had been quietly settling into the camp all night, the thing they had both been pretending would not arrive. Eli looked up as if surprised to find Jonah there, then folded his hands on his knees and spoke in the same low voice he used for names. We can hide until they flatten the first line, or we can show up and tell the judge what a spring means, he said. He said it as if the options were 2 ways to get hurt. There was no bravado in the words, only the worn arithmetic of someone who had counted loss twice and found the math undefeated. Jonah felt the heat of the fire on his face and the cold calculus in his gut, the knowledge that any path forward would expose them all in different ways. Jonah sat, and the silence stretched like a held breath, neither of them providing answers, both feeling the same tug toward impossible choices. Chapter 19. Convergent Terrain. Maya pushed open the county hall door, and the cold folded in behind her, thin and precise. The room smelled faintly of wet wool and printer toner. Heat sprayed from vents in uneven pulses. People leaned into that warmth like they were conserving it for the testimony to come. She carried the folder flat to her chest, the photocopies inside a quiet weight. The ledger page sat beneath a sheet of plastic, its pencil marks like a small stubborn truth. Her hands did not shake. Her heart did. She found a folding chair near the back and let her shoulders settle. Around her murmurs collected into threads, then frayed. A lawyer to her left tapped notes with a clipped knuckle. An activist to her right scrolled through images on a phone and whispered coordinates. Cameras blinked. The microphone on the dais hummed like a caged insect. Jonah came in late. He eased the door and carried the woods with him. The smell was immediate, pine and smoke and the sour tang of cold pressed into last night's fire. He moved like someone unused to public rooms, shoulders rounded, palms empty, heads turned, some faces sharpened, some softened. For a moment Jonah looked not like a man, but like a question waiting for an answer. Maya watched him as if inspecting a map. He hesitated in the aisle, glanced at the days, then found a seat a row ahead of her. The gallery measured him in seconds. Spectacle, threat, witness. He kept his eyes low. He wrapped his hands around a paper cup, as if it were something to steady him. That simple motion settled him a little. It made him human again. The commissioners sat up on the raised platform, folders stacked like small barricades in front of them. A clerk called the hearing to order with a voice trained to sound neutral. The single microphone captured everything. You could hear a cough like a confession. You could hear breath like a promise. Maya thought of the ledger under her thumb and of Rimble's wave in the margin, and felt the room narrow to the single point where paper and machine would meet. Outside the wind pushed snow across the eaves. Inside the room the heat fogged windows and faces. Cameras continued to blink. Jonah rubbed his palms and looked at the ledger cover on Maya's knee, though he did not know it yet. Maya watched him and understood, suddenly and simply, that whatever came next would be decided in air that smelled of smoke and paper and the thin municipal warmth of people gathered to choose what counts on a map. The clerk called each name with procedural calm, and the room folded itself into a kind of ordered chaos. Folders and tablets lined up like small flags on the dais. Municipal planners clicked through charts that resolved into grids and bylaws, the language of certainty made visible in pie charts and zoning codes. Lyle Grant's attorney rose with a practiced smile and spoke of jobs, of community investment, of strict compliance with permits, his voice smooth as a brochure. The words warmed the room like a radiator, intended to be both comfortable and familiar. Maya stood when her name was called, and carried the ledger under its plastic like a small, fragile animal. She laid out photocopies side by side, the delicate wave drawn in Rimble's hand pinned opposite a recent satellite still that showed a raw, squared absence where trees had been the week before. Her voice was precise and careful, each sentence a measured footstep across a terrain where paper and soil were arguing over the same ground. She pointed to the margin correction, to the faded stamp that made the deed wobble, and to cadastral overlays that refused to align, and the commissioners shifted in their seats as if the maps had unstitched under their hands. The ledger felt heavier on the table than it had in her bag, as if the paper carried notations of weather and history and the small deliberate lies that make land purchasable. Naomi followed, boots like a punctuation mark at the edge of the technical detail, and she read a ledger of field data without flourish, wet boot notes, tethered GPS traces that looped and corrected, a duct-taped camera card with timestamps during a thin, icy rain. She spoke of an iron monument half upended, of flagging that appeared overnight in a tidy grid, of a surveyor's wheel whose metallic tick stopped just short of a hollow spring. Her evidence smelled faintly of mud and cordage, the material counterweight to the clean rectangles of the legal briefs, and the room began to lean toward the physical proofs laid out on the table. Lyle Grant's attorney interrupted, the interruption a professional gust. "We followed due process," he said. "We met all requirements and consulted experts. The economic benefits outweigh speculative claims of ambiguity." The room held its breath. Eyes that had been polite and outward-facing turned inward, reading faces instead of files. Jonah in the back felt the ledger under Maya's hand become a shared palpation, a thing that could be read not only by ink but by memory. The painted coat of the table reflected the overhead lights in streaks like frozen rivers, and for a moment the maps looked like skin, mapped veins, and worn lines that told where people had walked and where they had been kept out. The commissioners whispered among themselves, not in conspiracy but in the difficult arithmetic of weighing paper against place. Lyle stood as if rising from a meeting room chair was the same as rising to rescue a town. His suit caught the fluorescent light in flat planes, his smile practiced and unhurried, and when he spoke the words came out as if they had been polished by a committee. "Jobs, tax revenue, and procedural regularity," he said, careful nouns that sat like coins on the table, and his voice filled the hall with a tidy rhythm. "Phase development, mitigation measures in place." He held up a glossy rendering for the room to see, a sunlit row of cabins framed by trees that looked more like props than living wood. The planning commissioner nodded at predictable intervals, as if permission itself was a physical gesture that could be passed along the row. Around Maya, small claps fluttered like dry leaves, coming from faces that had mortgages and storefronts and council meetings to attend. A cafe owner 2 rows up shifted his wallet and smiled. A municipal official mouthed the word sensible. The room leaned toward the comfortable arithmetic of gain and loss, the kind of math that erases edges by rounding them off. Maya felt the ledger in her hands become a different thing, less a box of evidence and more a scale that had to hold more than proofs. She had rehearsed facts until the letters blurred. She had every stamped page and photograph in order, but the language Lyle used made those pages sound like eccentric footnotes to an inevitable story. The satellite stills, the Rimble correction, Naomi's boot prints, they were all precise and right, and yet the audience's breath kept coming back to the image of work, of wages, of steady tax streams, the images that tidy fear into policy. He is selling a future, she thought, and the future has better signage than memory. Saya straightened the plastic sheet under the ledger and felt the smallness of paper against the room's appetite for vision. She could not outpromise a brochure. She could not rearrange a calendar and print increased payrolls, but she could unpeel value from the economic language Lyle offered and reframe it as something that counted even when it did not appear on a balance sheet. "We value this place because people live in its edges, because songs and springs are ledger entries that never made it into a filing cabinet." Voices rose tentative, then steadier. An older woman who remembered berry picking, a teacher whose students had used the ridge for field trips, someone who described a hollow where children learned to fish. Each anecdote landed like a pebble in the smooth pond Lyle had described, making ripples that reached the commissioners and unsettled the neat reflections of his rendering. Maya found herself speaking without notes, her voice low and steady, not to contradict the permits but to translate them, to ask the room to consider that legality does not equal goodness, and that some rights cannot be reduced to revenue. The room smelled faintly of coffee and varnish, but when Jonah stepped up the air seemed to carry another scent, one he did not expect to find under fluorescent lights, the resin warm and sharp as if a window to the ridge had been opened. He had the communal linen map folded under his arm, the stitched feathers and notches folded into his palms like a promise, the compass Rowan had carved into the margin pressed flat against his breath. He felt the fabrics weave under his fingers the way he had felt the pine bark in his palms on the ridge, both textures proof that memory could be sewn into an object and held up against a ledger. He thought of Noor's laugh the way it cut through early fog, a small bright thing that kept him walking when bearings betrayed him. "My name is Jonah Park," he said, and the microphone shrank his voice into a thin thread that still found the back row. "Noor is my sister. She taught me to tie a knot that will not slip, and she left me this coin so I would remember where home starts." He told them about the creek that moved, how its bed might be where a map said north but the water had decided east for reasons he could not name, how he woke one night to find the stake he'd driven into the ground rotated like a clock hand toward a different hour. He spoke of cooking over a lean flame with Cass and Rowan, of the quiet watch shifts when someone listened while others slept, of small swaps of food and tools that felt to him like ownership without paper. "We make a place by tending it," he said, voice gaining steadiness, "by remembering which stones mark the spring and which trees will keep their bark through winter." He paused, and the silence was a thing that sat on his shoulders and filled the hall. The room leaned in as if gravity had been altered, the planners and the farmers and the woman who kept a hardware store moving closer on the same hinge of attention. Maya watched him from the doorway, ledger open on her lap, and felt a tide that no stamp could stem. Somewhere in the back someone cleared their throat and it sounded like a branch snapping. The image of the ridge shifted in the commissioners' minds from a line on a page into a life with hands and recipes and songs. "You are asking us to trust paper over people," one commissioner said after a beat, and Jonah answered simply, "No, I am asking you to see what paper leaves out." The room shifted as if a new wind had entered. Commissioners unrolled paper pads and tapped screens, looking for the technical clarity that would let them sleep with a decision. Counsel for Lyle Grant rose, practiced and cool, and began to parse authority and precedents, citing permits and survey stamps as if those stamps were talismans. Jonah watched the man from the corner of his eye, feeling the heat of the hall like a physical thing that might scorch the camp's stitched map in his pack. Maya stood when it was her turn, hands steady though her breath felt too loud. She laid Rimble's photocopy and Naomi's GPS printouts on the table, aligning them until the inks matched like teeth. "I am requesting a deferral of any action on site," she said, voice moving from the slow vigilance of an archivist into a sharper, more urgent register, "and an independent third-party survey within 14 days, with an immediate moratorium on clearing until findings are presented." Her words folded the ledger and the satellite animation together, made the commission see the ledger not as curiosity but as a hinge. Naomi, near the doorway, nodded once and tapped the radio clip to her belt, as if to underscore that the field had its own record, messy and human but solid. "That is extraordinary," Lyle Grant's counsel replied, smiling as if the smile could smooth the sourness in the room. "Extraordinary and obstructive. My client has lawful expectations, economic plans, and workers on contract. Delay will cost money and create legal exposure for the municipality." He spread a thick folder of signed forms, permitting language like a shield of ink and paper. The gallery's murmurs picked up speed, a dozen tiny arguments erupting into one larger hum. Activists toward the back folding and handing out leaflets that pictured a crescent of trees and a headline that read, "Do not let maps erase people." Cass from the camp pushed through the crowd to stand behind Jonah, cheek flushed, eyes hard. A reporter clicked a pen like a metronome. Naomi stepped forward and laid a printout of the iron Rimble marker on the table, its GPS coordinates plain. "This is not academic," Naomi said, the sound of the radio in her voice, making her words feel like a field report finally given a roof to echo under. "We found artifact, and we have community testimony of continuous use. An interim moratorium buys the law time to catch up to reality." The commissioners scribbled, the chief planner reading the words as if trying to translate a new language. A lawyer from the county cleared his throat and reminded everyone of legal standards for emergency injunctions, of burdens and thresholds and proofs that could not be conjured by emotion alone. Maya listened and then answered with specifics, naming the data layers, the chain of custody for the ledger, the corroborating metadata from Naomi's devices, the scrim of matching ink strokes in Rimble's hand, each detail like a small stone set in a pile that together might stop a machine. Her urgency had an economy to it. She did not beg. She proposed mechanisms and timelines that made the Commission's paths forward inconvenient but not impossible. They voted to take the matter in camera for a moment, and the hall's temperature changed when the doors closed. Jonah felt fingers of fear curl through him, the feeling that a hinge might give if too many hands pushed. He kept his palms flat against the linen map in his pack, as if to anchor both himself and the camp. Outside the window, rain began to fall in a steady, patient way. They did not leave the hall like people who had been given a solution. The vote came with clauses folded through it, contingencies and legal teeth tucked into polite language, a timeline that could be stretched and stalled by appeals. Commissioners moved their pens over minutes, as if they were patching a net, some stitches neat, some loose, and the net itself might still miss the thing it was meant to hold. Inside, Naomi packed her notes with a steadiness that looked like acceptance, while the planners murmured about process and risk, each phrase a slippered step away from certainty. Rain began against the windows, soft and patient, as if the weather could wait out paperwork. Outside the doors, voices sharpened into the modern clatter of consequence. Reporters circled with microphones, a ring of small lights bobbing, and someone from the local paper shouted a question that split into several other questions. Activists smiled with cautious mouths, holding flyers damp at the edges, and a cluster of citizens clapped and then stopped, unsure if applause could hold a promise. Cameras smelled like plastic and battery acid, flashes making eyes reflect white, then red, then human. Jonah kept his hands in his pockets and let the noise move around him without taking it in. A courier from Lyle Grant approached with a thin envelope held in both hands, the posture of someone who knew the paper might hurt. He spoke in the level tone of office men, polite and small, and pressed the envelope into Maya's fingers, the corner already creased from being carried. The notice was terse, formal, and full of the particular calm darkness of legal threat. Words that said an injunction would be sought, timetables would be challenged, costs would be claimed. People who meant to build habitually keep the grammar of removal ready. Around them someone laughed too loudly, as if noise could turn the thought into something less real. Jonah stood under the halogen glare of the parking lot, his breath making clouds that smelled faintly of wet wool and wood smoke, and he warmed his hands in the pockets of a jacket that had once been someone else's. Maya slid the photograph across so Jonah could see it close. The paper was splotched at the margins, the ink of Rimble's hand darker where the pen had lingered. "Do not fix," she read aloud, and the two words sat there like an instruction and a question at once. Jonah's voice came out small, precise. Was she warning people, or hiding them? They looked at one another for a long beat, the buzz of phones and distant engines making a background hum, and in that look was an agreement both legal and moral. They had summoned process into a place that wanted to be lived in rather than parceled, and now they would have to decide if process could be the shield it promised to be, or if it would cut as cleanly as the machines waiting at the ridge. Chapter 20. The Ridge Between Maps. Light thinned until the ridge looked like an old map pressed flat. Lichen and granite sat in low relief, pale as wax. Jonah rested on a stump, Rowan's carved compass warm in his palm. The carved notch caught the light like a small promise. His other hand held the camp's tactile map, folded and smelling of smoke. Court papers were tucked into one fold, their embossing a small raised script under his thumb. He read the names again. The letters felt both strange and necessary. Around him the camp moved in soft, deliberate ways. Naomi set a kettle over a low flame, fingers quick with habit. Eli crouched with the battery radio, turning its dial with patient care. Voices were low, the wind kept time. Somewhere unseen, birds answered with a thin chorus. Maya appeared on the south road at the edge of sight, dust dark on her sleeves. She carried a sheaf of copied notes, pages that had traveled under fluorescent lights, and in careful hands. Dr. Rimble's marginalia showed through the scanned ink, the small corrections that had made a difference. She walked up the ridge like a woman carrying evidence that had weight. Jonah watched her come and felt something like relief and a small wary joy. They formed a small circle without speaking. The papers went from hand to hand, then folded into the map. The radio hissed, then held a voice that meant the hearing had moved forward. They sat in the cooling light and let the moment sit with them. It was a quiet victory. They knew the machines could still come. They also knew the work had only begun. The courtroom smelled of old paper and coffee, a soft dirt that belonged to places people had once touched. Sun through high windows laid pale rectangles across the carpeted aisle, catching the raised letters of the court seal as if to make them shine. Maya could feel the weight of the sealed affidavits in her satchel, the edge of one page swollen where ink had bled at the corner. The blotch looked like a small weather map. Naomi's testimony had been steady, her voice a low boat cutting through the room, and the satellite images had played on a screen, one after another, until the scar on the ridge was no longer a line of pixels but a thing with edges and a name. Outside, cell phones recorded and whispered. Inside, a municipal official shifted uneasily on a wooden bench and kept glancing at the embossed stamp on the injunction, the raised circle that said provisional stay. "This gives us time," Naomi said, simple and exact, and a murmur moved through the rows like wind in a stand of saplings. Maya had read the legal language twice, aloud in the van and alone on the ridge, and still the words felt both precise and porous. The injunction forbade clearing in specified coordinates. It required notice. It commanded a hearing. And yet it couched those things in conditional clauses that left openings like thin cracks. Reporters asked short, sharp questions, their pens scratching like distant rain, and Lyle Grant's lawyer, polite and practiced, spoke with phrases that smelled of future motions, of appeals and delays, of procedural patience that could be used as a weapon. Outside the hall, the activists clustered under a sputtering street lamp, banners damp with condensation, faces lit by the glow of phones and by relief. Jonah felt the ground settle under his boots in a way that made all the small map stitches he had learned seem real and durable for a moment. The camp had gathered a thin, ragged contingent, Naomi among them in her field jacket, Eli with his quiet hands tucked in his pockets, Rowan with a wood chip still under his fingernail. Cheers rose, sudden and human, and Jonas felt his chest loosen with the sound, as if someone had unbound a strap across his ribs. Hope is not a barricade. Inside, in the hush that followed formal announcements, Maya watched the embossed stamp as if it might move, and thought of Dr. Rimble's marginal curl, the covenant folded into the ledger like a secret letter. She thought of the photocopies that had darkened at the edges, of signatures whose ink had been pressed so hard the impression showed on the reverse, and she felt the professional certainty that comes from having matched one document to another. Still, the edges of her satisfaction were serrated by practical knowledge. Court orders can be overturned, stipulations can be negotiated away, and legal recognition can be hungry for the exact kinds of proof that the forest resists producing. Jonah caught her eye across the corridor, and the look they exchanged was not celebration but calibration, a small map made of glances. He lifted the camp's linen map a little, the fold of court papers peeking from beneath, and she read his movement as question and vow together. The machines had been paused by ink and statute this day. But the ridge, patient and mutable, waited to see whether paper would hold more strongly than saws. The envelope smelled faintly of copier, toner, and rain. When Maya unfolded it at her kitchen table, the stamped header catching the weak winter light like a promise half-made real. The letter was long on qualifiers, a careful grammar of pilot and timeline and deliverables, but the core of it was simple. They would try a participatory mapping pilot. They would accept oral histories, tactile maps, sensory annotations, and community waypoints appended to the cadastral record. She read the phrases twice, as if the act of reading might turn departmental hedging into something binding. Her hands trembled just enough to smudge the rim of ink on Dr. Rimble's photocopy that lay beside the envelope, a small smudge of proof that made the document feel suddenly more fragile and more important. Jonah heard the news across a crackling radio, Eli's voice low and careful as he passed the packet into Jonah's hands by the campfire. The paper was soft from too many foldings, the margins annotated with a child's neat pencil marks and Rowan's chipped woodcuts. The camp's linen map lay open like a sleeping animal on Jonah's knees, knots and seams tracing springs and names that no official map would print. Yet the provincial letter asked him to stand and make those seams legible to people who preferred straight lines. He felt the weight of that request under his palms, where the stitches had caught his skin and the smoke from the fire had stained the cloth with a neat, homely geography. "Can you explain it?" Maya asked over a call, her voice tidy with practiced restraint. "In terms the reviewers can quantify?" Jonah swallowed, the camp smoke still in his throat, and answered with a story about a spring that never ran in the places surveyed, about how cairns sang like small clocks after windstorms. He kept his sentences short, translating ritual into evidence the way Eli had taught him to measure knots, careful to name the practices without offering their souls up for dissection. They met later under fluorescent lights at the provincial office, the room smelling of office coffee and old maps, a stack of tactile samples on the table like small, insistently human objects. Maya moved them with a curator's gentleness, letting Rowan's carved notch pass under the skeptical fingers of a junior surveyor who had been trained to trust coordinates rather than wood grain. Jonah watched the man's face, his jaw tightening, as he touched a stitched river. The pilot's administrators circled terms like calibration and standardization, their pens making tidy brackets around words that might make the messy evidence acceptable to courts. Maya felt her role shift under that scrutiny, from archivist to translator, mediator between a language of ink and the rough living grammar of people who lived by scent and song. The campers gathered that night to test the objects, to see whether a court would accept a song recorded onto a memory card, whether a pressed leaf might be read as a boundary. Eli's voice was steady when he said, "We will not give them everything," and the sentence landed in the circle like a rule, a protection and a promise. Jonah understood then that endorsing the primacy of lived maps would not be a simple conversion of stories into evidence. It would be an act of selection, of what to reveal and what to keep as shelter. Hope is thin and necessary. The dawn came in a slow gray wash, the ridge breathing out a thin mist that clung to Jonah's sleeves and tasted like metal. He wrapped Rowan's carved compass in a scrap of oiled cloth, the wood warm from someone's pocket and smoothed where fingers had found the notch before him. The camp was waking as if from under a weight, pots clinking, a kettle hissing like a small injured animal, voices low and patient. He folded the linen map over and over until the stitches fit into a palm, the inked names creased into the grain like memory. Each fold made the map smaller and heavier in his hands. Naomi found him beside the cache where the camp kept its rain barrels, hands in the dark water, skin pruned and resolute. "Read this to them," she said. Sliding a thin paper across his palm, he felt the words inside his mouth like stones, not polished, not meant for elegance. He tried them on once, a soft practice, and his throat pulled at the syllables. Naomi nodded as if she already knew the shape of the honesty he would need to hold. Eli did not say much, his face a map of small, precise hesitations. But when he pressed the small bag into Jonah's hands, the resin left a ghost of pine on Jonah's fingers, sticky and honest. He told him to carry scent as proof, to remember how the land smells when it is being remembered fairly. Jonah tucked the bag into the inner pocket of his coat, the resin like a heart in the lining, and felt the weight of every unspoken account fold into that warm, dark grain. Rowan clasped his shoulders briefly, calloused hands smelling of shavings and smoke, then stepped back to let him go. "Take care," he said simply, and Jonah understood the meaning without the old rhetoric about courage. Noah's name scraped his chest like a knot. He imagined her laughing at small things, and grew afraid the laugh would have changed in his absence. He had come here to escape his own pattern, and left with a parcel of responsibilities that did not fit easily into the careful boxes he had planned. He walked the logging track once, the fresh tire grooves still holding rainwater in hairline mirrors, and the ridge watched him move through its light. The forest did not pretend to be indifferent. It received him with the same plain attention with which it had let the campers live inside its margins. Not charity, not judgment, merely recognition. He did not pretend he understood all the rules Eli had given him, but he felt their practical geometry settle in his bones like a map learning to lie still. Jonah took one last breath and began the long walk back to the road, the compass and map warm against his chest. He rode the gravel with the map folded small on his lap, the linen warm against his knees and smelling faintly of smoke and pine resin, the scent a catalogue of the ridge. Each bump shuddered the stitches under his palm, and the needle-hole notches left tiny impressions on his skin. The truck hummed, windows down, cold air knitting damp hair to his forehead, and he watched the shoulder unreel in layered strips of moss and birch, the land breathing out a wet, honest smell that did not belong to any plan. He kept thinking of Rowan carving the compass notch, of Eli pressing resin into his palm, as if those gestures might be proof against the ledgered logic waiting for him in the city. Maps had taught him to expect edges, tidy names, straight lines. The linen was different. Songs folded into margins, a spiral of feet-worn trails sown where the cedar was soft, a pressed leaf at Marta's clearing that would not be useful in court, but would ruin his memory if it ever went missing. He imagined officials reading the stitches like a code, disentangling human histories with stamps and signatures. There was comfort in that imagining, and danger in it too, because naming made things legible, and legible things were vulnerable. It saved the ridge for now. In her kitchen light, Maya spread Rimble's annotated page beside a volunteer's sensory log, the paper edges soft with repeated handling, the handwriting pale where fingers had read it most. The log did not look like evidence. It looked like weather, notes about the way wind sits in the hollow, the sound of water moving under ice in early spring, a list of scents tied to places, a child's drawing of the notch where Rowan had carved his compass. She traced Rimble's wavering line with a fingertip, then matched it to the volunteer's detail about a spring that refuses to settle in the same place twice, as if the land insisted on being known in ways that would not sit inside an affidavit. Her chest tightened at the thought that an accurate map might require leaving some marks deliberately soft. "Will they listen?" she asked the empty room. Outside, the dark pressed against the window with the thin sound of wind through lichen, and somewhere distant a chainsaw had stopped, its scrape suspended like an apology. Jonah's photograph of the sewn map sat in her inbox, the image grainy and honest. She tucked the log into a folder and made a new list of people to call, aware that the pilot would be a test of patience, protocol, and kindness, and that kindness often looked different in a courtroom than it did in a hollowed clearing. The ridge was spared this week, but the work of keeping it alive required people who could translate smell into statute and story into standing law, and those people had to be willing to change how they counted.